Geraniums, thanks very much for joining us. We are still apparently preparing to live stream, but as we know, we are actually live streaming. There we go. Now we're setting up the live stream. Dee, could you please tell people who is allowed to be here?
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to leave. Back to you, Fumi.
Precisely it, ladies and geraniums. The show is for adults only, for educational and entertainment purposes only. Like the man said, you actually can't buy anything from the show directly. You could only potentially buy something from my website. So, any reports for me providing dangerous materials or anything else are literally false. They're literally aliens came here to take our red clamshells. You know what I mean? Like it's just so meaningless. I don't know.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, only I could hear that. Hopefully only I could hear that. I think I pressed play on the last recording. Anyway, having some spectacular technical issues back here. What was I talking about? I was talking about the people who are allowed to be here, ladies and gentlemen. We don't sell anything inappropriate on the show of any kind. You can't buy fucking drugs here or whatever the fuck. We constantly get reported for it here, or I constantly get reported for just all number of dangerous things. I'd be surprised if people didn't think I was a serial killer, mass murderer, or whatever else from all the reports that I've gotten. But long story short, there's not going to be any serial killing here. There's no mass murdering here. There's definitely no illegal sales of any kind. Once again, you are not allowed, under any circumstances, to buy any kind of drugs or anything else. Like, yeah, I don't care if it's fucking aspirin. What you can buy on my website are t-shirts, coffee mugs, and also seeds. Those things are all completely and totally fucking legal. There's no weed for sale on my website. There's no hash for sale on my website. There's no, I don't even know, fucking whatever.
Backdoor.
Pick something. Yeah, tar, whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Backdoors with your mama. That none of that's for sale.
No.
You have to get that directly. Honestly, I think a Patreon. I think you have to look her up. But ladies and gentlemen, please do remember the show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. We're trying to have a good time here. No guest tonight. Guest kind of fell through for this week and actually for next week as well. So for the moment, I don't have any guests. So ladies and gentlemen, I would very much like to hear from you folks. Literally no one in the chat yet. So hopefully we'll get somebody here soon.
I'm
But
there.
folks, if you have any ideas for guests, I would very much like to hear them because I would very much like to get away from these simple live streams and get back into the kind of guest situation. And unfortunately, I've had kind of like two or three flaky guests, so that, you know, it just puts a bad taste in your mouth. Should get back at it, honestly, and just start looking people up. But I've kind of run out of names off the top of my head. So, folks, I would really very much like to get some suggestions from you. Please email me. I'm honestly surprised that we don't have literally anyone in the chat yet. Anyway, folks, what was I saying? Let me know at fumidor@chronictable.com, or you can also email chronictable@protonmail.com. Either way, I guess whatever you'd prefer. Both of those go to the same place, and I would very much like blah, blah, show suggestions as well as cheers, Red Setter Farm. Good to see you, buddy. D Zombie, of course, in the chat as well. So very much, I would very much like some guest ideas. For example, people like Red Setter Farm, if you have some ideas for guests that would be spectacular on the show, I would really like to hear from it. You know, most of the time I talk to cannabis breeders and stuff, but in my experience, actually, cannabis breeders are some of the most finicky people. That's actually two out of three of the people that have kind of flaked have been cannabis breeders. One guy, it wasn't a complete flake, but it was a flake, basically. The guy's like, oh, I'm booked up for the next 6 months. How much you call me back in 6 months? Okay, I'll make sure to get on that. So long story short, it's a no without being a no, right? Ladies and gentlemen, cannabis breeders can be difficult, but they're really, really interesting, I find, to talk to. I'm a cannabis breeder. I think a lot of you folks in the chat are also in one way or another cannabis breeders. At least you've dabbled with it, for example, and it can be fascinating to talk to those folks. We don't have to talk to all cannabis breeders, ladies and gentlemen. This is not just a cannabis breeder show. This is a show all about cannabis. It came out of my cannabis tasting group, and so we can definitely talk to folks that are involved in tasting and so on. Flora Nugs is trying to work on somebody that would be great, a really great guest for the whole tasting element of cannabis. But we'll work on that for a little bit because the particular guy is a little bit persnickety, so we'll see if we can get him on the show. But ladies and gentlemen, Dave, you could possibly maybe pick one of those backgrounds and just kind of stick with it. So anyway, what was I saying? That because it's just really fucking distracting, to be honest. Constantly changing, and it's right below
Yeah,
my camera,
just
and then all of a sudden I
just
lose
dropped
my
my
train of
phone.
thought. So I completely lost my train of thought. So I guess we'll just move on from that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking for guests. I'd very much like to get some guest ideas. If you didn't get the idea, please let me know. Oh, I guess I was talking about different kinds of guests. So, folks that work with the flavors of cannabis would be super interesting. I would very much like to talk to some actual honest to God growers. Those would be super fun. The difficulty with growers is that a lot of times they can't really talk about too much. One of the reasons why I don't invite a lot of growers on the show is that they're kind of not allowed to talk about their grow in some cases. They have what's the word for it? NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. They have, in many cases, just kind of unofficial non-disclosure agreements because the boss is looking over their shoulder, you name it. So it can be challenging sometimes to talk to growers. When they're owner-operators, that's a lot easier. So if you guys know some owner-operators, that would be super fascinating. We've had a chance to talk to some smaller time owner-operators in the past, including some folks that were like owner-operator growers as well as breeders, like in Maine and a few other places where the rules were a little bit less strict. So, folks, if you know folks like that, I would really like to hear from them. I'd like to hear about them. And if most importantly, if you could connect me with them, that would be the really the best thing that you could possibly do. Because just throwing a random name at me is great. It's very useful because it'll give me something to research for the future and so on. But if I don't know them, if they don't know me, it's maybe a dead end. You know what I mean? So, folks, if you do know them, if you're friends with them, if it's someone that you're on a collegial basis or something, you say, "Oh, I know this guy. Fumi is super cool. I love to watch his show. He'd be a really great interview for you." Da da da. Put in a good word for me. That would be super super spectacular. And then if you can, also link them to me, because just kind of talking to them off in the ether doesn't really help very much. People forget stuff as soon as you say it. You know what I mean? How often does someone tell you something and you forget it as soon as it came out of their mouth, right? So don't assume somehow that that person is going to search me out on the internet. Oh, I'm totally going to go on Fumi's show. I'm going to see where he at, where's he at, where does he live in the internet? No, ladies and gentlemen. So if you can connect me with them, that would really be spectacular. Even if you just send me a link or something, that'd be great. Red Setter Farm says, we almost talked about cannabis. That's true. We almost did. That was a funny show. Folks, if you guys want to go check out last Saturday's show, actually on this channel, so normally it would have been on the Fumidoro channel, but it was actually on Fumidoro and the Flavors. And we chatted with Red Setter Farm about almost everything except for cannabis, actually. We talked about space aliens and I don't even know, Sasquatch and which one was Sasquatch versus Yeti. No, wait, Sasquatch versus uh, fuck's the other name for it? Fuck, I drive by the signs every goddamn day because they play it up here all the time. The fucking dude that's not the Sasquatch. It's the same guy, but it's a different name because the Yeti is over in the Himalayas. Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't think of the guy. But not the Abominable Snowman. That's the same thing as the Yeti. Goodness gracious. Bigfoot. There we go. Goddamn Bigfoot. I don't even know what I was talking about with Bigfoot. Oh, we talked about Bigfoot with Red Setter Farm. No, that was a super fun chat, ladies and gentlemen. I still haven't edited. Oh, I can't speak today. I still have not edited his podcast today or yet, but I will shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Still probably gonna do what Flora first, and then well, we have several different podcasts. We spoke with Bingus and All That's Green and Red Setter Farm and Miranda Family Farm. So we spoke with some really interesting folks. So, folks, I would really like to keep the roll or keep the momentum going. We keep the ball rolling and get some more guests for the future. So, really, genuinely, if you guys have some ideas, I would really like to hear from them. Someone who is attainable, I would really much like to hear from some folks who I can actually get in the next 6 months. You know what I mean? If they're so busy that they're booked up. Which I don't believe in that case, but that's okay. If they're so busy that they're booked up for 6 months, then really it's going to be too difficult for me to get a hold of them. So hopefully you guys get the idea, and we'll leave it. Oh shit, dude, we just lost D. Hopefully we'll get him back. I was literally just going to say, oh, D, what's up with you, buddy? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait for D here for a second and we'll say our hellos otherwise. I'm actually going to release some lines tonight. I'm going to release about half a dozen lines tonight with the Jack the Ripper father. They've kind of been a long time in coming, honestly, because goodness gracious. Well, I did read them in like two, three different batches, so they're not all the same age, so to speak. But one of them, Pine Sol, was the outdoor from not last year, but the year before. Super Boof, the same thing. Several other ones are going to be indoor. So anyway, whatever. But you guys have probably heard some of the stories about just the lunatic shit that's happened in my life. Was very unclear about what happened because I just try to keep that kind of stuff private. But oh my God, it was a lot. Honestly, it was a lot all at once, and then it kept going. Honestly, for a while, it really didn't settle down for all that long, and so anyway, I've gone through all these kind of cycles of just like, oh shit, I'm just gonna, keep those seeds for myself forever and just, move on with my life, da da da, whatever, right? So finally I realized, all right, no, there's absolutely no sense in me not releasing these seeds moving forward. And the whole motivation for them, I think, was such a positive thing that I think it's just the whole train of kind of, making the seeds. It was supposed to be a very positive thing, kind of ridiculous not to release them, So I guess it wasn't always a positive thing. It was sort of trying to remake the whole I don't know, I made a bunch of lines, as you guys know, with the Coot Special, right? And I actually made a couple different breeds with the Coot Special. I actually used one of the other males as well, but I didn't really release those seeds. Um, and goodness gracious, like basically as soon as I made those seeds, it turned out that Coot was really not really much of a friend to me or really much of anyone else on the show. So that was a strange story that I still can't really wrap my head around, but it is what it is. So I was like, oh man, I felt strange immediately, basically like releasing those fucking seeds, which was really bizarre because I'd actually gone through a lot of work with those seeds behind the scenes. It's not worth going into right now. So I was like, oh, what can I do? And in the meantime, basically, Delman, who we haven't heard from for a while, hopefully he's doing all right. He heard me kind of complaining about this basically on the show, and he's like, oh man, if you want to get back to some of that old school shit, he heard me talking about, I don't know how many times about Jack the Ripper. Oh, how I wish I'd had a chance to grow more Jack the Ripper crosses from sub, as well as how I wish I'd had actually Jack the Ripper. And I used to talk about it all the time because I used to talk about, my Lime River Rose and da da da. And of course, I came from that Caffrey Lime and blah, 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 blah. And Dalman was like, bro, I got you. I'm going to send you. I got this pack of original TGA, not even the remake subcool shit, right? Like, which there was nothing really wrong with, but it was slightly different breedings. People feel a little bit different way about it or something. And so he's like, no, no, it's the original shit. In fact, I got the pack right behind me on the table here. Where is it? Oh, there it is right there. Anyway, doesn't matter. It'd take me a second to get it. Um, but he's like, oh, you pop these, enjoy it, right? Have fun. And so I popped them basically right away. And sure enough, I found some lovely plants, as you always do, basically in subcool gear, always did, I guess. Um, Long story short, I pulled out. I was quite lucky, actually. I pulled out. Did he send me one pack? I think he only sent me one pack, but it was, sub cool. You always got to keep her. Right? That's kind of funny. Anyway, pulled out three males, all of which were actually delightful, but two of which were clearly more lemony, and two females. And the females were actually both quite lemony. I called one of them Jackie, and Jackie the Ripper. Not very clever. Anyway, I did make some seeds with her. Which I think I still have. I might release one of these days. We'll see. But I was really looking more for this kind of skunky element of those Jack the Rippers. I wonder if my dog is doing that in that next room. It's kind of weirding me out. What is he doing over there? He doesn't usually go into that room. He just left this room and went into that room. And I'm like, what in the fuck is he doing? Anyway, where the hell did he go? We lost him. Hope I didn't piss him off, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't trying to piss him off. It was just the background was changing over and over and over again. Fuck was I trying to say that I was looking for a very skunky male, and sure enough, one of the males was extremely skunky. So, luckily, he was probably the most vigorous. I mean, all three males were actually kind of nice, but he was definitely the most vigorous, definitely the most, I don't know, just kind of like He-Man structure, had a really nice stem rub, blah, 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 blah. So I ended up actually smoking him. So if you wonder, oh, how do you know how he tasted and all that kind of stuff? No, I literally, you can do this. You can't do this with maybe every male because some males produce more resin than others, which is, by the way, not always a candidate or not always how do I put this? Not always a sign that the male will not pass on resin. That's a bad sentence. So when you see a not very resiny male, late in flower. So I guess I didn't finish that. You basically have to wait until late in flower when they develop all the resin. They'll develop the resin basically the same time that females do, but you won't really notice it maybe as much until let's say week 5, week 6, week 7. Some males, they produce almost as much resin that it looks like a female practically. I mean, not as much, right? It's not as fat, not as chunky. But in this case, for example, this Jack the Ripper, it was obviously smokable. There were all kinds of pollen sacks and stuff that I had to clean away, and then you have to be very careful about kind of removing the dust because it makes it really a harsh smoke. But once you do that, if you can kind of blow all the dust away and everything, because pollen really blows away quite readily generally when it's dry, right? It was actually pretty easy to smoke the guy. So I hung him upside down just like every other flower, dried him, jarred him. Wonder if I might even still have a jar with some of the old nugs. They weren't the world's best smoke because there was a lot of pollen on them, even with, all the preparation that I did. And I guess I say, how do I put it? I'm not some pollen ninja or something, right? I'm sure there would probably be a better way to do it or something. But the whole point really was just to judge the flavor, the effect. Oh, here comes Bud. Oh, I hope I didn't piss off D. The flavor, the effect, you name it, right? Because obviously we saw the growth characteristics and stuff like that. So fully well tested that Jack the Ripper, and so it's been annoying that I've actually taken this long to release it. Hey, cheers, bud. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, he's coming back. He's
Yeah.
trying to. D is having internet troubles, looks like. Speaking of farms, I should be gardening. Right on. Cheers, Silent Truth. Good to see you, buddy. I'm gonna go check on what my fucking dog is doing. Hold on a second. I'll be right back, bud.
He's up to no good.
Right?
Well, happy Tuesday. Well, let's see.
He was actually fine. He was just exploring. He's mostly a good boy, but then he just passionately loves. Oh fuck! Did I take him? Oh, of course I don't have any right now. My papers are right in the. I'm gonna have to go back to the living room and get them. But I have these. Oh, here, right here. Have these. Oh, you can see that he chewed on this one. So this is evidence of the crime. He grabs these off my rolling tray. He just constantly, so, like literally today. Uh, we walked in. We had just been outside. We walked in the living room, and basically my rolling tray is essentially on the coffee table or whatever. Maybe 10 feet into the living room. So we walked in, then you walk in, you pass that to get to the kitchen and I was going to the kitchen for something to get a snack or something. I literally, it was like literally 10 seconds, and I come back and I was going to sit down and roll a joint. Oh, and I should mention that for some reason they were in my pocket, and I threw them on my rolling tray and then walked into the kitchen to get like, yeah, like I say, a cookie or whatever the fuck. Oh, I had made pancakes this morning, so I went and got an extra pancake that I just was like leftover pancake. And I come back and it's literally 15 seconds and it's gone. And I'm like, what the shit? No dog, no papers. I'm like, what was it, a ghost? And I'm like, oh no, yeah, that's right. He basically steals these fanatically. So the literally less than 10 seconds that I walked through there, he went and grabbed these and goes to his little kennel. Basically, it's not a kennel so much, but it's his little cave or whatever in the bedroom. Little fucker. Like I can't remember how many of these he's destroyed. Thankfully, I salvaged this one. Little fucking animal.
Well, he's probably figured out it means something to you.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. He's, oh shit. Thankfully, he hasn't. He's eaten a couple of buds that way, and he actually got pretty lit. I kind of felt bad about it when he was like, what, a month ago when he was quite small. But thankfully, he mostly doesn't mess with the bud. He just, for some reason, eats these papers. I don't even
Well, he's
understand
less
it.
than a year old, so he's just a pup
Yeah. Yeah. No, he just turned 6 months old, so he's still just like a little
yeah,
goofball. Yeah.
looking for trouble.
Just a silly little pupper. I'm going to smoke a little bit of Budzingus. I'm almost done with this one, but it's been delightful having something from our good friend Bingus. He hasn't said hello in the chat, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is lurking and says hello now. But if he doesn't, we'll say hello to him whenever he stops by. Oh, for the life of me, I don't remember what the cross is on this one. Gosh, I like both of these kind of for different reasons. I was going to say which one is my favorite, and I was going to say, oh, maybe the Bingus berry, but actually, I like these both. Let me smoke this one again and I'll let you know. Wait, tasty welcome. Oh, I thought we were welcoming D back, but then he didn't come back on, unfortunately. Looks like his internet is boof today. Red Setter Farm is saying our golden setter is a paper thief, roach thief, shoe, hat, glove thief, and coffee thief. All right, I want to hear about the coffee thief. That's interesting. Does he steal coffee beans or does he actually go and drink your coffee or what does he do? I haven't heard that one before. Hmm. Although maybe, I don't know, so every once in a while I think dogs are fascinated by coffee. I was dumping, I've got a fern right in front of my front door. Well, not right in front, but very close to my front door. And I was like, oh, this thing probably needs some, just do organic fertilization. So I went and dumped coffee grounds out there for a few days, and I kind of ferment them a little bit in a jar for a couple of days first, and I toss them out there. And so they're probably a little bit smelly, honestly. So they're not just coffee grounds; they're probably kind of stinky coffee grounds. And the fucking puppy, as soon as I got him, he's just like digging, digging, digging. I had to tell him not to mess with it. So I don't know. I thought maybe I accidentally put something smelly in the coffee grounds or something, but. Maybe he was just instant. Oh, he drinks your coffee when you're not looking? That is comical. That is really interesting. Does anything happen when he does it? Like, does he get wiry or anything? Or does he just like, meh, whatever, just coffee? That's funny. I've never heard of a dog drinking coffee. Uh, Former father-in-law, no, great father-in-law or something, father of the father-in-law, I guess, used to be a cop in the old country. And apparently he had both his police dog and his home pet goat would eat his cigarettes out of his pocket because, of course, back then everyone smoked, right? Even grandma and grandpa smoked. And he would carry his cigarettes in a little packet, those little squishy paper packets from the old movies, right? From like World War II, because that's back when it was. And the goat apparently would just like stick his head over the shoulder and just like munch a cigarette and just grab them. And the dog, evidently, he would give the dog a cigarette and the dog would eat them. So I'm sure it was both very, very good for both animals. Probably led to great longevity in there. Fucking dog eating cigarettes.
Well, I just remember when I used to take care of this goat, it would eat anything. It would eat bottle caps,
Yep,
would chew up anything. Goats are
yep.
pretty, yeah. Well, my one healer dog, if I left, it would have to be pretty full and cool down. It would be any drink. She would lap at the, if she could, if it was like more than half full, or she could get her tongue in the cup or mug, she'd drink coffee a little bit. I
That's
don't
funny.
think, but then again, she'd drink juice too, soda, whatever she could, whatever, whatever I was into, she would want to try.
Yeah, right. That's pretty much it.
Daisy.
uh Whatever I'm eating, he wants a piece of, right? And sometimes I know he's just not going to be into it, right? So I kind of tell him, I'm like, oh, you're going to hate it, like a pickle, for example. But he likes a surprising amount of stuff. He likes bananas, apples. He's sort of so-so on strawberries, but he really likes dried strawberries. So I have these dried strawberries I got from Costco, and they don't have any sugar on them or anything, so they're not like bad for him. He seems to really like those. When I get him a fresh strawberry, he'll like play with it for a while. He does eventually eat it, but he plays with it just like it's a joke for him, right? So it seems to me it's like it must smell and taste so weird that he's like, oh, this is like something he eats as a joke. But he fucking loves bananas. What else? Uh,
Just don't feed
oh,
him any
carrots and
grapes.
shit. Yeah, carrots. He loves carrot. Yeah, they can't eat grapes. They can't eat onions, grapes, stuff like that. Um, which is kind of annoying because I eat a lot of onions. So like it'd be easy to give them little scraps of onion, but you're not supposed to give a dog onion because it messes with their kidneys. Um, Yeah, I can't remember all the weird little shit that he eats, but yeah, it's kind of surprising. It's actually one of the first dogs that I've had that had that kind of varied of a palate, like one of my old dogs, actually the dog on my Instagram, man, he would never eat. Ironically, I don't know if he always loved potatoes, but he developed a love for potatoes later in life. I discovered his love for potatoes. But other than that, he wouldn't really eat a vegetable if it were wrapped in beef. You know what I mean? Like he loved meat and cheese and stuff like that, but he was kind of one of those guys. He would never eat carrots or celery or anything like that. Uh, Whereas I had a lab that was fairly omnivorous, but even then it was mostly because we were giving it to him that he would eat it kind of. Oh, he says carrots aren't that great. They're high in sugar. That's true. That's actually not a good point, to be honest.
Yeah, but they put
Carrots are
shredded
common in dog
carrots
food too.
in
Pardon?
in in the dog food I feed my dog. Carrots, green beans. shred it in there.
Within limits, it's probably fine. I wonder if he's saying it as a snack because it's got so much sugar as a snack. I'm curious. I have to look into it a little bit because it is such a common ingredient and it's got so many vitamins in it, right? So I'll have to look into that. It's an interesting thought.
I know that I
It's,
used to
Internet's
when I
terrible
used to
today.
cook ground turkey and then make dog food with it. Then I'd use sweet potato. They like a little of that and a little carrot. Was part of it too. Mashed
Yeah.
carrots, cooked carrots.
Yeah, and by the way, folks, hop on here. We're hoping to have a discussion on here. Looks like we're really struggling to get going
Oh, it
tonight.
always starts off slow.
Yeah, right.
Some
Um,
days.
Here we go. There's the link, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't be an asshole. Don't show your asshole. We really don't need any of that kind of stuff. Zero tolerance policy for any fucking weird shit. We're here for a good time. We're here to learn things. We're here to have fun discussions, interesting discussions. We're not here to bullshit or just fucking yeah, perpetuate bad vibes. So if you basically are here to just be a fucking jerk off, stay away. Go watch something else. There's plenty of things on the internet that I'm sure you would enjoy. But hopefully you got the message that this is not one of them. So if you are here for goofing off and having a good time, you guys are welcome to hit the link and join us. Come hop on here. We'll hopefully be here for a little while longer. I can't promise we'll be here all night, but we'll be here for at least a little while longer, I hope. And I certainly want to release those lines, so I'm hoping that we'll get a few more people on here so it doesn't feel like I'm just basically monologuing. But if we can get a few more people in the chat, a few more people on the panel and stuff, I'm hoping to release some of these lines. I think you guys are going to enjoy them. By the way, we're going to be here tomorrow, or actually on my other channel tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be at High Noon Safety Meeting. Come join us. Hopefully, I can get that switched over. I remember I've been teasing, kind of switching over a little bit for a while now. Hopefully, I can get that done here in the very, very near future. But tomorrow, it's just going to be kind of the same, same old, same old. So if you guys enjoy the Wednesday High Noon check-in, my dog ran in here for no particular reason. You guys are welcome to join us over on Fumidoro. Red Setter Farm says we get the all protein food. Maybe it's just the grain free. Yeah. A lot of dogs, it turns out, have all kinds of grain issues. Some dogs are perfectly fine. So just like people, some dogs have absolutely no problems with grain whatsoever, but some dogs have allergies to believe it or not, some have allergies to rice as well, and rice is a very common ingredient in dog food. So if it's not rice, it's usually wheat, barley, shit like that. A lot of times dogs have like indigestion. Uh, People were saying when I was kind of complaining about my puppy when he was still first, like a month ago, he was farting pretty extensively. For example, he likes to sit here while I'm chatting, so like right under the table. And basically his head is over here, his butt is over there. So it's like I'm in the perfect wind zone, right? So it was something else. And people were saying, oh, maybe he's eating too much grain. He was just probably young because he's actually gotten tremendously better now. He doesn't really fart that much anymore. But there are quite a few dogs that actually have really just severe gas, severe nonstop gas. And when people switch their diet from all that grain, a lot of times it'll help them. I've heard all kinds of stuff. That
Yeah,
dogs allergic
I
to
was.
chicken, you name it.
The, I like to buy the kibble that's grain free.
Mm,
I think my dogs like are better, healthier for
mm,
them overall. I don't know.
mm. I'm gonna get into the rhythm one of these days. I haven't had him for that long, so I guess that's my excuse. And plus, he's a puppy, so I don't want to mess with his nutrition needs and stuff when he was super young. But one of these days, I'm gonna start cooking his food because I used to cook my older dogs. Not all their food. I still gave them like a regular kibble because my idea was that it was well formulated. I got them a good food and it was well formulated for them and stuff. So it was somewhat of a stable diet. Dang it, I just lost that crutch. But I would supplement it basically with homemade dog food, and they seem
Well,
to really enjoy it.
it's been a lot of years. I now feed them this. Well, it's only Herbie, but when I had a pack of Chihuahuas and was going to specialists because one had heart disease and it was all about uh, low salt diet. So then
Mm,
and it was way economical, especially back when turkey, like you could get 3 pounds of ground turkey for whatever price. Because then I knew there was no salt. Like even some of the best uh, dog foods, pretty loaded with salt.
Mm,
And when you're giving your dog diuretics because of their heart condition, it's salt's like the big no-no. So
right.
yeah, it was more economical. I used to feel because when you start trying to purchase decent quality dog food, wow, that they really charge pretty much for that. And turkey, when you got it on sale, kind of went up in price over the years, but
Hmm.
forget what it used to be. I get it at Walmart,
Oh, it
whatever,
used
like
to be
the
very inexpensive. Yeah.
3 pounds ground turkey, and that would last a long time. And they loved it, and I knew there was no salt.
Yeah. There's a lot of recipes online. Dog food's easy to make. You just basically make a fucking stew. And like you say, if you don't use
Yeah.
ground beef, you just basically chop up your meat really fine, or run it through a grinder, for example, or a food processor. It's really easy to do, honestly. Or
Uh,
some people even make the food just as a stew and then food process it afterwards. So it's kind of a gruel, basically. Um, what was the dude talking about? Yeah, the dog park people keep talking about this one very, very expensive food. I guess people get on Amazon, the farmer's dog or some shit. Looks good. It looks like good food and whatever. I looked it up a couple times on their website, but it looks like basically food processed, stuff that you can make yourself if you really wanted to. So, but I guess if you just it's convenience, I think, is more than anything for that kind of food. But anyway. Folks, hop on. What the fuck? It seems like we're talking to ourselves. Sounds like it's crickets here. Nice looking clones the Bud is showing.
well,
We
these
got
are the
22 people watching.
the Skittle clones that are, I don't know about nice looking, but they rooted. It took like a week or longer. I was about ready to think, yeah, because I was warned the Skittles doesn't clone very easy, and uh, yeah, they rooted. Uh, just took longer. It's like a funky plant, but the rest of them all are happy. I have a couple new ones. Well, I'm trying to figure out a new name for this one because it came to me as Gluttony, and I don't really like that name. Uh, and I have one that I keep forgetting to call my buddy that gave him to me. He really was stoked on it. The initials were GK, so I don't know.
You
So
cut out for
far,
me for a second. The what, DK?
it's just I don't know what I forgot what he called it, but the initials were DK,
Uh-huh.
and it came with well, they're they're like more vigorous. The DK clones uh, started growing bigger and faster than the the other ones.
DK.
The same age. I think it might have had
Dark
something to do with
Knight? I don't even know.
Donkey. No, I think it was Donkey Crunch. I don't know. I got. I'm, I'm sure when he tells me, it'll stick this time. But
Donkey
yeah,
Kush.
I don't think it was a Kush. It was like a Crunch or a cereal. I don't. Yeah, he said it was yielding really good, and
There you go.
the the fact it's a couple inches bigger than the other clones the same age,
Funny.
size as bigger, and then all my other plants, I cleaned them up, and I guess they're a week or so, no, 10 days until time to flip them over. Everything seems to be all right.
Have you've been changing over your genetics a lot recently? Have you been keeping anything recently, or is it all still
Yeah,
kind of
the biscotti seems like something out of like the strains. And then when the lights come on, I'll show you this pinnacle.
Oh, I've heard of
Um,
that.
it's from Purple City Genetics. Like in a room that's almost done. Those buds are visibly fatter,
Huh.
bigger, thicker. It's just
Interesting.
okay. That's it'll be the first time I finished any, so the verdict is out on. Smells pretty good. Nothing
Well, I
like
hope it's good.
yeah. And then uh, and I'm smoking some tonight. This is what I got right here. The pancake Wilson crossed into Starburst, which in my lineup is the most sativa
Hmm.
uh, hybrid I have, and the highs like more soaring and
Hmm.
um pretty good. That so I'm like, might have said this a million times, but like over here, it's like we've got for years, for a decade here. It's like the core four. We've had four. We try to run four strains in quantity or whatever scale. Uh, and over the last year or 6 months, I got rid of three of the four
Hmm.
that we had run for like 4 years. Around 4 years, we ran the cheetah, apple, banana, grape gas, and slaps. We got rid of apples, banana, and grape gas about 6 months ago. And this is my last run of slaps.
Oh.
So I kept the cheetah piss, and then there's like I
Why'd you
guess
get
a
tired of them?
competition. Uh, cheetah, the slaps is it doesn't stretch as much. Some of them are like
Okay.
after 4 years of just cloning, and a lot of them is like a couple of my customers like without like complaining really, they were like, I've renamed that like 4 or 5 times, like like the same strain. They'll call it something else because the people that today's world, people really are used to like trying all different things all the time.
Uh,
So some of it is motivated by that, and some of it is when I really think back, like how if I did photos and took like more detailed notes, it'd be easier. But a lot of times I realize you forget because it gradual, it's so gradual of like how it performed when you first got it 4 years ago and why you kept it and why you grew a lot of it to where it is at that point. Uh, like that was the thing with apples. Everybody loved it, but it just wasn't. It lost its way, kind of. And I take clone after clone after clone. In like 1 year, it's got to be well. It's perpetual, so there's like two rooms. So like every month, there's clones. Right, clone, 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 and I I prefer not to do the mom thing. I take clones off of the next generation that are fresher. Um, yeah, my experience is they 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 some don't. Some are more sturdy as far as that. But if you if you really took a picture, remembered what it was 4 years ago, the same strain, yeah, that's like when I decided to slaps. I was like, yeah, it didn't used to take longer to veg. It didn't used to. It used to have more stretch. It
have you thought about
um
getting a fresh clone of it from your buddy?
well, he wouldn't have, and some of it is the same guy, my buddy that gives me all these clones. He's the type that moves on. So like he's he's always got his
Always working on
whatever.
something new.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing because most of them are Cali genetics, but his family has a license plate in all states, Mississippi. So it's like a
Huh.
licensed facility that's fairly big. I've seen pictures, and they license, or they go through the proper channels with different breeders to procure the genetics they run there. And it's like when it does well there, then they send it back to my friend who's related to them. I think it's their uncle, the his uncles out there. Um, and some of them are like, you know, Cali strains, but they go all the way out to Mississippi and prove themselves, and then they make their way back. And over the years, most of the things that I've kept and run and are what they are come from that source. It's yeah, like I say, they're like proven. Um, a lot of times if they have good success with it as a plant out there, and then they send it back. So the mule fuel was one of those. Even though that like that's a really good lead, it's really like more of a over 70 dayer. It
Uh,
needs a longer veg period.
it's like almost all of those GMO crosses. People like it, but it takes longer.
Yeah, and in my situation, if I have, like, for instance, there's 8 trays in that one room. If I have a tray or two of mule fuel that really needs longer, or a GMO, like, yeah, there was the Donnie and the Don Mega strains that don't really finish in the 60 days and need 70 some days. As good as they are, it doesn't, like, you can't, I can't take down the rest of the room and leave one or
No,
two
it makes sense. It'd throw
trays.
your rhythm all off. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you can't clean the room right. You can't, there's a bunch of things. So you, you get stuck in these like boxes. And so as much as mule fuel could be like one of the contenders for the four, but like I say, it,
It's not a team
it
player.
doesn't stretch like it used to be. I had a couple grows for a long time that I had was compromised ceiling height. And so a lot of strains that I liked were strains that didn't stretch. Where here, with the short veg and the cycles I run here, yeah, you need that stretch. Like, I only veg for 3 weeks, roughly. Now I'm stretching, going a little further on that, but because you count on that stretch,
Yeah, you've
utilize it.
gotten used to it, haven't you? Yeah,
You utilize it. So then when
mhm.
a strain doesn't, like, most
Makes
likely,
sense.
Slaps just needs like another week or two of veg to then be that tall. And where a lot of the strains of today, yeah, they double, triple, no, they more than double. They triple in size easy in the first couple weeks.
Right.
You can put them in like barely 2 feet tall, and they end up 4.5, 5 feet tall. So you utilize that. Where when I had certain residential places with like a regular bedroom ceiling, that's why I love Bubba Kush, Master Kush,
Right.
Blackwater, more fat leaf indica plants that didn't have as much stretch. But a lot of the hybrids today are
Makes sense.
pretty stretchy. But we've tailored our one being perpetual. I'm able to have that cycle. I mean, it's been a long time that I've had 2 flowering rooms, 1 bedroom. But way back, I used to have 1 bedroom, 1 flower room, and having plants that that were squat, stayed squat, were most advantaged because you would try to take clones before you turn them back, and then 2 months or longer. Or sometimes you would need to like take clones off of those clones because they were so vigorous. But having like a perpetual cycle, yeah, three weeks of veg is um, adequate. I top it a couple times, and
Uh,
then most of the plant develops in the 3 weeks, the first 3 weeks, the transition. Like, yeah, I'm always surprised how small I have them when I put them in,
hmm.
turn them back. and boom, they, you know, most of the growth happens in that 3 weeks. Where some strains, especially the fat leaf indica strains, that's not really their methodology or their they don't stretch like that's kind of like mule field. The one where I got a proper yield, all that I had taken those clones out of cycle. I'd taken them the cycle before and vegged them that much longer to top them and shape them to get a good plan out of it. And yeah, but I don't want to do that cycle after cycle because
Mm,
it it's like I call it, they got to play well with others.
hmm.
So, and even some of my friends, they get disappointed, like, oh, why'd you let that go? And the one that I kept, I'm the only person that's gung ho about
Mm.
it. Like, if my customers could choose what strains I kept, they'd have gotten rid of Cheetah Piss a couple years ago. But
How
that
funny.
that
It's funny that
that
you like it so much and they would have gotten rid of it. Why would they have gotten rid of it? They're just tired of it?
yeah, they're tired of it,
Huh.
and it's not that like oh the grape smelled like grape. The apples, bananas had that funky, like had very distinctive things about it. Even the slaps is purple. It's got that monkey.
I
I
got you.
forget
Yeah,
what
the
the
cheetah
cross
piss
is.
it's a great high, but it's sort of unremarkable. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it is my one friend Anne, and some of this is because maybe she heard me say this, but like I get the sense of like a sense of well-being when I smoke that.
Huh.
Like it's like a good high to me. I like it, but I know that's very personal thing, like your endocannabinoid, like
Sure.
how things affect you. I mean, there's the generalities, but like I'm not so sure everybody that smokes it gets that sense of well-being. But yeah, for years now, that's my favorite to get stoned. I get this like always gets me really stoned and like a sense of well-being. I don't know, like slightly. I mean, it's not like some euphoric thing or anything like that,
No,
but
no, it makes sense. Yeah.
and some of that is like a lot of things. If you think that once, then you like, I sometimes think like, and I know in my circle because I'm the grower. A lot of times things I say influence things. Like I've learned the best is not to like say things about like what you like more or less because then
Well,
it
that's the
like
whole point of
influences
doing it on this
people.
show because we like to hear about that kind of stuff and then talk about it because it frames everybody's thoughts, you know?
Sometimes I've said, oh, like even with this pancake, well, it's not my thing. I'm not a sativa soaring high guy, right? So I've left, like, I don't put my personal thoughts on that
Well,
because
but you know
that,
enough about weed. It's like going to a restaurant, you know, chefs don't have to like everything that they, or even you
well,
don't have to be a chef. You can just be an experienced
I've had
eater.
a
You don't
few,
have to
a
like
few of
everything
my,
to understand it is done well, you know, like there's plenty of
yeah,
stuff that I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
really like all that much, but I can, kind
Well,
of tip my
I've
hat
had
to it a little bit.
a few of my guys that repeatedly over time, like, will ask me, because at this point, it's not like anything's really indica or sativa. Uh, Years ago, we might have had those lanes a little more, but everything's a hybrid. Um, Sometimes they'll ask me like, "Oh, which one's the most sativa uh, uh, of them?" And a lot of times, none of them really, because I'm like, I always lean that other way because that's what I like.
Hmm.
Um, So then that's why this Pancake Wilson Starburst, it's kind of got that. It's it's definitely lean sativa, the way it smokes, grows, everything. Um,
Yeah, both that
Yeah,
pancakes and the Wilson are sort of sativa leaning hybrids, right? The Wilson
and I think
has
that
the what is it
Starburst
called?
is,
The oh, it literally just fell out of my head. Papaya. So it's got a little
yeah,
bit of
yeah,
indica in it, but it's basically still kind of a 60/40, I guess, sativa
and
cross, you could say. Definitely grows
yeah,
like that too. And then the Starburst for sure is basically like
yeah,
sativa with some indica frost on it.
which
Yeah.
like it's not really tangy, but like in my mind, underneath it all, I can kind of smell like somewhere in
And
all that
Tangy is
weed.
very,
It's
very flavorful, but not the world's strongest high for sure. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, or it's a different kind of high. But
Definitely more pleasant high, but yeah, a little bit
sometimes,
weaker high for
like
sure.
I, you lose track. As the grower, you're you're usually um picking for your own taste. Like, but then I realized that there's when I first started having just a little bit of this pancake Wilson thing, and of course, like funneled it to those guys that mentioned. I have like two different loyal customers. I mean, been my guys forever. They still ask me, "Are you ever gonna go Tangy again?" Like they love the Tangy. Okay, like it was smelled really good. It tasted
Mm.
really good.
A lot of people love it, yeah.
Uh, I grew a lot of it for a while because it had good yield. I didn't smoke much of it myself. I always had a jar in
And if it's
my
grown really
personal.
well, it can have a good high too. So like being so fucking
Yeah,
poo-poo about it, like it's fine, it's totally fine. It's just not the world's strongest, that's all.
there
It's
was
a
a
cookies
there.
cross, and so a lot of cookies
I had
crosses
the
aren't the
jar
strongest.
there. Always had some headies of it during that time, and there would be these certain times when I was like, "Yeah, what do I feel like smoking?" And that was exactly what I
Oil
felt
cut
like
by
smoking.
Calio, right? It might be a little bit more than that, but anyway,
Right?
very close to that, yeah.
It was like, uh, and I always intended, but like I've always intended not to smoke the strongest shit first thing in the morning, just due to like trying not to burn out by, you know, Tansy was like, I should have smoked that as the AM weed, but like I still would roll up whatever OG or strong shit because that's what I do, and then fight through the laziness or procrastination that some of those heavier weeds, council off, whatever you want to call it, where oh, if I want to just have like a nice smoke for in the morning and not get too uh, boggled down by being high that first thing in the morning, which I always do. Those
And
certain
see, that's
weeds
the thing. I don't like
are
that.
perfect for that.
I don't like that bogged down feeling, at least not during the day. I like to be kind of productive and creative and
Yeah,
stuff during the day, right? And just the idea of just being stuck to the couch, not my favorite thing until the evening when it's actually one of my favorite things. Yeah, Bingus is making the perfect. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, there's the right time and the right
yeah.
place for
But
everything.
when I'd have 6 jars of flavors in front of me, just like the nut I am, yeah, I'd reach for that
They're all the
OG.
same. Yeah.
Back then,
See, that's my
OG
favorite
would
is
be the
having
one.
all different, like
Yeah,
the greatest joy in life is hearing the lamentations of driving your enemies before you and hearing the lamentations of their women. Well, second to that is basically having several jars of weed on my table with all kinds of different flavors and all kinds of different experiences from morning until evening. How delightful is that?
well, I
Anyway,
think
for other
most of
people
us,
that's not important, but for me, oh my gosh, that's paradise on earth.
I guess you'd call it wake and bake. I mean, I've been doing that since I first started as a teenager before school,
When you're
right?
going for
So
yourself and you got all the variety, of course. I mean, dude, I'm
Mm-hmm.
sampling every fucking thing I have.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I,
Sorry.
but then a lot of people that consume cannabis, that's not, not all people that consume cannabis are wake and bakers, like
Mm-hmm.
probably growers. Well, we're a different category of it. But so a lot of times those strains, who ends up really liking those strains are people that have more active lives, have kids, have whatever, and they find those weeds to be what they like. And some of the ones that I like, they say, "Oh yeah, that shit fucks me up, knocks me out. It's too strong," you know. So like people that smoke occasionally, that's where some of these flavors are the perfect. But if you're like a, daily all day long, wake and bake through the
That's the other thing we never talk
success
about, do we? We don't talk about different
tolerance.
people's consumption levels and consumption tolerances and stuff, right? That actually leads to kind of a mismatch in arguments or something, right? I don't know. I don't know how we could express it as an analog in the food world, for example, because it's not the same thing as milk chocolate versus bittersweet chocolate, right? I guess maybe it's on some degree, but many people who like bittersweet chocolate also like milk chocolate, so that doesn't really help the situation. What the fuck am I trying to say? Yeah, no, I'm not explaining this very well at all.
Well, tolerance is the thing, and I think if you're a grower, most likely it's because you love to be stoned morning, noon, and night,
Well, I'm trying to
right?
think, like, how do I explain this in another thing? Because I guess what I'm trying to say is that a lot of times I hear this quite often among normal weed people. They're not necessarily, how do I say this? They're not stoners, they're not, growers, they're not hardcore weed nerds like we are, but they're weed curious, right? Or they're just even weed friendly, right? They don't have anything against it. They smoke it from time to time with their buddies, and I hear all the time, "Oh shit, dude, weed today is just way too strong, dude." And like all of us start laughing when we hear that, right? Like I've learned to not laugh because, I mean, everybody has their perspective in life, right? But first couple times people said that, I thought they were joking. I was like, "What? You like what? Are you serious? Like there's such a thing as too strong a weed?" But no, for real, there's a lot of people who they would like to, just like you just did, Bingus, they would like to smoke a couple, three, four hits off their bong and not get ripped to the fucking gullets. And unfortunately for them, they have fairly low tolerances. So when they go and they buy a gelato cross or something or a biscotti or whatever that has a little bit of horsepower behind it, not, fucking 57 horses, but it's got 15 horses maybe. I don't know, this is a stupid example, but you know what I'm trying to get at. They smoke a bowl of that. They smoke two bowls of that, and they fall over on the couch. The movie's running. They missed half of it. Their wife has been saying something, and they didn't hear any of it. Like it's too much for them, right? And we all laugh because we're like, we barely felt that, right? We needed a few joints of that to feel anything. But everybody has a different freaking perspective from cannabis, a perspective with cannabis, and so it's important to remember some of these tangy crosses, some of these awesome blueberry crosses, on and on and on. Some of these things that have fairly low THC levels. And mind you, low THC doesn't always mean weak weed. Blueberry is a good example of a weed that actually gets people high, but it's only 17, 18%. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that these other crosses, blueberry cookies, for example, not super fucking strong, flavorful, not super fucking strong. It's good for these people that don't have a hugely high tolerance. They go to the dispensary, they go to their buddy to pick up some weed, and they can smoke three or four bowls over the evening, right? Which is kind of, I think, a lot of people's goal for smoking weed with friends, for example, right? I don't know. I guess I'm talking this whole time. I'll give
Oh,
it to you,
okay.
Binkus. Go ahead.
Now, let me interject.
Hi,
The
Vegas. Good
people,
to see you.
Cheers, by
hey,
the way, buddy.
bud, good to see you. The people that I serve, I take notes.
Whom do you serve?
And when
Saruman.
they like something, I make note. If they like it a lot, I make sure to have it a lot because I'm serving them. For myself, I may not like that weed at all, but in order to grow the weed that I like, I have to have a few, I have to placate to my
You heard
people.
this all the time in the past with medical growers. They'd be like, dude, I don't really enjoy this strain at all. I have no use for it, blah, blah, blah. But my patient just absolutely fucking loves it. This is their thing, da, 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 da. And in order to grow all the rest of it, because that's how it used to be, you could grow a surplus, da, da, da. But your original patient would get however much they wanted of this particular thing. They've changed the rules a little bit in the meantime, so don't quote me on that. But it's how it used to be, okay? So, long story short, a lot of times you'd hear from a grower, yeah, one, two, three weird fucking plants just for their patient, and then the rest of it they could basically grow whatever they wanted. Yeah.
Well, I've been doing this a long time, and so sometimes you get lost on like, yeah, you're you're really serving your your customer base, and they don't always like what you like,
Right.
But sometimes in the search of phenos
Especially when
and
it's a medical
the
patient,
latest
because as you
greatest
were talking about the
weed,
cheetah piss, gives you kind of that feeling of uplift, blah, blah, blah. Well, sometimes people find just the weirdest strains, weirdest cut that just does it for their particular medical condition, real
exactly.
serious medical pain condition. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the medical patients had, for years, Oregon was not one of those states that just gave out the medical cards willy-nilly. For the most part, you actually had to have medical conditions. It was quite sad,
And
to be
over the
honest.
years, I
So
go
long
through
story short,
phases
those people, when they would find something, they would stick with it.
where I
Yeah.
disconnect from like what Bingus is saying, or what they actually are saying. I'm just focused on whatever the phenos I'm searching or
Mm.
the latest thing that I got a hold of,
No, I
which
got you.
usually is something that leans toward what I like. And I mean,
Well, I have,
I
dude,
still pretty
I'm
much grow for myself. That's why I got in this in the beginning.
always
But it is a business, and so you have to,
exactly.
yeah,
I
like
mean,
pay
some
attention to
stuff
what they
like
like.
also like when I'm experimenting, some of the phenos aren't quite as strong as others,
Mm.
right? So if I have a patient that I know isn't really into the fucking high level stuff, I will suggest this pheno to them, and they usually like it. Do I keep all these things? Not necessarily. I keep the ones that I fucking like, but I'm
Out of
constantly.
curiosity, this is very unscientific because we haven't tracked numbers or something. But if you had to guess, how often is your pick of strongest pheno the one that other people like?
I'd say about 70%.
Right on.
Yeah, I would say about the same. You have to listen closely to
I
like,
feel like for the most part, people always say that everyone's cannabinoid system is so different. We all kind of either like or dislike cheese. We all either kind of like or dislike apples. I think for the most part, a lot of our sensory apparatus are attuned similarly. That makes sense because we're similar animals. We're the same animal, actually. We're the same species. We have evolutionary incentive to work together, on and on and on. So I think on the whole, our chemistry is fairly similar. So for example, there are exceptions. People with ADHD have different reactions to Hindus and OG Kush and stuff like that. Heavy, quote unquote indicas, they have a different reaction to it than, for example, people who don't have ADHD. But with those small exceptions here and there, I think for the most part, people have broadly similar experiences.
well, someone that smokes, not even daily, like some evenings decide to have, yeah, like we all remember when our tolerances were that way. Yeah, a little
Oh yeah,
bit of like
I
even,
remember getting just lit
damn,
off of a joint. Oh, I wish, dude, I wish.
exactly,
Even when I came
right?
back, I took a tolerance break and like it was such a like it was only 6 weeks, but still it was long enough that weed tasted weird and stuff. Like it tasted all like just like when I was a kid. It was really bizarre. Like I couldn't taste any of the flavors that I was used to and all this different stuff. And I got way higher than I'd gotten in a long time, but I still couldn't get that crazy lunatic high that when I first started smoking years. Oh, that was so spectacular. I wish. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to take a tolerance break for a couple, 3 months. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if it'd be worth taking 3 months off of weed for that, right? But it still would be delightful one of these days to just
Well,
get that lit one of
I,
these
I,
days.
I'll never
Even on
forget.
edibles, I can't get quite because it's a different high on edibles. You know what I mean? Go ahead, bud.
I'd already been like a grower and had, had plenty of weed when I went to prison in
Hmm.
94, 95 for a couple of years. But I would get these caps of like, I mean, crap. I mean, it was commercial weed, the tiniest amount, and we would take like a bugler of paper. And literally, you would roll what they call it. I mean, beyond a pinner, right? In
Like
that
from the
paper,
Lebowski, where it was
you and
literally
your
all
your
paper with just a
cellmate
little bit
would,
of brown in the middle.
one guy would get like the first hit, and then there'd be like two hits, right? You'd hold that hit, and I remember like getting so stoned just from like
Or
the
Cheech and Char
littlest
in
amount of
Up in
weed,
Smoke, where
right?
Cheech brings out that little tiny pinner, and it's like literally just like, oh, it's a toothpick. It was a toothpick. Sorry, go ahead.
And that was like, oh, well, you didn't smoke
I mean,
all day every
it's
day,
the
and
fear
you
factor.
didn't
It's the
even,
fear factor that
you were lucky if you even smoked every day. But
Hmm.
that was
when
my
when
mission
you're doing
there.
it behind the bars, man, it's the fear factor. I mean, plus you
Hmm.
don't. I mean, you
Yeah.
haven't
But
smoked.
I remember going, God, just like a couple flakes, what you just dust off the tray would be like you know, uh, one of these joints or whatever. And
I
man,
mean, when you have no
I
weed for a
take that
while,
one
yeah, even
hit
just the dust
and
off a
I'd
tray would be
be so
something.
stoned. I was like, damn, the smallest amount of weed actually really gets you
Hmm.
stoned if you're in that, you know, tolerance uh level. And Uh,
No, that's the kind of the funniest thing about weed is that when you are not a weed smoker, weed is actually a very strong drug. So for example, like well, sometimes of course famously people don't get high, when they smoke, but a lot of times if you actually smoke like an entire joint, you are going to get high even that first time. And for example, the first couple, three times people smoke like a whole joint or something, my oh my, will they get lit. But then you basically develop a tolerance, and I find that you just really don't get that high ever again. At least I haven't really ever like, oh, I used to
well,
get
yeah, a lot
so
of
high.
those
Like it was basically like
classic,
a mushroom trip. Holy shit, you'd see fucking colors and stuff. Yeah, nothing like
the
that these days.
classic symptoms, like when you're like a occasional smoker, like your eyes get super red,
Hmm.
or you get the munchies, or uh, yeah, if you smoke weed all the time, a lot of those are the things that kind of fade away.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah, I don't usually get the munchies
like
on weed
even with
anymore,
this meal
100%.
fuel, like two people in my base, a customer base, they say, oh, when they smoke that shit, that they clean out their pantry, they
Huh.
get the munchies like crazy. And I don't really like, I haven't gotten the munchies from weed like since I was young. But then when they mentioned it, I realized, yeah, when I do smoke that shit, I do get like I eat, like it makes me want to eat.
Hmm.
Like maybe not the munchies, but I remember as like a teenager, holy shit, you smoke some weed and just like want to just eat everything in sight. That was like a symptom of weed. And then, if you smoke, I guess morning, noon, and night, wake and bake all day long, some of those symptoms, like even get your eyes all red, or not. I mean, I guess they just you become kind of not immune, but your tolerance has changed for some of those symptoms. I miss some of
Hmm.
those. Sometimes I'd like to be able to smoke some weed and then accelerate my appetite. Like, oh, if I'm making big dinner or something, and know, oh, if I smoke this, it's even going to give me,
Well, it makes me
you
wonder if
know,
you were to smoke some different cut from we were just talking about sativas. I wonder if you were to smoke some different sativas maybe before dinner, if that would help your appetite.
yeah.
I'm
Well, I
curious,
mean,
yeah.
it's not like I have an appetite problem, but
Well, just out of curiosity. Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's. I've met you. It doesn't seem like you're starving. You seem to eat okay.
yeah.
But what am I trying to say? I don't know. Before you go out with buddies or something. Good example. If you're going out with friends or something, it'd be nice to smoke something. And, you'll have a better appetite. I don't know. It's the whole idea of appetizers, aperitifs, and stuff, right?
I mean,
That's not
I,
nice looking weed
I
dingus.
myself, if I don't have a variety, then like my tolerances are so like if I just grew one kind and smoked as much as I smoke, then yeah, like I take it for granted, but oh, I always have a variety. That's like part of what I
You're
like.
getting at you're getting at that your tolerance would go up because what are you
Yeah.
getting at basically? Because what I
Well,
assumed you were
my
trying to
my
say is
my
that when
my
you have
best
that
friend
variety,
Gary,
you never really tap
he,
out your endocannabinoid system. Whereas
he
if you
never
only
know
have
when
one, you
and
need
for
more and
what
more and more and
reason,
more.
but he goes weeks or months at times where he just doesn't smoke, and then he goes back to it. I haven't done that in so long, like like first thing in the morning, like coffee, and I get
Yeah, the world
stoned
annoys
and
me too
stay
much not to
stoned
smoke
all
weed, I
day
have to be
long.
honest.
Some of it is it's like I think it's like my job. Like, well, I grow all these kinds, and there's each batch I need
That's
to
right.
like, like
You got a quality test for your customers. What the fuck? Yeah.
something like that. I have some excuse I smoke weed all day long. I'm just a stoner. I mean, but then I realized, like, in today's world of the consumers, people who consume cannabis, mass amount of people, not that many people are in our categories, like that, uh, pretty much, smoke from morning, noon, and night. They're more
Yeah, it's pretty
occasional.
rare. It's pretty
And
rare.
and then and then when it gets to that, well, then effects and the differences are become bigger. Like
And believe it or not, a lot more women wake and bake daily smokers than you'd think. So there
Yeah.
used to be probably only, oh, not even 5% of the community was basically women. But now I would say most of them keep fairly quiet, but every once in a while they'll
Well,
say hello.
I've read,
Now I'd say
read
it's more like
stats.
20, almost 25% maybe, you know.
Yeah, but I think overall, it's like 50 who consumes weed is pretty even.
Yeah, that's about 50-50. Still a little bit more to the men, but men often are the ones that buy it. Go figure. Maybe for dates and
Yeah.
stuff. I don't know what it is, but um, there needs to be a lot more women speaking in cannabis. We've talked about this before. In fact, by the way, so at the beginning of the show, by the way, folks, I was saying I really would like some guest ideas. Please, I reiterate. So for anyone listening right now, if you can give me some ideas for guests that would be interesting to speak on the show, I would really like to interview some interesting folks. Among those would be interesting to speak with some women. Bud has mentioned some women breeders. I unfortunately don't know any, so if you guys could tell me about some, that would be fantastic. Maybe I can get in touch with them.
Well, you
Uh,
do. You know, Miss Jill, she's probably one of the first
I need to get
women
in touch with Ms.
breeder
Jill, and actually, she's so
that
close. Like, I have no excuse. We need to go and have a smoke sesh. We were supposed to a couple 3 years ago. Now we were supposed to have a smoke sesh in person. Da da da. I've got all the microphone equipment, and everything. We could literally have an in-person smoke sesh. Yeah, I need to. She's been on the show
well, I
before.
mean,
I need to get with
well,
Ms. Jill.
like
Other than Ms.
looking at
Jill, yeah, that's a good point.
those stats, that women smoke weed is almost as much as men or whatever. And then in these 4 or 5 years of being on YouTube or in this public domain, Instagram, all that, yeah, we're really a male dominated thing. At least, like, yeah, like seems to be. There's like, oh, there's a few women sprinkled in there, but not so many compared to how many guys there are, like, oh, is there even a podcast, like a cannabis podcast or a show like this that's a woman's the host and it's predominantly a woman's show? I don't know of any.
I think
There's
there are
a
a
few
couple. If I
women in
think
it.
about it, it'll take a second. There's a few that like are couples. There's this one called High Again. They're way bigger channel than mine, 100,000 maybe subscribers, and it's like a married couple. I presume they're married. I don't even know. And I don't know. I can think of a couple. You're right. There's not all that many, but our friend All That's Green has a podcast. Definitely a smaller channel, of course. So that's not necessarily what you're talking about, but.
And I imagine
There used
in
to
a
be some Instagram
predominantly
chicks for
women
sure. I don't really
discussion,
know.
they
But
would find that they gravitate to different strains that they like for their. I mean, if there's a difference in effects, women and men have, different hormonal things. So weed probably affects, like, yeah, I think we're behind, meaning it was pretty normal through most of my life. It was a male dominated thing and most everything. And a lot of that's
well, and that's what I
changed
was actually going to
and
get to be
changing.
honest. That's what I was getting to, and I just never got to the point. Clearly, cannabis is medicine, right? We talk about this all the time. I believe that I'm a medical grower. Um, how do I say this? Even if we smoke it recreationally, there's still a medical component to it, even then. And long story short, most of the people talking about cannabis, growing cannabis, breeding cannabis, in the cannabis scene in general, as we've just been talking about, are male dominated, male only, essentially, right? So it's all our concerns, all our physical issues get assuaged with cannabis that we grow and breed and everything else. We select for cannabis that we as males enjoy with our male dominated chemistry. So where I'm going to with that, I guess I'm being obscure. There's clearly a need for women to give their feedback on selections, on the terpene requirements for their physiology, et cetera, et cetera. I guess I'm getting high, so I'm talking like a weirdo now. Smoking some Wi-Fi 43 from Jones. Thank you very much to Jones for the super kind gift. So I have a lovely variety of cuts from him, or a lovely variety of buds from
Well, I've
him.
never dug into, but because of legal
So I guess
market,
let
there's
me finish my
there's
thought really quick. So, North Star has talked about this a couple times with a couple of strands of his that work really well with his wife because he works really closely with his wife. They have worked for years together in the seed company. So she smokes weed all day long as well. I don't know if she smokes all day long these days, but she's a wake and baker. She's famously an all day smoker as well. And she has a little bit different cannabis needs because, for example, she's a woman. So, for example, when she has menstrual cramps or whatever else, she needs slightly different strains than, for example, North Star does. We've never really had a chance to discuss that. It's kind of an odd subject. It's so odd that I even bring it up. People are like, whoa, menstrual cramps and weed and shit. Well, 50% of the fucking population gets that on a regular basis, right? They should have something that they can go to the dispensary, buy it off the shelf, or grow it from seed and assuage their problems, right? If people that have glaucoma or pain issues or whatever else can do that, why wouldn't women have a relief from that? There's all kinds of issues. We've talked to Dizzy Grower about fibromyalgia that affects women more than men, but it affects both to some degree. But still, why aren't there strains that explicitly deal with fibromyalgia? Well, partly probably because there aren't enough women selecting those seed lines and so on and so forth. I guess now that I think about it, there are a couple. What's her name? Oh, I can't even think of her name from Colorado. It's escaping me right now. Anyway,
Well,
another female
you
breeder.
know,
Go ahead.
like to broaden it out, like, 35 years of growing weed business. Yeah, a lot of those years are predominantly male, white dominated thing. Now, racially, oh, we've just like the world has changed. Oh, we're pretty current as far as like, uh, yeah, it's not a predominantly white thing as it used to be. But the thing with the women, we haven't made much progress, like as much as like, whatever you call the I don't know, there's all these terms for it, but like the equality of of things seems cannabis is a little behind on
Mm.
the women part of it. Like I think eventually, oh, that dam will break, and just like if women are 50% of cannabis consumers and users, they'll be represented all the way up to top at that point. It's just kind of slow. I think it's just slow.
See, for example, with like wine, I think women are the primary consumers, and I'm honestly kind of confused, puzzled rather, I guess, not confused, puzzled why women are not the primary consumers of cannabis. For some reason, men are the most common buyers at a dispensary and so forth.
Well,
Why not
women
women?
hold on to these things. It's not like we adapt to these changes, you know, like it's kind of an inherent thing. But the world's changed, obviously, in so many other areas, jobs and careers and the overall view, whatever you call it, Me Too movement or whatever. It's changed.
Oh
But
yeah,
and
I
I
was just
noticed
gonna
in
say there's so
cannabis,
many very unfriendly strains. I think a lot of women wouldn't even. I mean, if a bud tender said, "Hey, would you like some cokehead slut here? This is our top shelf offering." The fuck? That's a real
well,
strain from fucking
like
Riot,
most
dude.
of the
God
name
help me.
brands and most
Cookies
of
has
the
one
even
too. What is it?
I
Adios,
assume
motherfucker. I mean, that's actually kind of a
y-
fun name,
They
but
had your cat piss
still.
day. Yeah.
I mean, even cat piss, people hear that stuff and they're like, wait, what? Cat piss? I mean, when you explain it to them, maybe they'll understand a little bit better, but I don't know. Maybe that's more for old school people. I don't know. But yeah, you tell
well,
some
let's
woman
say
that
that
walks in, oh, the best shit we have today is cat piss. I
just
don't know.
imagine like the names of
This
strains
cat,
if 50% of the breeders in the cannabis space were women. Like, so I mean, even like what we call things are sort of a male dominated thing, right? Um, so like there's only a handful of women at at a even though they're they're inside the cannabis uh, industry, but not like predominant. You know what I mean? Not as men are pretty, predominant role. But eventually, that's going to change slowly. I mean, I think we're behind the rest of the like um industries, like
Some
most
places are
industries.
going further behind. Did you guys hear that the Texas Republicans, decided to ban all THC products? It's apparently going to
Yeah.
affect something like 50,000 jobs because people forget how gigantic Texas
Well,
is
it's
and how
a
many fucking people it
gigantic
has.
amount of billions that
Tons of
that the
money, but
state.
literally like 50,000 jobs snuffed out like a light switch. Yeah. Snuffed out like a
Yeah.
candle, I guess.
Well, you would think they would be the next state, like at least going
right?
and I mean they're the next biggest because Florida,
We
we
hear
never
all the
really.
time Texas is very weed friendly. It's been very weed friendly for a very long time, under the table because it's pound you in the ass
Well,
fucking prison to get caught with weed there. But people there smoke weed. Um,
I'll tell you, in the
historically, people
days when
grew
I was
there.
a deadhead traveling, right? Oh, Oklahoma, that was the place you better have your shit together because
Mm,
they'd bust you for anything. And
mm,
Texas, right?
mm,
It's weird. Oklahoma's like one of the big weed states, and
right.
then and we did. I'm just curious myself because I operated under Prop 215, the medical era, the whole time. Uh, but we didn't have like brands that are so established. But from what I understand, Florida doesn't have rec. It just has medical, which I assume that means you have to get a card from your doctor, all the things that were medical. And there's huge brands like Jungle Boys has invested
Yeah,
big
it's
over there
totally
and has stores,
monopoly
but
controlled.
it's not rec. So it's still under medical, and I'm just like
That
I
works out better
wonder
for them. They can control every aspect.
like the days of medical in California were great times.
Yeah.
You know, uh,
No, they learned their
I
lesson and basically took all the good things away and left the bad things. Right. So now you can buy weed. Same thing in Washington. Like you can't actually, most people can't home grow anymore. You have to have a medical card to actually be allowed to grow any decent amount of plants. Like in Oregon, any asshole can grow 4 plants. Like as long as you're over 21, you can grow 4 fucking plants. You don't have to ask anybody. You don't have to say anything. It has to be behind a fence or whatever, so you're not allowed to put it in your front yard, which is really idiotic, honestly. And so a lot of people who don't have a front yard, they're just basically fucked, I guess. But you can grow indoors, I suppose. But in Washington, no, they took away the home grow. You actually used to be allowed to have 6 plants, I think, in Washington, and they literally
Yeah,
took it
that
away.
seems like
Oh, later,
an
Binkus. Good to see you, buddy.
odd direction.
Yeah.
Mm. You're
No, they've
closer
tried to pull
to it.
that
I
shit in
mean,
several states, honestly.
yeah,
The
but
government
then they
seemed to
have
really dislike home grow,
weeds
go
legal and
figure.
weeds like in the they have stores, everything like that, but they no one can grow at home.
Yeah.
That's an odd direction, especially for a Western state. Like I always thought
I
that
guess
was,
that's how they want it. They want us just to pay taxes on everything, and that's all they care about, I guess. I don't know.
but
It's
then
a weird
again,
way to look at it, because you don't pay tax on every tomato you buy, you don't pay tax on every cucumber you buy, and you don't hear politicians seriously suggesting something like that, right? But for some reason, with a sin like weed, oh, it's okay. Everybody thinks it's okay to tax the shit out of it. I don't know. Intellectually, I think
uh,
it's not really okay, to be perfectly honest, but we're just somehow we accept it as a society. And you hear this all the time, people who are like, weed advocates. I don't know how many times I've seen people online, for example, say like, "Oh yeah, they should legalize it and tax it." I'm like, why do you have to tax it suddenly? Like they don't tax bananas. Like I remember kind of a weird trivia joke that talk about sometimes is that currants, the berry, the fucking black currants and red currants used to be illegal in the US. And it was basically due to a trade conflict with fucking Sweden or somebody. It was like in the 1960s or whatever, and it just held over that they banned black currants and the importation of black currants and whatever. And basically, if you got caught with black currants, they'd give you a fine, but it was technically illegal. Anyway, they removed the black currant rules, and so now I have a black currant in my backyard. Um, 20 years ago, it would have
well,
been an illicit black currant plant. But what am I trying to say? So my point is like, what are they going to come by and tax my black currants by the berry or some shit? It's fucking ridiculous, farcical when you say it that way, right? But with weed, oh no, it's okay. They can totally limit it. I can only have so and so many jars of weed at home at any given time because they say this all the time, even with medical card. Oh, you're only allowed such and such, and in some places it's generous, right? In Oklahoma, I think it's like 57 fucking tons you can have. But in some places, like it's a very specific amount and it's not all that much in many cases. They'll tell you like, oh, it's 16 ounces, or literally like a pound of wheat or something. I mean, well, that's not even an outdoor harvest, right? Anyway,
well, even the plant counts, like okay, four
misunderstanding after
plants,
misunderstanding after misunderstanding. Yeah, straight up.
then that means that you pretty much like what if you just wanted to to
What
grow
if you're a
one
terrible
time,
grower?
right?
Everybody forgets
One
that most
time.
weed growers are horrible at growing. We should all just accept it and laugh about it for a moment. Probably half the people right now watching are terrible growers. That's just a reality of life. And they kill half their fucking plants because that's what most people
Well,
do. You hear from most of your friends, they're like, oh, because, they hear you're a plant person. They're like, oh, I got these house plants. And I'm like, without even hearing it, I know they're overwatering. Like 99.9% of
well,
the time,
the
they're
plant counts
overwatering,
seem
right?
to be set so low that it's not like oh, unless you're gonna like grow four plants continuously and not and get a decent yield, it's not enough for you even to have enough weed for
That's it. If
yourself.
you're a terrible grower, four plants might not be shit. You might only harvest a half an ounce from
Well,
all four fucking plants. Seriously, that happens.
or if it's like a small tent indoors, even if
Hmm.
you're doing pretty good with it,
Or
it's
it all
still
went to
only going to
shit. You
be,
got bugs, something.
yeah. So yeah, there's the amounts. It's all like even that in California, which we were the like Prop 215, the medical. That I'm a baby boomer, so like, even when that was prominent, I was still like in my late 40s and 50s. Now I'm in my 60s, and and I know that there's a lot of people that consume cannabis, older people, as medicine, as alternatives for other things. That has caught on more and more as time has gone on, except that we eliminated that, which I don't think is by accident because, yeah, if Prop 215 was able to flourish over all these last years, there'd be more people open to it because they grew up in a different generation and and but that would be like even if it's just 1 or 2% less pharmaceuticals sold. Oh, that's not like it's not like an alternative. It's like, oh, you're older, and we could either give you these medicines in from the pharmacy, or oh, maybe you should try cannabis. A lot of people
I
seem
hear
to,
about this all the
you know,
time that basically cannabis, even when cannabis is only used for pain management, there's a few different correlative studies I guess I've read about. But long story short, even when it's just used for pain management, for example, people with severe, I don't know, cancer or whatever else, and they have severe pain, um, when they use cannabis in addition to all of their other uh, 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 pain relievers, all the different medications, they end up reducing in basically every single case. They end up reducing. There's an incredible story that I saved it. I should look it up one of these days and try to find it because it was a study of studies. It was a study of all the different studies, and they basically studied whether people continued taking the medication, whether people stopped taking medication, different kind of medications, opiates, non-opiates, you name it. And when people were allowed to use cannabis, in almost every single case, their use of all of the other drugs dropped like a stone. And that oftentimes has a very positive effect because, of course, opiates, they give you constipation, they fuck up your kidneys, they do all kinds of weird shit to your body, basically. They're not that good for you. They can cause addiction, on and on and on. So less use of a lot of those things oftentimes correlates to positive outcomes. And as well, we were talking about munchies. People were having better appetite, on and on and on. So long story short, the more research people seem to do on cannabis, the more benefits it seems to show for even basically like basic bitch ass shit like severe pain. I don't know. I'm not telling anyone that, does this all day, every day, anything new, but it's idiotic that we have to remind everyone about this.
well,
Also,
I mean,
apparently stoned on that
a
joint. That was
lot of
actually a
it
pretty good
was
joint.
just the guys to be legal, but like from 96 all the way to 2016, 20 years, it was Prop 215. So if you were a person of whatever age and was like seeking medical cannabis, there's plenty of information out there, stores that accommodated that, uh, all that. Um, Today, if you're that person, yeah, you're trying to sort through a rec market to try to find medicine. Like one, there isn't even like, oh, well, there's a medical price or that in California, which is a major state that has major, you know, how California goes is a lot of how a lot of things go. Um, yeah, we like basically eliminated that. Like it's non-existent. Like I don't know of a single shop that's just a medical shop, or I don't frequent these places. From what I know, it's not like, oh, but there's
I've
uh,
heard
a,
there's
a
two still in Oregon, but literally in the entire state, two. What the fuck?
yeah, and that is like kind of like that we let that happen, and all this change. That's
I don't even know where they
a
are, to be
travesty,
honest. Yeah.
because like oh, more of the baby boomers are going to be more apt. Like, oh, my grandparents were ingrained that weed was a drug. They were never going to change that. But that as generations change more, like even my mom, who's in Vancouver, Washington, in a Alzheimer's care place. Oh, it, she can't supplement cannabis into her med regimen. My friend Jessica, her mom's in the same situation down here, and yeah, they even recommended
Yeah,
the
see,
4-to-1 or whatever
one place will
tincture,
allow it, one
and
place won't. See, that's ridiculous.
right, which yeah, I don't think that's like some of the ways that this system has gone, and it doesn't seem to be going in the right direction. Is yeah, lobbied and purposely put in that situation to not, like, yeah, the pharmaceutical industry is not willing to give up 1/10 of 1%, right? And like you say, there's studies and stuff that show, oh, well, it's more than, it's a few percent, or it could be
Hmm.
up to 10%. So they're not
It's
willing
not a
to
bad
lose
point.
that.
Yeah, it could add up to a lot of money for them.
And they paying politicians and
Hmm.
lobbying, and shit's going down at a level, at that level. And then no wonder our like, now that we're going on like almost 10 years of rec, not quite, yeah, there's obvious problems in all systems, but we don't seem to like be trying to make it any better, just make it worse and harder. And
Hmm.
like that, I don't think that's by accident at all. There's a lot of play and lobbying and influence that is affecting like what 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 laws we're living with. Because like it doesn't seem like, oh well, we've done this now for so many years, it looks like we should adopt this or change this. Like even at this point, why wouldn't there be a movement from the state to like promote medical cannabis again? Like it helps people, and
You're not
people are
lying. Why
healthier.
why isn't there a movement? You hear about a lot of time coalitions of states will either get together and sue or they'll get together and recommend something. Why doesn't a coalition of West Coast states, not only West Coast states, but fucking half the East Coast and
In,
Midwest and everything else, get
in
together and say,
California,
shit, just legalize this shit already? I'm
the
surprised. I'm
first
surprised there isn't anything.
the
You're right.
first sentence of the Prop 64, which is the rec law, it's the first thing it says is Prop 64 supersedes Proposition 215. Oh, that was the linchpin, because legally that means, yeah, all that 215, the medical thing, is is superseded by
Hmm.
the rec bill, right? Now, however we let, whatever people were involved in making that the first sentence of the amendment, yeah, that had big
Money.
consequences, because
Yep.
it wasn't but like now it's years later. Yeah, it's completely decimated what was
Hmm.
a medical system. It might have had a lot of, players. Different, it was serving a rec thing as a medical thing, but there was a core that should have been like kept, and medical should have just grown. Why wouldn't there be a couple stores that just focus in on that? And no, like there's no
Yeah,
such
the
thing.
reality is the
Like
power players don't give a shit. And the only reason that they even talked about rec in the first place was that it was just probably a way in the door. Yeah,
I
that's the truth
remember,
of it.
like between the reader, that's this free thing, and just different things. There was You could easily find doctors to give you, pay them the $100 a year or
Hmm.
more to get your card. That was like a huge thing. They were there in every town. I don't, I, I don't even know if those people. I imagine if you looked hard enough, there's still a doctor doing that, but no, that went away too because there's no such thing. Like the prop, it doesn't like, oh, well, now that you saw the doctor and have your card, you should be able
There's
to
no
go to this
medical
store and
program
this
at all
store.
in California?
No, not that I see. No, there isn't. It just went away.
I thought
Like
you can
it's,
still
I
get
don't
a
know.
medical card though in California. Oh, I wonder.
Yeah, but there's no like,
It
you
provides no
can't go to
benefits or something.
this, right. It used to be even the first couple years, there was like, oh, no tax. And there was the medical shelf, right? Inside some of these dispensaries. No, like you go into these dispensaries, there's not, they're not serving that. It's just all rec. That's, that's the system, the metric. It's not like metric, which monitors the whole cannabis thing and creates the catalog they can order out of. There's not like a section that's like, oh, these are all just medical products, right? And oh, people wouldn't have to pay tax or whatever. That no, it superseded it. Rec superseded med, which yeah, you could have probably legally they could have worded it different, where rec was rec and medical was its own thing and was supported
So there is a
in that
cannabis
lane.
card. You're right that it has almost no real benefits anymore, but it has some still. They pay lower taxes, so they probably in Oregon, I think we pay no tax. So for example, if I wanted to go buy a clone at Archive or something, out the door prices will be different than the price they advertise, and you have to add whatever it is. I can't remember what percentage. It's substantial, 25% or something to the price. So if the clone is $50, you'll probably end up spending $70 or something on the clone. Whereas with a medical card, $50, $50 out the door. Same thing with weed, for example. Although I think the weed prices are out the door marked. I don't remember anymore, but long story short, you pay
Well,
less tax in
okay.
Oregon. So in
Well,
California, I don't know how much less, but it looks like you pay a little bit less. They also give you a little bit of cultivation privileges. I'm not sure because it doesn't really say right now. And then it does actually have reciprocity because some states recognize California's medical card. What else? And you also have a little bit higher possession limits. That comes up basically when you get in trouble. And, we always laugh about that. Oh, who cares about possession limits? Well, it comes up for people, dude. People get every once in a while, people get pulled over for the weirdest fucking shit. Like I've been pulled over because the cops pretended that I had a bad light. It was obviously just a chance for a bored cop to just fucking search, a teenager or something, you know what I mean? Which pretty much what it was. So, long story short, if you have a medical card, that protects you in many cases from a little bit overzealous cops. That sometimes is worth its weight in gold. So, anyway.
well, I mean, pretty much everybody I knew had a cannabis medical card back in the day because that was like your get out of jail free card for decades longer. Like it was a thriving thing, and to like it's less than 8 years, 7, 8 years now. It pretty much is non-existent. It didn't grow. It didn't expand. It didn't. No, it got replaced with
Mm.
recreational, which that's kind of a travesty to the to yeah,
Yeah.
like we're talking about. Like even though that wasn't really my lane, but I remember different. I used to cold call 215 dispensaries, for business, and some more than others were really serving medical people, like that they had knowledgeable people. They carried strains that were the CBD 2 to 1, that there was a whole thing. And then now, so many years later, and something that should have grown, no question should have grown by the current system, we we got basically not really well, kind of eliminated. Like it's not a
No,
thing
you're
anymore.
right. It's the entire system is different now. It's a good example. Like it used to be, for example, in Oregon, a lot of times you'd have a dispensary. I can't swear about the whole state. It's not like I shopped at 50 fucking dispensaries. Like anybody, I mostly stuck to half a dozen dispensaries, probably tops, right? But a lot of times they would have a medical side and a non-medical side. And so you'd walk in, if the store was split into two, for example, Left side was medical, right side was recreational, whatever, right? So sometimes it was, one counter or one side of the counter, basically. They kind of had separate products, basically. A lot of times it was the same flour and stuff, but they somehow separated in different areas. But
Well,
that
wasn't
led to
there
them
like
having, let me finish my thought, but that led to them having a different selection of stuff. And that included, for example, a completely different selection of flour. And so, for example, that meant stuff with CBD in it, stuff with a lot of different exotic terpenes and flavors and everything else, stuff that was known by the medical community. Medical patients would come back and say, "Oh, that really worked with my osteoporosis or whatever the fuck," right? And they would
Yeah,
they would
there was
basically
like
tell the
Charlotte's
bartenders, and there
Web.
was a feedback loop where they would buy more of that stuff from the medical growers that gave them the stuff that worked really well. Da, 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 da. Well, now when there's no medical counter, the medical patients have to basically fend for themselves or do whatever the fuck they do, or people don't even give a shit because there's really no medical incentive to talk to them. There's an entire arsenal of polyhybrid, predominantly cookie crosses that are all the same. They literally all taste the same. They look the same. They fucking feel the same. They grow the same, on and on and on. I'm honestly puzzled that anyone even gives a shit about any of this. It's like basically the Subway sandwich menu. They're all varying degrees of garbage. You know what I mean? So it's like we really are missing a lot of the old variety and also as a result of that inherent quality because you could really see the difference between this is a sativa. You'd have fucking super silver haze on the same menu that you might have the forum cut or you'd have an OG. These days, you don't have a super silver haze. At best, you might have the blue dream, which already is this polyhybrid. You know what I mean? So these the flattening of the whole menu is a real shame, basically, I think that has happened. And you see this all around the country. If I go to a dispensary in Washington, it's going to be almost the same as it is in Oregon, almost the same as it is in California, almost the same as it is probably in Oklahoma. It's going to be this polyhybrid menu where they might have a couple of heavy indicas, they might have Hindu Kush, they might have Super Silver Haze, but other than that, they're going to basically have a bunch of fucking polyhybrids that when you look at it, it's just this amalgamation of the same shit on both sides. It's essentially F6s of inbred donkeys, you know? I don't know, I'm being too much of an asshole, but essentially that's what it is. It's basically a bunch of inbred stuff. Maybe just lost Bud.
I hear banjos.
Folks, hop on here.
California.
It looks like we're having a pretty slow show tonight. If you guys don't hop on here, I do want to release some lines, so maybe I'll wrap up the show with a little bit of discussion on that. But I'd love to hear from a couple of new guests on here. There's all kinds of new cannabis news lately. We'd love to, of course, hear from some new folks. As you know, I was planning on having interviews for every single Tuesday, but I didn't have a guest lined up for this week, so I thought, oh, we'll just kind of goof off for this Tuesday. Folks, I don't actually have anybody lined up for next Tuesday, so unless I do, I had a couple good recommendations, but it is a little bit of short notice. So, how do I put this? Unless I can get one of those folks lined up, I would love to hear some recommendations, and that goes for all future shows. I would love to get some recommendations for guest ideas for the show. Doesn't have to be cannabis breeders, can be growers, can be I don't know. What's the bar that I want to set? It's kind of an odd, esoteric question. Do I want to talk to just random people? Ish. I mean, kind of ish. It is fun to talk to normal people, honestly. But I guess it's kind of, I don't know, where do I set the bar? Do I want to talk to people that have some kind of a famous name? I don't have to talk to famous people. So it's a little bit esoteric. That's one of the reasons why I'm like, oh, let's talk to a cannabis breeder because they kind of own their own business. It's easy conceptually to kind of wrap your head around some grower from some place, that could be an interesting conversation. But like I said, a lot of times they have a boss, they have an NDA, there's a lot of stuff they can't talk about. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. Be easier to talk to somebody who owns their own farm or whatever else. Well, that's obviously sometimes a unicorn, but we've talked to a couple people who either starting farms or Bud has family that has a farm, etc., etc. Those would be interesting guest ideas. Folks, let me know. I don't telepathically know who you know. Let me know who would be interesting. And if you could, cheers, Jeff. Good to see you. If you could hook me up with them, that would be spectacular. Give me a line recommend me to them, for example, give me their contact info, and then let me know or let them know that, hey, I know this cool guy who's got a cool show that I love, da da da. He'd be a great interviewer. I think you should hop on there. That would help the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen, because, getting cold call out of the blue, Oh shit, it's another YouTuber. You know, a lot of people yawn, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, help me out, help me help you have more interesting shows. It's in everybody's best interest. What's Jack saying? So Jack, by the way, confirmed there is a medical card, by the way, in cannabis. It offers some dispos offer less tax with the medical rec. He has one of those medical cards, by the way. Helps a little bit with home grow, and then clarifies you may want that card if home grower doing way more than six allowed by state, for example. Yeah, that probably helps. Um, in some cases, the medical card is enough to stop a conversation with the police. So, obviously, if you've got a, mind your own P's and Q's. I'm not talking about if you're importing pounds. I don't know if the back of your truck is full of what was the weed from Super Troopers, Johnny something or other with the fucking the monkey whacking off a banana. So if you have a truck full of weed, that's probably a different situation. But I don't know if you're walking around with your jars of weed in your car or something. A lot of times when you show the police officer that pulled you over for whatever speeding or a broken taillight or something your medical card, that's apparently enough for them to essentially go the other way. I thankfully haven't had to deal with that, so I can't swear by experience. So I'll just leave it to other people. But friends of mine have had that experience, so we'll just leave it at that. Anecdotally, doesn't hurt. We'll just put it at that. Johnny Chimpo, that's what it was. Thank you, Silent Truth. Johnny fucking Chimpo. CTC says you're covered by the First Amendment as long as you don't do commerce or until current president renames himself a king. I think I'm going to smoke another joint. What am I going to smoke, ladies and gerbils? I smoked Budzingus at the beginning of the show. Maybe I should smoke Bingusberry. You know what? That actually is a good idea. Let's smoke some Bingusberry. So nice to have some good weed finally. I've been smoking dregs for a fucking while now, saving my last little good joints for the evening joint of the evening or something. It's been, I don't even know how it's been so long since I've had a good harvest, whatever. There will be thin years, there will be lean years. What is that from the Bible, right? Anyway. Folks, hop on here. Oh, by the way, we should say hello to Jeff. Hop on here, folks. I'd love to hear from some new people. Would love to honestly keep the show running. Would love to just let the show running, especially we didn't have a guest on here, so it's not like I have to worry about editing the show or anything. So if you guys want to hop on here and leave the show running, a lot of times Bud and the guys want to chit chat until the late evening. You guys are welcome to do that, but please hop on so we can actually get that going. Otherwise, we may cut this one short relatively soon. What's new with you, Jeff?
Cheers.
Good to see you, buddy.
Nothing real new right now. Um,
What was this from? This was the Wi-Fi.
I looked into what you were saying about the boring tunnel, and yeah, you were right that
Sorry, the what tunnel?
the boring company's tunnel in
Oh,
Las
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Vegas, and yeah, so basically you get you get chauffeured but in a Tesla by somebody else
Hmm. Yeah,
through a
it's total
tunnel.
horseshit, basically. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess they can't keep a vacuum for that long a distance. So they're giving up on that totally. But maybe they'll go to, I assume they'll go to automated self-driving cars. So
He
being
won't. It'll
chauffeured
be some other company that does it. His fucking full self-driving is kaput.
by
Shit's not gonna happen.
Huawei's self-driving system.
Yeah, you're not lying. Probably BYD, whatever that company is. I saw those companies when I was overseas. They're nice, like honestly. And when people told me the price, I was like, the fuck? I was like,
Yeah.
because these days you're not used to, especially thanks to Trump's tariffs now, thing like, oh my God, the fucking drones and stuff at Costco have jumped like $200. So anyway, stuff from China is not really cheap anymore, but it wasn't for a long time. Stuff from China, like a good drone from China, they were kind of the dominant, DJI was the dominant drone. They were already a fairly expensive drone. They were kind of like the Apple of drones. They really, why would you undercharge on a good product? But the BYDs were like literally the cars like $10,000 and it's like a decent car.
They have
You
them
know,
in
and
Europe.
you know, overseas they have a lot of smaller cars, right? So there's a lot of cars that you could get for 18, 19, $20,000 that they physically don't have here. They're just too small. They don't meet the impact standards and everything else. But on those small streets and stuff, I guess they make more sense. Because, you know, some places overseas, in Greece and stuff, the whole fucking street is like literally, you know, you can reach across it basically, right? So you can't park a F-150 or something there. So long story short, you can get sometimes 18, 19, $20,000 Fiats and whatever else. But these BYDs, you can get like a four-door sedan. They had an SUV. The SUV was like $12,500. You could add new features and stuff. You could put leather seats and whatever else. But even with that, I even looked it up, I think, one time on the show. Even like tapped out. The whole fucking car was like 19 or $20,000. Ridiculous. Who knows? They're probably getting, you know, subsidies from the state or something, right? But even
Yeah.
still, like Tesla's gotten, Tesla famously gets subsidies from all, basically all the money that they make, most of the money they make actually famously every year is from tax offsets from other companies and stuff. So they're literally just basically cheating. Yeah, this is utter horse shit, fucking Tesla. Anyway. Somehow he's still every time he's just basically been bullshitting about robots. So now he's basically telling you, oh, it's no, we're not a car company. Yeah, don't pay attention to the fact that we have a 70% drop in profits. That's not important at all. What's important is we are going to be making billions. He actually said billions of robots. Billions. We will have billions of robots. So he's going to milk that lie for a while. And then, of course, when that turns out to be horse shit, he'll milk another lie. We're going to have millions of spaceships all over the fucking world. It's going to be amazing. Oh, by the way, apparently his satellites are falling to atmospheric drag, something that has been known since the 1950s. There was actually a story about that today. Dude is a fucking con man. I don't even know. I don't even know how he's the richest guy in the
They
world, but
A lot of satellites have
this is the
thrusters
world
to
we
keep
live
them
in
up
now,
there
where just
a little
everything is
bit. But
upside
yeah,
down and the worst run us, and the the
yeah,
the, the best go running and the fucking worst are in charge.
yeah. They're in low Earth orbit. So yeah, it affects them more.
Apparently, what happens is every time there's a solar storm, or even seasonally, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I think it's even seasonally, the atmosphere essentially expands and contracts, which is logical because hot air rises, right? So, long story short, when the atmosphere gets hot, I guess it gets just fucking fatter. And evidently, that starts to cause atmospheric drag on these satellites that are normally in more of a vacuum, I guess, and they start to fucking fall. So,
Well, this week in the surfing, there was a giveaway for the Australian lake, and the winner got this car. It's called a Tank 3000. It's
the
made by
taint 3000.
Tank.
Okay.
It's made by Great Wall Motor, GWM.
Oh, definitely
And,
Chinese. Yeah.
oh yeah,
There,
it's
that's the company
Chinese.
that owns Volvo, I think.
And I just looked it up, and like they showed the car. It looked really cool. I somehow it was in Australia, so I didn't really know where it was from. I just pulled it up. There's the Tank 300 and the Tank 500. It's like an SUV type. Yeah, the company was started in 2020. That's making them. It's in China. Look, didn't look like your typical Chinese car. It looked really nice.
You know, what does a
Uh,
typical Chinese car look like? You know, I don't think that they're because Chinese cities and stuff are crazy advanced compared to the U.S. Like they got fucking the bullet trains and everything else that go 250 fucking miles an hour, on and on and on. Like they look like spaceships. Like what is it, like 25, 30 years ago, Shanghai had like one or two towers, and now it's just like wall to wall towers. Like I don't know. We have a weird perspective of China where it's like ding, 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 or something, you know, from the fucking 1960s, where actually it's a high tech fucking. Most people live in metropolises. Like apparently half the biggest cities in the world are cities we've never even heard of. Chengdu and all these places. They have like literally 20 million fucking people, and no one ever hears about them because, of course, Beijing, Hong Kong, da da da, Shanghai, and nobody pays attention to these other cities that are literally gigantic. They're bigger than anything in America. It's really kind of a bizarre situation that we're just so kind of detached. Which, by the way, don't take me as like a big fan of like the Chinese Communist Party. It's just a shame that we're so detached because, for example, Chinese culture is so interesting. One of the reasons I guess we are so detached is because they're fucking such a different style of government. But anyway, don't all talk at once, gentlemen. Hop on, folks. Love to hear from some new people
Well,
here.
if China's going to get in the car game at scale, yeah, they're probably going to build better and better cars. This, the GWM stands for Great Wall Motors, and yeah, it's like a Jeep type of looking uh, uh, vehicle. It looks as good as any car from currently.
No, I'm telling you, those BYDs were awesome. Um, did I end up riding in one or not?
Now I don't know if they're available in the United
They're
States.
not. No, specifically,
No.
they're not. Um, can't remember
Yeah,
why,
I know
but they're
Denmark has
not
a
allowed.
lot of Chinese cars or some Chinese cars. And
Pardon?
they like electric cars there in Denmark also. And so they'll get they won't have tariffs on them or as much being electric, and they're probably small also. And yeah, not very expensive from what I hear.
But the point is, those BYDs were not very like a super small car. It wasn't like some teeny tiny compact whatever. It was like a normal car. I was just honestly gobsmacked because it clearly felt like, I don't know, the age of fucking sale
Yeah,
where literally they're trying to undercut the entire market because it literally feels like you're paying two-thirds of the price of a car or less. Because seriously, for the prices, I mean, you can look it up now. For the prices, you can't get them in the US, obviously, but overseas, they're apparently fairly easy to get. Look them up in Germany or whatever else. They're literally like the equivalent of 10, 12, $13,000 for a perfectly good car that you'd have to buy. Like if you're a Mazda, you'd have to pay $30,000, $27,000. You know what I mean?
yeah,
A
yeah. No,
crazy,
they're not
and I
trucks,
guess
so they're not
it's not a
big
one-to-one
like a
example
truck
because the
though.
Mazda wouldn't have an electric motor, for example. So it's really, and by the way, they had decent range and everything else. They don't have, I guess, 500 miles, but
The
it was like
safety may not be as
250,
good, and
300 miles. I think they're, well, they don't, that's one of the
won't
things. A lot of
last.
cars don't meet
Mm.
American safety ratings. And so, for example, people complain overseas that they probably don't have the safety standards of cars that are rated for American roads. That's a real issue because when you get into a car wreck and American roads are meant to drive at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, sometimes faster. When you get into a car wreck, it's a deal breaker, right? So if you are not in a car that's essentially a tank at this point, you're fucking dead. So great, you saved $20,000, but you're also dead forever, and everyone else in the car was dead forever. So it's not a small thing, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
at the same time, if it really is just protectionism that keeps them out of the market, that's a shame. So I don't know exactly what the story is. I just realized I just
Yeah,
read
they'll
it in papers.
probably be allowed to sell them. We'll see. Yeah, when everything's
I'm
said and
curious, yeah.
done with the trading, you would think like that would have to be some kind of concession type thing, and maybe they'll have to make them here though.
Mm, you're right. And call them all
Because because I
Golden
guess
Trumps.
they had supposedly they had factories being built in Mexico to build them and try and sell them here. I think it was BYD. Build your own dream. Build your dream. But yeah, the self driving's pretty advanced, and yeah, like I said, I know Huawei has one system, and they'll sell it to car companies. So Huawei doesn't make cars; they make a lot of high tech stuff. They made phones, but still do phones, chips, which is AI technology now with self driving cars, and so they'll probably just throw it in. So like the price of like that'll be something like people will expect in the future. It'll be built into the price of the car. Just like cruise control more or less.
What'll be built in?
Self-driving.
Mm, yeah, you'd assume. I think it's going to take a while.
I think now you can summon your car in some of these cars, and well, we'll see.
Yeah, they can do reasonably
They're not
simple things.
100%.
They
They're
can
not
do it
going to be
pretty well
100%.
too, actually, surprisingly well for complex environments, parking and so on and so forth. But
Cruising on the interstate.
roads are so complex. There's so many different things, kids running out, bicycles, potholes, this and that. It's apparently too complex for today's level of technology.
It
Waymo is doing a
seems
pretty
it.
good job at it, evidently. So I guess I should bite my tongue because apparently they have a whole fleet of cars that are doing fine. So,
It's amazing. Yeah,
you
they
know.
just
But they
whatever.
have
That's the way
completely different
technology is. It
technology than the
whittles
Teslas.
away.
The Teslas are all visual cameras, which can get easily confused by reflections and everything else. But wouldn't you know it, it costs less. Whereas the Waymos, each car is outfitted with like 20 fucking LiDAR cameras and or
Uh-huh.
LiDAR sensors
The
and
Chinese use that too. Use the
Pardon?
extra. The Chinese use
Oh, I
other
bet.
sensors
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Huawei system. Yeah, but to like so like it'll miss this and that, and then the technology will they'll just add that in. Like they'll just there's an extra thing to look for. Oh, look at that. And slowly they'll the things that pop up, they'll put something in to take care of that. And it's amazing. I can't believe it. It's actually happened really fast too. All that, but and even AI too, like it falls into that category of didn't think it would really work, and drone deliveries.
Yeah, and our understanding of it kind of is lagging too a little bit. Like, I don't know, how do I put it? Like on some level, AI is still a little bit of like a toy and a joke, but at the same time, it's not. Like if you use it right, and the people who use it right use it a little bit differently than the people who just kind of play with it. So, for example, people who really get into proper prompting with ChatGPT or any of them, they do quite a bit of prompts. Like the prompts themselves can be a couple, 3, 4 pages long. They're really quite intense because they do a whole process of limiting, giving context, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that the large language model knows exactly what kind of response to give you, and then you get really high quality responses. Whereas most people, they just fuck around with it, they just play with it. And so in the very much the same way, like people who really know what they're doing, the technology is actually pretty advanced, but at the same time, it's not. It's still kind of a toy. So for example, Google just released this, I don't remember what it's called, VO3 or whatever. Anyway, it's super advanced and people are posting all these weird fucking videos of weird shit. And it is, but it's also still garbage. Like, because there's no real, like people, a hand will pass through someone's ass, and like the video model still doesn't understand what the world is, right? Like it can clearly mash up ideas, just like a large language
Somebody was
model,
complaining
but
about the colors
it
recently.
doesn't actually understand what the world is. So it doesn't understand that an ass has substance, that the ass has mass, and
And
that
it
a
still
hand
can't
should
put
not pass
words.
through
Can't
the
put
mass of
words
the
into the
ass.
picture, right?
It doesn't
Like
understand that. The
random
world is
words.
three-dimensional, right? It just understands these concepts that you'll tell it. Oh, I want to see an ass dancing and then people and da da da. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so it does that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
long
It
story
messes
short, it's
up a
both
lot.
advanced and it's
And it
not
throws out
advanced at the
wrong
same
answer.
time.
One time he threw out an answer at me, and I was like, "Are you sure? Are you sure it isn't more than that?" And it did the calculation, and it was like, "Yeah, you're right. It is more." And it was like, thank you." I was like, "You're welcome." Yeah, if you question it, sometimes I guess then it uses a different way of figuring it out or something that, and it came out with the right answer.
CTC says AI makes stupid people average intelligence, but at the same time makes it so they might not even be able to read. I don't follow CTC. Using AI or what is it? Or relying on it? I don't follow. Cheers, by the way, folks. Who's in the chat? Jeff Papali's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Who else
But
in here?
I
Billy
just mean
Martin hanging with us. Pardon?
it's incredible the way you can talk to it and have more or less a conversation with it, and it's that's come a long way, I think. And you could ask it things, and if it's just knowledge to look up, that's generally accepted. it's pretty
That's the
good.
thing. It's really cutting
It's
down the amount of time that stuff like just simple research takes, and people really don't appreciate how much research you normally would have to do in just in general stuff. And I think everybody focuses on how, I don't know, all the high school kids are probably using AI for essays and stuff. But I think honestly, the teachers are probably just terribly lazy if they don't integrate that into their work, because AI is obviously here to stay. It's obviously not going to go anywhere. We're not going to have the Butlerian jihad or something like they
yeah.
had from Dune anytime soon. So long story short, these kids are going to have to learn this. And AI is like, at the moment, it's a lot like the computer from Enterprise. And the computer from Enterprise is intelligent and all that kind of stuff. So famously, AI is not nearly as good as the computer from Enterprise yet. But the point is, you can interact with it. Even like ChatGPT, you can talk to it. Physically, you can talk to it. And you can, so for people who are not able to type, we're just, I guess, not necessarily illiterate, but there's a lot of people who are not physically able to type or type fast or have physical disabilities, for example, so they can't talk or can't type, but they can talk to the AI, and you can interact with this thing and really do sophisticated research, especially if you pay for it, because people forget that most of us are just dabbling with the fucking free version. But every once in a while, I've paid for the paid version of ChatGPT, and to be honest, wasted my money because I really didn't at the time didn't have anything that they had that was useful. But like now, you can apparently do deep research projects and all this kind of stuff. So in theory,
Yeah.
you could, anything you wanted to, you could basically, I don't know, if I wanted to research types of cool glasses for
Well, these
D or
like there's
something,
a lot of
I could
topics about
totally set ChatGPT on it. And again, as long as you prompt it correctly, because most of our dipshit prompts aren't going to get you much information. Tell me about glasses from the 1960s.
yeah,
It'll just tell you general bullshit, right?
still
And
not
some of
too
it will
bad.
be hallucinatory and whatever else. No, you're right. It's still surprisingly decent, to be honest, for what you would expect for just a fucking chat robot, basically.
I asked this stuff about
But if
cannabis,
you
and
start if
it's
you if
pretty
you start
good.
to research how to prompt properly, and so like I said, you basically tell the thing what you want to know, how you want it to be told to you, what the context of it is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, where the sources
That's
that
a
you
good
wanted to
question
draw
to ask
from,
it.
et cetera. So in other words, it'll give you the stuff that you want in the format that you wanted. You can even tell it, please don't give me any general bullshit answers. So it won't tell you the same horse shit it tells everybody else, on and on and on. And so
You
you can
know,
do deep research. Imagine all the
In
different
the
history
context of a
writers,
stoner,
literature writers in history that needed to learn about, fuck, I don't even know, whatever. They want to know how Greek soldiers dressed in ancient Greece, in the middle of battle. Well, guess what? I bet you ChatGPT could do a deep research lookup on
I asked it
historical
for some
Greek dress,
recipes for
et
some
cetera, and it'll
edibles.
present it to you in a whole spreadsheet. What's that?
I asked it for some recipes on edibles, because basically I wanted some edibles that would last for a while. Like cookies really wouldn't last for that long. The eggs in it really gets it, but at the end, it recommended crackers. I'm gonna try that.
By the way, cookies freeze
Basically,
really
something
well.
that's
Some
dry.
people don't know that.
Yeah, freezing
I'm
is
not.
good. Yeah,
Oh,
you can
yeah.
freeze it. But if you're just gonna keep it around,
Mm,
okay, actually want
they
to
get
send
stale.
some to
Mm,
somebody in a care facility, and
mm.
so
is
that it's
Chat
just at room
GPT the
temperature.
one that Sam Altman is involved in?
Yeah.
He seems to, in the last week, be getting like they're back in the lead. Like a few months ago, it seemed like that other guy, Claude, or whatever that company was,
Oh yeah,
like
Anthropic.
Anthropic, yeah.
Anthropic,
He's
and
certainly
now
the public face. I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of these large language models are so similar. Honestly, Google probably has the best technology. But so, for example, their Gemini is super advanced. Apparently now they have that new video model. I haven't had a chance to fuck with it at all. But Gemini is pretty spectacular, actually. I've been using it recently just for random goofing off. Provides good answers, honestly. Well thought out. It reasons well, on and on and on. So long story short, what am I trying to say? I don't think there's all that much difference between all these companies. I think they leapfrog each other so fast that I don't know. And I'm hopeful that open source models will hold up with these, because I think there could be nothing worse than one or two companies controlling the world with their AI. I think that's like the dystopia of all our fucking nightmares. Maybe that will lead to the Butlerian jihad.
Yeah, you know, that goes along with like it being a life form, which I've kind of at times I'm like, yeah, maybe it is. just because it, like you said, it's not going anywhere. Like as long as we're around and our civilization, it's going to stay around. Like we go back to cave times, yeah. But yeah, or it's an evolution of it, the next. But and so it's like symbiosis, like and after a while, we won't be able to live without it. It won't be able to live without us. And what is life? Because it's getting
Now you're
really
getting heavy. What is life? Wow, that's a heavy one.
well. Some people say we're a simulation anyway,
Hmm.
Yeah,
but
don't know about that.
we'll see where
That
we're
mean
heading
like
with it. But
so this that would mean that science and all that and evolution is just a simulation.
Oh yeah,
I
there's
mean,
a
you
bunch
could,
of theories that
yeah, you can turn it
we're
off
an
and kill
alien
some of it, but
experiment, that we live in a
really,
vacuum bubble like our entire universe is in a vacuum bubble of another universe. There's a lot of different theories.
but I don't
Just
think
because it's
it'll
a
ever
theory
be
doesn't mean it's the
extinct.
truth, It's just it's a theory. We have no way to explain it, to be honest.
Now that it's been created, I don't think it'll ever be extinct, except like when, maybe we are too. Well, if the Earth goes, we're gone too. I mean, like that doesn't mean we weren't life just because we were around for a while. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
and
AI at the moment anyway, it requires our current computer system. So if a giant solar flare came and, I don't know, if a pulsar came and irradiated the Earth and killed us all, that'd be the end of it. Once all the power plants ran out, I guess the computers could continue churning, but there wouldn't the AI is not advanced enough to run itself now. So basically it would just, I don't know, continue running whatever
well,
problems it was
the
given, maybe, I don't know. And
dinosaurs
then
went
once the power
extinct though.
plants all freaking burned out, then that'd be the end of it.
Yeah, and now we're trying to bring dinosaurs back. So, I don't know. It is a deep question, but it is pretty amazing and it's pretty intelligent and yeah, more intelligent than us. I mean,
I don't know about that,
Is
but
it?
go
well,
ahead. Go
in
ahead, bud.
certain ways anyway. Yeah,
Yeah, in certain ways for sure.
yeah.
Better at recalling
But
information and stuff like that, and so much faster. Like I can ask it a question. I might know all the answers. So for example, if I were to ask ChatGPT a question about weed, it'll spew out this entire answer. I might know all those answers, but it came up with them in a second, not even a second, basically, right? So that's pretty spectacular. Go
yeah.
ahead, bud.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I know that this next level of computing takes a lot more power than the previous, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And like a
Because
virus is
they
just your DNA, just coding, just data, basically. Some people, is virus. A virus doesn't really fit into that whole scheme of life with
and wouldn't you think if it was so intelligent, then it would be the first thing
protists.
it would say is, yeah, it's going to eliminate hacking and and cons and all this stuff on the internet.
Well, that's the thing. It's not an artificial general intelligence yet. It's just artificial intelligence. It's really kind of an obscure distinction, but basically, artificial intelligence versus artificial general intelligence currently refers to AI being Chat GPT, Anthropic Claude, da 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 da, basically large language models, video generators, et cetera, that are effectively dumb and require your input. So basically, until you tell it what to do, it doesn't have any idea what to do. But once you tell it what to do, it's able to respond to that in some way. Versus an artificial general intelligence could come up with and answer its own questions, essentially. It'd have its own personality, for example, its own desires as a result of that, et cetera, et cetera. And there's nothing, as far as anyone knows, there's nothing like that anywhere.
This is going to be some wild products. Yeah. So with OpenAI too, they just spent a bunch of billions of dollars with Johnny Ives of the
Yeah,
of
buying his
Apple,
company.
Apple designer,
Yeah, what is
iPhone
he even
designer.
selling? I don't know, but they spent like 15 billion on it.
I don't know, and I guess that company just started a year ago.
Seriously, no, seriously, they're talking about, oh, it's going to be a product that will revolutionize, but they won't say what it is. So it's
It,
like,
I
okay,
mean, right
well,
now
tell me more. What are you?
there
It's
are a
going to be
lot
a
of
big
products
surprise.
that like
I heard that
just
it's like a
listen to your
brooch.
day and summarize it.
It's an intelligent plug that goes up your ass and tells you what to
Well, it's
do up
like a
your ass.
brooch. So like it'll be like a pit, something you wear that, but you. That's what I heard. It's a brooch. That's what the
So like a Star Trek communicator.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things like that now. Yeah, that's what they're using. It could summarize your day, tell you about things. You could ask, hey, what happened with that conversation back then? Or
Of course, you have
uh,
to ask yourself, why wouldn't you do that on your phone?
it's kind of like that. Yeah, it's
yeah. But
just
the one thing
a
about the
little cool
conversation you
device. But
had was you
But
were
no,
able
this one is made of aluminum.
to get details from expression, from tone, if it's in person, all that. Where it's only can get information off the text of it, right? I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
okay, you say it's so intelligent, but like if you asked it about a conversation you had earlier, you say it was in person, it wouldn't have any of the information that you
Oh, like contextual
experienced.
cues? You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Actually, that wouldn't be too hard to do because, for example, they talk about AI face duping and stuff is so easy to do now. It's basically trivially easy to do with the tools that are available. Anybody could spoof anybody at this point. So, for example, video evidence is going to be super hard to admit in the future. So, long story short, computers are obviously able to interpret and interpolate facial data, basically, because our faces do specific things when, when we're happy, when we're sad, et cetera, et cetera. And computers obviously know these things already. So what am I trying to say? Oh,
So
you can
my
interact, you can speak with, not only can you type anymore, but you can speak with, and I think on a couple of these, you can interact with your face basically, and they can, I think, read your facial expressions. So long story short, I think if not already, then very, very soon you'll be able to have an AI that can tell you, for example, this is very interesting. It would be like a AI business assistant. You'd basically go to a business meeting, and this could also be very creepy because anywhere you go, you could have your AI assistant say, hey, which of the women, so I guess I'll give the good version of it. You could be in a business meeting and you could say, oh, please go through our business meeting and interpret my mark or whoever the fuck who I was trying to sell to or the other people, interpret their reactions line by line by line. I want to know what they thought was good, what they thought was bad. Like you might even be able to have a real-time lie detector on some level. You might the thing might be able to know, oh, they raised their eye and they were suspicious or something. I'm curious. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out
well,
loud,
I mean,
but I
I
wouldn't be the
thought you were
least
going to
wouldn't
bit
have a
that
surprised
product.
if this
For,
technology is already available.
how about something for going to the bar and like just
And I
like
was just going to say the bad version of
scanning the
that is
women, or like
of
as I
all the
talk to
women I
women,
spoke to tonight,
it'll
which
let me
one
know
was
my
the
chances with
easiest or
them.
something, And
So
to
like
be honest, with enough data,
red to
these things
green.
could be interpolated, both good and bad, and both good
well
and bad
like
actors are going to use AI in the future.
you could take that
Like
to
the
mean it'd be
conversation's going
helpful
well.
to have like
Keep it up.
your phone or your device with a notification where it's just going along for your daily ride, but then it would tell you when somebody lied to you or something's not
Hmm.
true, right? But then
Yeah.
that would take them having to decide what's true and not, which that seems not to be what they're trying to create.
Well, and that'll be part of the whole algorithmic kind of programming of the thing. How good is the AI? How smart is it? But also how well programmed is it on the data set of human experience, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Does it learn in real time? Does it learn, like, does it take the Apple approach where it basically will be basically your personal assistant and will learn you really well, but it doesn't learn the rest of humanity necessarily or share your information with other people? Or is it going to be like Google where, oh, fuck it, we're going to share everything all the time to everybody? I don't know, it's going to be a weird future to be honest, because like I say, it's already apparently fairly easy for AI. People hear this all the time. ChatGPT will guess their friends' names, and they'll be like, "Wait, did you like search online or something?" And ChatGPT, being a smartass, will respond, "No, it's just you're really easy to guess." And most people are very, very, very simple. And turns out that if you give enough details, you only have to give someone 6 or 8 or 10 details before they can essentially guess where you live. Like literally the town that you live, anywhere on the world. You can tell them like what you ate yesterday, literally a couple restaurants, da 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 da. If you interpolate it correctly, and you don't even have to be AI to do this. There's all kinds of geoguessers that do this kind of stuff. You'll tell them, "Oh, I had chicken last night for dinner," and so they'll search all the chicken restaurants in the world. Like they'll have an AI that I don't even know. They'll have a To be honest, I don't know what they use, but whatever. They probably basically have a data sheet that essentially shows up all the cities that have chicken restaurants in a certain area. And then is, oh, I went to a park right after, and then they'll correlate
Well,
those two, chicken restaurants and parks. Well, it would be trivially easy for AI to combine the 15 different details that you accidentally share on any different day talking to your fucking friends, and then guess every single other thing about you. And I guess where I'm going with that is that in the future, every time you walk into a store, there's going to be an AI that knows everything about you and guesses exactly how to fuck with you. And the AI is going to be like, oh my God, every single time I show this fucking guy puppies, he fucking stops and looks at the puppies and then spends $20 right afterwards because he's sad or something. Seriously, AI is going to do shit like that. And we're not
well,
prepared for
when
that at all, you know?
you're saying they could guess the names, but like one of the things I'm always having to agree to, like, oh, this app needs access to your contacts, right, or not? So part of your algorithm's your contacts, right?
No, I know what you
So
mean, but for example, just physically the way things work, ChatGPT is not really integrated into people's Facebooks and all that kind of stuff. So how would it have guessed these people's names? Well, it may well have searched the internet or something else, right? But long story short, people have been trying to figure this out, and for the most part, ChatGPT has been responding. You're just easy to guess. You're just basic, essentially.
well, it seems like the
Whether or not that's
algorithm
true or not, I mean,
captures
OpenAI does
audio.
seem like a very, very scummy company, to be honest. All their best people basically quit and everything else for reasons of accusing Sam Altman and others of impropriety. So chances are they are fucking stealing everyone's information. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
what
like I
is
said,
this
people
data
are
set?
easy to guess. Pardon?
Because they say like, yeah, part of the
Did you say
sound
what
and
is a
things.
data set? Data set
Well,
is a
what
set of
is
data.
our current data set? Like, what's really contained in your algorithm at this point? I mean, there's times when
Oh, that's too
I have a
broad of a question.
phone phone call, like a phone call, and my friend or me mentioned, or no, my friend mentions something, and the next thing you know, that's in my search. That's in my like
Yeah.
like
No, you
and
can
and
ask the AI
right?
that you use
So they
often.
sort of
What
deny
do
that
you
they
know
do
about
all
me?
that, right?
Hmm.
But like at this point, it seems like they're collecting everything from keystroke to verbal to everything that you and yeah, that data is like what they say is the most valuable thing, right?
No, Facebook got caught mining other apps, so it was basically in fact, it was mining devices when it was not active, and it hadn't been given permission, da 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 da. But they were still mining everyone's information just for whatever
Yeah,
Facebook
and
reasons, right?
when Congress asked them about that, that guy, the security guy, had to explain. Yeah, even if you don't have Facebook, we still are like our security is like embedded to like you anyway. Like you don't even have to have Facebook, and Facebook's collecting
That they have
data on
profiles
you.
about you, yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
which
like at
is kind of
this
perverse.
point,
Yeah.
some of the things that they sort of deny doing, most of us are pretty sure that that tech is being used, right? I
Mm.
mean, we all have these. It's not just coincidence. You could talk about some something obscure,
Yeah.
and
And it's
next thing
not
you know,
them
then
like
you're
China.
then then it's giving you YouTube hits on it, Google what you know they they know that you that word came in across your that and yeah that I can't imagine what our data set really is at this point, what this algorithm is so valuable that they've been collecting on all of this. I mean, that's why everything's free because we're giving up all that, right? Um, and they say that's what's the most, that's super valuable. That's what makes Google so valuable. They have like a
Although people are talking about how Google's lunch might just get eaten because the majority of their revenue comes from search, and AI is about to obliterate search because
Yeah.
basically AI responses are superior in almost all cases to any of the search responses that they give you. So
Yeah,
they're
so
and
increasingly
no
just
one's
you
giving
figured
mentioned
out
AI.
how
this
to
Gemini.
monetize it
I've
either.
never
That's the
used it,
thing,
but
because
it pops up
Google's
on
got
my
AI.
phone,
So does
right?
everybody
Like
else.
Yeah, but how
Gemini
can you
thing.
monetize AI?
Well, you could
Now
put
I could
advertisements in it, but
things that I go to Chrome or
Yeah, that's
Google
the only
to ask,
obvious way.
like, because that's like if I want information on things, I could
Yeah.
just use Gemini and it's even better than Google, is what you're saying?
That's what
Like
people are finding. I guess that's an open question whether or not it's better. I guess it depends on exactly what you're looking for.
it
But
pops up. I've
in
never
my
used it
experience,
yet.
if I were to ask Gemini or ChatGPT, Gemini is connected on live to the internet. So if I were to ask Gemini, hey, tell me about, I don't even give a shit, tell me about indica strains from the 1970s. Well, Gemini could actually tell me about indica strains from the 1970s. What am I trying to say? I lost my train of thought. Uh, Good weed, by the way. What am I smoking? I completely forgot. Smoking something from Bingus. No, I'm smoking. I completely forgot now. That's how good this is. I'm enjoying it. It's whatever the fuck it was. The hell was I talking about?
And a lot of times
Out of my
I
head
ask like
completely.
where I oh a certain product, a pump. Oh, where's
Oh, the search. There we go.
I use Google for stuff like that. Like I could just use Gemini, right?
So I
Like
guess that's what I was trying to say and then completely lost my train of thought. That you can ask Gemini, hey, tell me about indica strains from the 1970s, and it'll give you a report and then it'll also give you links, basically, because at the bottom of it, it'll get, or at the bottom of it, it'll give you sources. ChatGPT and Claude will, for the most part, do that kind of stuff too, but they're limited. Like with ChatGPT, I think is still limited until like 2020 or something. So anyway, long story short, any articles that were written more recently than that, it wouldn't have access to. Whereas I think Gemini has access to the entire internet. Whereas if you were to just do a Google search, cannabis strains from the 1970s, you'd get probably 10,000 hits for articles, but it'll be old High Times articles and whatever, and you'll have to sort through that yourself. Now, Google has traditionally been pretty good at their whole thing was relevancy, right? Because a lot of the other search engines didn't give you relevancy. I can't even remember the old names of them. But anyway, you'd search for something and it would just give you a list of 10,000 things that you have to search for. But Google actually would give you sometimes more relevant stuff and less relevant, and it would show the most relevant at the top. Long story short, Gemini is giving you that on steroids because it gives you an entire explanation. You can tell show me cannabis strains from the 1970s, but only use language that a 5-year-old would understand. And it'll fucking do it. It'll give you in simple language, or you tell it
and who's Gemini?
only
That's
give it back to me in ionic pentameter, and the fucking AI will do it for you. It's just absurd, honestly, what this stuff will do for you.
and Gemini's part of Chat GPT.
No, 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 no,
Like
completely
that.
different. Gemini is from Google.
Oh, it's just a upgraded Google.
Yeah. No, it's not an
More
upgrade at
high
Google.
end.
We're talking about different product, the same product from different companies. So this is the Mazda Miata versus the, well, I guess there's no comparison to the Miata. This is the
Yeah,
Honda
Google
sedan,
AI. It's
Toyota
like Google
sedan,
Chat
fucking Audi
GPT.
sedan, whatever the shit. So the Le
What's
Chat,
Microsoft's called?
and what's the other one that I like from France? There's a couple different ones from France that I use. ChatGPT is from OpenAI. Gemini is from Google. Claude is from Anthropic. What else?
What's
Probably.
Microsoft
Oh,
use?
there's the Chinese one, DeepSeek. What else?
I think Apple
Azure. I don't.
Intelligence, right?
That's
AI,
right.
Apple
No, wait.
Intelligence.
So for the most part, I've been using with Microsoft, like Bing and stuff. It's just been ChatGPT. But I guess I heard that Microsoft has another one. What's it called? Is it that Azure or whatever, or is that something else? No, Azure is something completely different.
I don't know. It pops up. I don't know. I forget what it is.
Well, the
Yeah, they
next time
integrated
I'm
AI in
looking for
there. I don't have
information,
Yeah.
Windows, so I don't, but
When,
they
and
integrated AI in the Clippy or some shit. I can't remember.
I haven't seen the Apple Intelligence. I mean, I've seen like the devices that
It's
they
kind
have.
of it's kind
We
of
can
bombed
handle
out.
it.
Yeah, it hasn't really gone anywhere.
It hasn't really gone.
Apple was
But I
talking
think
about
that's
it,
their,
but it
you
just
know,
hasn't really gone anywhere.
A for Apple.
Maybe they'll finally
I
nail
didn't
it.
never,
Apple's kind
I
of famous
never,
for
I
perfecting
never
stuff, but
downloaded anything. But then I don't know. It's been a couple months. I don't even know what happens. This thing will come up. Oh, hi, I'm Gemini. Like I never, I
well,
just
because you
like
have an Android phone. Yeah.
so that's just part of the
Yeah, I probably
system. I've
updated
yet
it.
to
It's part
try
of
it.
probably part of the new
I guess
system.
that the next time I'm like searching down whatever, I usually go to Google. I should try it. See, I mean, imagine if it's Google, it's at least what Google can give you as far as
Yeah, it's whatever. How do I put it? Most of the technology basically came from Google. Almost all the advancements essentially came from Google, and they're like anybody that's worked on something for 10 years, they're essentially way ahead. Um, it was kind of surprising to everybody that all these different other ChatGPT and all these other guys were so far ahead in the public consciousness, and Google has been backpedaling all this whole time, basically trying to catch up. So anyway, what am I trying to say with that? We shouldn't be so surprised that their products are good, I guess.
Well, like you mentioned it first, but I forget. I was CO2 issues. I was Googling things, and I felt like it was harder to get relevant responses,
Oh
or
yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, the internet
and then I
basically is
think
already
maybe
choking on all
that
this AI
coincided
garbage.
when with the Gemini coming out and AI's influence on all this, because something changed, right?
Yeah, basically AI is feeding on itself and kind of and shitifying the internet for real. Because every year, famously, every year we produce, I think it's like an order of magnitude more content, period. Just that includes everything, TV, radio, people DMing each other on Instagram, you fucking name it, basically. More content is created every year by an order of magnitude. In other words, at least by a factor of 10, if not 100, than the year previous. And you can imagine every single year going back in time. We've produced a lot of shit. Like imagine even in the 1950s, they were producing books and TV shows and Encyclopedia Britannicas and all this fucking shit. Well, every single day now probably is more content than a year back then in the 1950s. And a lot of it now is literally just the internet talking to itself, AI essentially talking to itself and creating. You can see this on Reddit. A lot of bot comments, a lot of uh, uh, bot posted stories, like bot karma farmers. It's really bizarre. I don't even know what the whole money.
AI is the only one that can keep up with all the new content.
100%.
Like
They're
YouTube.
they're talking about it for years now on Twitter. Apparently, the majority of the content was apparently bots talking to themselves, and evidently now that's one of the only ways that shitter. It's called zitter, pronounced shitter now. Anyway, it's apparently one of the only ways that it actually makes any money now is basically just bots talking to each other and getting ad revenue for it. But essentially, AI feeding on itself basically is like half the internet now. I didn't make a very good case for that, but I'm a little bit stoned, so
Well, and then there's like the newest one that needs to be trained. So then the old ones are there to
that's it.
help him along, right?
Wouldn't that be nice? The nice young Padawan. You got the
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi
The
AI and
senior
the
AI up
that
to junior.
come on, in my day, young AI, we had to calculate both sides of the asshole. Silent Truth says Gemini is up all up into my Gmail now. I like that. Martial artist says IBM stands for Immense Bowel Movement. I knew a guy down in California. I used to walk my dog, and he worked at IBM, but he fucking hated it. He would enjoy that like crazy.
They used to be really douchey strict.
Oh, it's apparently a very douchey
Color of
company.
your
Yeah,
shoes, color of your tie.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't think
my
they
phone
started
every
IBM,
so
but IBM
often
had their own. They had a Nazi branch. They totally
I'll
collaborated with the
come to
Nazis.
it and it'll be like whatever's updating. And I always feel like, oh, yep, that's where whoever these companies are just, and even though it's you have an app that you agree to whatever that's about this or that, that doesn't mean they're not like when they're updating you, just taking everything off too, right? I mean, that's part of what you agreed to, right?
I'm
To
not
get the
following.
free app.
Oh, you mean that
Well,
they're stealing your information? Well, that's the
Well, they're
thing.
not
Basically,
stealing
that's
it. It's like
that's.
you've agreed to it. You've like said, yeah. So as they're
See, this is
updating you, they're
unfortunately a lot of people say
Yeah,
that this is kind
that
of a
sucks.
corrosive. This is a corrosive perspective in the internet. People are like, oh, I've lost it already. They stole it from me already. So what does it matter? Well, what it matters is that you've kind of conceptually unlocked the door and given the thieves the stuff already. You're like, come, take it anytime you want. It's kind of conceptually a bad way to look at the world. So, for example, not that I'm necessarily an Apple fanboy, but I do have an iPhone. And one of the reasons why I have an iPhone, I have a fucking Mac computer, da da da. Apple is not a perfect company. They're in fact garbage in a lot of ways. But one of the business choices they've made, and they could switch like a light switch if they got a new CEO or something. So never believe a company as far as you can throw them, right? But one of their selling points right now is that they're privacy oriented, and by
Yeah.
default, they don't allow most of the tracking and so on. So every single app, actually Facebook, for example, famously hated the fuck out of this. It cost them apparently billions of dollars overnight as soon as Apple integrated that new policy where it would say ask app not to track or ask app to track while app is open, whatever the options are. Overnight, almost everybody selected the option where don't fucking track me, motherfucker, because they don't want you to fucking track them. What the fuck? Like a reasonable person wouldn't want to be tracked for any fucking reason. Why would they allow Facebook to track them? And Facebook overnight lost like half their fucking shit. Anyway, what am I trying to say? One of the selling points of Apple is that they consistently basically value your privacy. Other companies are different. So, for example, Android, famously, they don't give a shit because it's owned by
Yeah.
Google, that basically famously, like, they want your shit, right? So they traditionally devalue your privacy. Well, again, there's only really two choices. It would be nice if there were more choices in the world. There used to be Windows Phone, whatever, but that flopped like a fucking, I don't even know, like a duck with one leg. So long story short, you can only really choose Apple or Android. Okay, well, great choices. Anyway, I
Well,
chose
I
fucking
mean, just like
Apple
like
rather.
like with phone calls, you can pay extra for they filter out uh spam calls all the like what would be like obviously nothing's for free. So anything you're getting for free from the internet is because you're the customer, right? Or you're the
Well,
product,
again,
right?
arguably one selling point with Apple because Apple owns their operating system. When you buy an Apple phone, you're buying from them. So like they have an incentive to, and
Okay.
in many cases, they sell you a monthly service for whatever reason. So there's a
But
direct connection there. But you're right. When you buy a
shouldn't
Huawei phone or whatever, it's an indirect
or
connection and
even like
someone
you
is
say,
probably selling your
Androids
shit. You're right.
owned by Google, what there should be a thing where when you first set up your phone, you could say, okay, well, how much is it? I'd rather pay the X amount. Like, how much is that worth to them? Like, what are we really paying for
In
all this
fairness, I
stuff
think a
that's
couple of the
free?
companies do it that way. I think Samsung maybe does it that way. I don't remember because I don't have a Samsung, but I've heard that there's a couple of companies where they actually do because they have their version of the Android operating system. Samsung famously has their version of it with a bunch of different apps that they created, and evidently there are a couple different companies that are a little bit more privacy focused. So that's very good. I think that's a good step in the right direction. But again, it's a little bit unfortunate because it comes from
I mean,
Android, it comes from Google that incentivizes knowing everything about you.
like, I'm
One of the
such a
reasons why I don't like Chrome
I'm not
is that
concerned
it
what they
sends
taking
everything back
from
to
me.
them.
Like, because some of it,
I
like,
am.
yeah,
I
like,
just I think they don't deserve it. Like I said,
well,
basically, you'd be
right.
surprised how much of your information is, how do I put this? You'd be surprised how easy your information is to read like a book. If you knew how easy you were to read like a book, you'd be more
Yeah.
reluctant to share that information with everybody. It's the same reason why people close their doors. Like honestly, I just fuck. I don't need the whole world to see what I'm doing inside. I don't know. We don't make our houses out of windows. We have windows in our houses because we like to see the outside world. But then in many cases, we close the curtains
And
because we like to have privacy.
what's the guy
We all deserve
that like
privacy.
had is hiding in some embassy because he exposed that our government was like collecting everything
Oh, that's
too.
a complicated story. Dude's not really that
But
much of a
like,
hero in the end. But go ahead.
but okay, so the government claims, oh well, we stopped doing that, right? Oh,
That's a
I
long
don't think
story.
that
No, no. You're talking
I
about
don't
actually
think they
about two
stopped
different
doing it.
guys.
Like
No, the
I
government has
imagine
super
that,
surveillance on everybody. Yeah, like the NSA
yeah, they're
knows
collecting their
everything
own
about all
data
of us.
set,
Yeah.
like is the same one that Google
You
is
know, their
violating
justification, and
anybody
I don't
else.
know, philosophically, I guess you could be on either side of this. You could say, hey, that's not justified, or hey, it is justified, I guess, on because as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, oh, I suppose they have a point. The NSA probably says, hey, they're justified in knowing everything about everybody in the entire universe because their job is to protect America or something from all threats, probably foreign and domestic, however they phrase it. Okay, I
Well, I was
guess if you
listening
phrase
to
it
this
that way, then
lady.
that's a logical point. Okay, they probably should know what kind of toilet paper I use and everything else, because again, AI might be able to interpolate. Oh shit, 15% of the time, people who use this toilet paper and buy this banana become terrorists or something, you know?
If I
And
understood it right, this lady that I was listening to on a show wrote a book, and it's really about Sam Altman. It's not negative necessarily, but what she says the power of where he's at the moment is he's got huge data. He's got the data. He's like got the most data because whoever has the most data is gonna excel
Oh, I would
more
argue
to the
probably
next
Google,
guy.
but I don't know. It's probably splitting hairs.
Well, I guess he's made some deals along
Uh,
the way. He's got access.
Amazon, Facebook.
Yeah,
Good
how much
point.
is
Yeah.
that data? They're starting to talk about that data being the most valuable thing.
Well, but again, at
Like,
this point, what data are we really talking about? If we're talking about the entire internet, how much more data could you possibly have than the entire internet? And everyone has access to
well,
the entire internet.
no, like being able to know your friends and know what you're gonna spend $20 after looking at a puppy. I mean, like, and that's just the sales end of it. Who like, what's the end goal of have that data? Why is it so valuable? Not
I'm
just
not
because it
following with the puppy.
sell us things. Like, well, earlier when you said that, oh, it it will see that you like spend $20 after seeing a puppy.
Oh,
Like,
Yeah.
well, I guess I was using a bad example, or maybe I didn't follow the
I
example. Now
mean,
I understand what you're trying to say.
if
Well,
this
for
selling that
example, a
stuff
few
is the
years
worst
ago,
that this data is used for, but I think that the data
oh, it'll be
they
used
got
for
it.
far more than that. Yeah, no, it'll be used for
Yeah,
political propaganda. Don't forget that now it's not efficient to send out targeted political ads, but in the future it'll be trivial to send out targeted political ads to each individual person that has been. It would be completely cost ineffective to build up profiles on every single voter or something, but with AI, it would be trivial to build a profile of every single voter. And for example, your party maybe will build preferential profiles to get you to spend money. They'll tug on your heartstrings. They will send pictures of puppies and fucking starving babies and whatever else. But there will also be adversarial profiles. So, for example, the other party, if you're a Democrat, there'll be a Republican profile of you, and they'll send you hate mail to get you to discourage you from voting or lead you astray or whatever else. There's all kinds of malicious actors in the political system. Like I say, corporations will constantly propagandize you, and people don't realize how easily propagandized they are in terms of food, how susceptible they are. We all think we're big, stoic Clint Eastwoods or something, but we fall for it all the time. We see a commercial for hamburgers commercial break for our fucking show, and all of a sudden, once you know it, we're driving over to Burger King because all of a sudden we're fucking hungry. We don't realize it because we don't think about these things really. But if everywhere you walk, you're being beamed a like a personal attack ad version of guerrilla marketing or whatever else, like it's going to be really imposing. How do I put it? Imagine everywhere you go is those people with the flyers personally talking to you, but it's going to be an AI targeting you with advertising from fucking whatever, Walmart, Nordstrom's, literally everywhere you go. Like,
which comes down to sales, right? So I mean, I've always looked at this data they're collecting. Is this a way to sell you stuff, right? Eh,
well, but again, like I
Like,
said, there's going to be
what's the
political
like? Is
ads.
that
They're going to
political?
physically discourage you. How do we know people aren't just going to be assholes about it? Because it's going to be fairly trivial to send. I mean, it doesn't cost all that much to send out campaign mailers and stuff. So some rich asshole that just wants to discourage everybody and just shit on everybody will send out disinformation to everybody generated personally to each individual person with AI. That could happen. Like that, there could be all these consequences. There could be foreign actors, China. Maybe China wants to discourage all Americans one day. They could send us all fucking mailers with some crazy propaganda. Social Security is going to be used to buy drugs for Joe Biden's son or some shit. You know what I mean? How do we know?
Yeah, or it wouldn't even be that abrupt. I mean, they could take the slow road where they just embed, like, next thing you know, change the whole what fact. Like,
They don't even have to
like
send
at that
mailers.
point,
They can
it's
create individual AI Facebook profiles that argue with you on Facebook and basically discourage you from any particular thing, piss you off,
yeah.
make you angry, whatever else. Like we're in
And at
for a
this
fucking
point,
spicy future, I tell you what.
like, it's not like you could say, "Well, I'm going to opt out." Like, okay, that means you
No, I
don't
think
have a
that ship
phone,
has sailed. I think opting
right?
out, I hear this more and more. I think we're going to probably have another Luddite movement. And I hear little bits and pieces here and there, I think are actually coalescing towards this. I
Yeah.
hear that young people now are either giving up phones completely or going back to dipshit like not even smartphones, but the old like flip phones basically now. And the reason why is they're just sick of this constant bullshit. It's kind of ironic because like the younger generation, you would assume would be receptive to the newer technology. No, quite the opposite. They're getting fed up with it because they grew up with it. There could be an entirely new Luddite movement where we go back to physical books and in-person meeting and no AI and everything else, right? I mean, the technology will continue, of course,
Board
but there
games.
may be an entire pushback to it.
Yeah, I don't like you say. I don't know if you can. The majority of people, or like what you even saying, you'd have to like go down that rabbit hole to make that choice, right? Where if you just went along with the program, how you opt out, right?
I don't think I follow. Say it again.
Well, we can't really opt out. Like once you have
It's like
a
opting out of
regular
the future.
phone, whatever, you turn it
Yeah, now I
on,
see what you mean.
agree to
Yeah,
whatever,
no, there's not really a way.
you're you've signed on to this information, this ability to
The
all
only
these
thing that
things that
I
right.
hope that companies are going to, for example, this is one thing that I assume that Apple would, it's the kind of thing Apple would do, that you'll have a personal AI. Maybe this is Johnny Ive's whole thing. I don't even know, but you'll have a personal AI that will interact with the world on your behalf.
Yeah,
And it'll be on your team basically. And so, for example, anytime someone's
your
trying to
team,
scam you,
or is
your
it on the
AI will
team
potentially
of
fight back. You'll have a firewall AI. You'll have a, I don't even know. You'll have a fucking anti-scam AI, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that will constantly warn you of threats, warn you of danger, on and on and on. I don't know. I hope because obviously they'll probably charge us $57 a month for that service, but wouldn't it be nice if every time you buy an iPhone, it'll come with, for example, Siri will actually be useful for a change and will help you avoid scams, help you avoid shitty ads, help you avoid propaganda. I don't know. Filter out your email for obvious scams and so on and so forth.
yeah. I mean that would all be good, but
That would be useful, right?
I mean,
No, and that's right too. CTC mentions this. This is an interesting point. Even if you personally opt out, in the future, anyone that you're around will be collecting data on your behalf in their phones.
yeah,
So, like, you
yeah,
won't opt out on their phone, so they'll be able to collect data on you. So, for example, their intelligent background AI that's collecting data nonstop from their shitty phone, from Huawei or whatever Android phone. It'll, and they forgot, they basically just said yes to everything. You can collect anything you want. They'll be having dinner with you and they'll collect everything about you. So they'll, you'll be having dinner with your buddy. You tell your buddy everything, right? Oh, I'm dating so and so. I'm going here. I'm work here now. I do this, da 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 da. And they'll build a profile of you. So, like you say, whether you, it's kind of like the Facebook, where even if you didn't have a Facebook account, they still built a profile of you. They'll build a profile of you just from your friends' interactions with you. Yeah, we're also
well, I
fucked.
mean,
Like, I think privacy is going to be a thing of the future unless we literally put our
when I
phone in a
saw this
lead
interview
bag
with
when we walk in the house.
the this lady that was really smart from Cloud, that Entropic, she pointed out that like if you got an account, you make an account, you can get Cloud, pay and get it. That it incorporates like whatever the Google data thing is on you. Oh, it starts there. So it's not like it has. Oh, I just got this account. It doesn't even know the first thing about me. No, it already
Because you can ask
like
Google how much it knows about you. And for example, I've had a Google account literally of one kind or another for about, I don't even, 20 fucking years. Like literally, I had my YouTube account. This YouTube account actually, I started before Google bought YouTube essentially. It was like YouTube was open for like 6 months before I started this account. Uh, so YouTube, Google and YouTube and all those companies for sure have hugely long profiles of me for years and years and years and years. It would be trivial for their AI to basically know exactly who I am, what I am, everything about me.
yeah.
And people
Well,
are not
it's
ready for this. A few years ago, with a primitive AI, Target famously started sending women that had not even realized they were pregnant pregnancy brochures with coupons and everything else. And it was a big fucking scandal because like their husbands found out and all this different stuff. And, if women had miscarriages, it was a big thing because all of a sudden everyone thinks they're going to be pregnant. But the Target's reasoning behind this was, hey, if we interpolate the data between the women buying more Haagen-Dazs and then this and that, and it was literally that kind of shit. That's how primitive it was. It was literally when women buy more Haagen-Dazs and
or pickles.
research this
They
kind of
women
da da
buy
da and
pickles.
whatever, 5 or 6 different fucking things. oh, there's a 97% chance they're pregnant. And sure enough, they would send them fucking coupon books and whatever that these women they didn't even know that they weren't showing or anything. They didn't even know they were pregnant themselves. And that's literally several year old garbage technology, right? I don't even remember how long ago that was. So yeah.
I mean, I think the public would probably react if there was some kind of like congressional hearing where they got these companies and actually asked them, like, because they
Oh, our
deny
politicians are
some, like,
dinosaurs. That's one of our problems right now is that our
exactly.
politicians
But
are
like, what
completely
is all
lost with this subject.
what is all this data? Like, how far does it go? Meaning, a phone call I have, somehow you can pick up a word and then feed that to me in my algorithm, or like how far has this gone? Where are we at this point? Because like, oh, I don't think they're like,
Oh, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, for example, on the internet, anything that you've searched for in the entire history of your entire internet history could potentially be searched.
and your
People had
maps
records
and
for
your
that.
this and your
Everything,
airline,
everything, every
every
interaction that you've had on the
all of it,
internet, every single interaction, everything you paid for in your life, every single
all of
package that you've ever mailed and sent someone a tracking number, all that kind of stuff could
it.
be
Okay,
found.
but is it also every phone call you have and
Oh, most likely, yeah.
everything you
Do you have a
watch and
cell
what they
phone? Then yes.
say? You're
Oh,
right. So like,
anything that you ever watched on computer, anything you watched on TV, I don't know because I don't know how your TV connects. But if you're, for example, internet TV, I basically have an internet TV, so anything that I watch for sure would be traceable. But it depends on who has the
well,
information. That's, I guess, the
now
question. So, for example,
maybe
my TV is what, a Samsung, but I have what, Apple TV. So there's all these different people who have your information, and the question is whether they share their information with each other. Not all of them do.
But like, shouldn't there maybe be like laws that protect, say,
Oh, of
yeah,
course
well,
there
you
should, but
can't
there
have,
aren't. Yeah.
it doesn't seem like that's part of the conversation in the
In fact,
future.
quite the opposite. Trump has been busy
Right.
giving out a lot of these data sets, I guess you could call them. He's been giving out our info to ChatGPT and everybody else. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. Highest bidder wins.
Yeah. Well, and- yeah, I mean, some of it, I guess you agree to it is part of what they need, but like I got a sense that every app, no matter how,
No, that's
like
it.
the
Basically, every
thing,
app you have to, and part of that is because the European Union rules for cookies and stuff. So now every single website you got to press the fucking cookies and whatever. Anyway, but how do I put it? Well, even then, like, even if you do fucking yes or no, there are still some apps that sneak through the fucking cracks. Facebook constantly tries to sneak through and track you, even when it's not supposed to track you. And they have the
well, Facebook
technology to
is
do it. They
Meta,
have all the
right?
best.
So that's
Yeah, yeah,
Instagram, and
yep.
that's its like so Facebook's just part of it, right? I don't use Facebook, but I use Instagram. Well, that's
Well,
there's
the whole company
Facebook,
is Facebook. Yeah, okay, whatever. Meta
yeah,
is the big company, I guess
Meta,
you could say, but
right?
it's basically Facebook. Yeah,
And all that's value. Like they say, like all that data, all that information is
yeah. They know everything about you. All your friends,
everybody,
all
pretty much
things
everybody.
that you're interested in. What more would they want to know about you, really? You know, like what
I
more
mean,
could there be
at this
about you?
point, at what age is the average age that they start knowing everything about you? I mean,
Oh, they start
12,
building
13.
profiles basically when people are born, apparently. Target famously started to build profiles of fucking babies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we went from like, I mean, I came from, I remember when I had some friends that were off gridders to a degree where they didn't even have cell phone. They were like trying to be old hippies and stuff. But at this point, I don't know anybody like that. Like, I guess you could choose that. That would be, pretty limiting as far as like ability to function in the world if you didn't have a cell phone with all that it comes with. I guess you could survive. We lived that way fine for a long
You
time, but
know, I've met people,
how
believe it
many
or not, I've
people
met
on the
people
earth
that
don't
still
have
to
a
this
phone?
day don't have a phone or cell phone and they get along. Like sometimes it's a lot easier when you're famous. There are some famous people that basically famously they'll take messages. Essentially, I can't remember who it is right now. one of the famous directors, Scorsese or somebody, literally won't take phone calls or anything. He just takes messages essentially. And so then like once a day, basically whatever it is, noon or something, he'll make his phone calls. And if you don't answer the call, he'll just leave a message and that's the end of it. He'll call you again the next day.
He's
Uh,
old school.
Old school, and there's people like that. And I guess it's good. I understand it helps focus your mind and everything else. Phones can be super distracting. They beep and do all this weird shit all over the time. Famously, they hurt your sleep and da 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 da. So I understand. But at the same time, and for example, I think phones can be super useful tools. You talked about they got maps and you got menus for restaurants and this and that. Like the world expands in front of your fingertips all of a sudden. You got this incredible Star Trek level technology, basically. Our phones are slightly more advanced, honestly, than even they conceptualized in Star Trek, candidly, from the stuff that they can do. Because you can also play video games and do all this spatial stuff and take pictures. They didn't even think about pictures and stuff back in Star Trek. Anyway, I'm digressing, but what am I trying to say? Phones
Well,
can not
like,
only be distracting, but they can be unlimited. They can essentially give you, they can remove your sense of limitation, basically.
and then when you get in new cars, it's either what they call it, Android something, and Apple has it.
Mm.
The the whole entertainment center of the car that is off your phone. Like there's not a CD player or tape player. I guess there's radio, but for the most part, it connects to your
Makes
phone,
sense
and
because
that's how
just
you
about
have
everybody
maps.
has a phone. Yeah, 100%.
Your phone is just an extension in the car,
Mm.
and so every turn you make, everywhere you go, every all that is in your collection of
We missed
data
out. We
that
could have
they're.
said, every move you make, we'll be watching you.
Yeah, that's where we like, and I was like kind of from the other side, but then over time, it's like, yeah, well, I used to keep my location off and do these little things I thought, but then oh, I like that it will tell me what other restaurants are around or like that
It's a
a
balance,
place I
yeah.
went is in
I
my
agree with you.
search and
You have to
I can
allow
click
some
it.
location data, but you at the same time, the phone doesn't need to be constantly fucking tracking you. No, I feel you on that. And it really is a give and take in the modern world, because like you say, having a phone is a compromise, but at the same time, not having a phone is a fucking compromise. Imagine you don't have any access to maps. Well, okay, you can go old school. You can fucking whip out the old map books. That's possible. People still sell those. I have a fucking map book in the back of my car. What was I going or you could just remember your city or remember that, learn the new city that you're going to or something. But gosh, how much faster, how much more convenient it is to have your phone. You can even have the assistant tell you exactly where to go, turn by turn directions to avoid traffic, on and on and on and on. All these things are such time savers, right? And people always say time is money and everything else, right? So, you know,
Well,
there's multiple ways to
like
look at
I
these things.
even though I know how to get to most of the places, I still put the navigator function on because some of the time it's like, oh,
Yeah,
it
it'll
shows
send you
that
around
they got
traffic or
one
car
lane.
accident or
Yeah,
something. Yeah.
like all these things that are like, well, why wouldn't I want
Sometimes it'll
to
tell you
utilize
that it
that?
always cracks me up. I'm surprised that they're allowed to say this, but they'll say there's a speed trap up above or up ahead. And I'm like, how pissed off must the cops be that they're probably. I wonder if their Google is telling them there's a speed trap right in front of you.
Well, sometimes I go in that ways, and then I realize that other people that drove in front of me, because there was a car on the side of the road or a cop or whatever, they had to like use their app to mark that, right? That's
Yep,
how it's
that's it.
telling you.
Or the app marked it themselves. Yeah, I guess there's different ways to do it. It used to be that you always had to mark it. Yeah, I remember back in the day you'd have to mark car accident or whatever. Yeah.
So some people are driving around doing that for you. Like I use the stuff, but I'm never putting in, oh, there's shit in the road
These days I think it's
right
more
here.
automated, but yeah, you're right. I guess how would it know? I don't, to be
And
honest, I don't
how's it
know.
automated? Right.
Good question.
Like
I mean, I guess
did a
I would
car
assume when the car stops, I don't know, that it probably interpolates with the police data because I really don't know. I honestly don't know.
and
But
then
I
you
would
got
assume that there's
cars
data
now.
that it can look up, okay, where are there police cars right now stopped? I don't know.
Yeah, and whether it's like active for self-driving or not, you have all these other cars that have 20 cameras on them
I
that
mean,
they be
Waze
going
and
somewhere too.
self-driving are different things because the Waze is not integrated in your car's anything, like the
Yeah.
the the Waze, I guess, is running off the satellite, I guess you could say, or towers.
Well, sometimes I remember when Navigator first came out, it would tell you the estimated time, and that'd be calculated as the speed limit.
Oh yeah, like
And
Garmin's and
it,
stuff. Yeah.
and if you drove
And then if you take a
faster,
one
it was
turn out of the way, we're recalculating. It might take
faster,
5 minutes.
you would get there
Recalculating.
sooner. Now I notice it doesn't matter like how fast, like there's times it says it's going to take me X to get up to LA, except that the, the flow of traffic's like 85 miles an hour and it's clean shot. But it's never like you get there like used to be. You could with the estimated time if you drove fast, you get there before that. I can't do that anymore. Like the estimated time is what time you get there, well, no matter how fast you drive.
Maybe it just knows how fast you drive. I don't know.
Well, I think it's calculating that where the old one, you know, wasn't as. I mean, navigators come a long way. I remember what, like, if you were in the city, it wouldn't update fast enough for the next turn.
Hmm.
Like, and it wasn't always like. It, now it works pretty good. I always turn off the verbal part because it gets, or you can change it where it's like doesn't tell you 10 times before you get to a place. And sometimes when I have it off, I wish I had it on because yeah, sometimes by it telling you turn right in 2.2 tenths of a mile, that's okay. Sometimes I get stoned and like forget where I'm going, or I'm just driving, and next thing you know, I miss the turn off. That most times that's what happens on freeways. I'm supposed to take the 60 and from instead of the 10, and I'll just drive right by it.
Pretty common.
Even if I'm on Navigator. Next thing you know, the Navigator tell me to U-turn or something, or updates, and then says, "Oh, it's going to take you longer now." You fucked up.
My mom more than once stopped. She had witnesses in the car. Thankfully, I wasn't in the car, but uh, I believe the witnesses in this circumstance stopped on the freeway, backed up, and then took the exit. I have no explanation for this series of events, but having known my mom, it actually is plausible. She wasn't the world's best driver, as you can
Well, at
surmise
least
from that.
okay, backing up is one thing. I
Stopped, backed up, and yeah.
around here somehow I usually it's intoxication is part of it, but people get on the freeway going the wrong way
Oh
and
yeah,
like
yeah.
drive for wait, how long did it take you to realize cars are coming at you?
Seriously. I mean, when you're drunk, it takes a while, famously, and it takes
Yeah.
more than enough time that, boom, bad things happen. Yeah. Uh, famous old coach of our local basketball team, the Blazers. What's his name? Auerbach, Rick Auerbach. I'm getting his name a little bit wrong, but anyway, he was
Well,
a
no, but
longtime coach. People loved him. Da 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 da. He got hit in the head and run, head on, from a drunk that basically just left this famous strip club, kind of in a in between town. Surprising that I think he was going to visit his family or something. It was such a tearjerker of a story. It was literally like, oh, he was going to rescue 15 kittens from burning fire. It was that kind of thing. And this dude basically came out of a club, just blasted, and the road is bifurcated to this day. Basically, 2 lanes one way, 2 lanes the other way, with a median in the way. Dude was drunk like a skunk and just turned left, basically, thinking it was a 2 lane road, forgot about it, and fucking whacked into them, full speed ahead, basically 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, right into each other. Oof. Killed the dude, his wife, like a couple kids. It was a whole sad story.
Alcohol kills.
Mm.
There was
well,
that there's that story
there's
of
less of them
a youngster
because
that he
roads.
at a baseball game that went over the railing recently. Okay, he was like 20 years old and he died. Or no, he went to he got really hurt, but he was underage. Somebody gave him bought the beer for him at the game, and
Mm.
like that person's getting charged.
Mm.
But yeah, the person that fell off the
So he
rail,
fell over the
he
railing and hurt
dragged.
himself.
Yeah,
Well,
Gotcha.
a lot of
yeah.
these
In
venues,
the
I've
last
been
couple of
going to
weeks, it
venues a
was in the
long time, and
news.
the new ones have the the upper levels are so steep. It's amazing how steep they are. Like, uh, the
No, you're not wrong. I'm
Chase
surprised
Center
people don't
in
fall
San
over all the
Francisco.
time. Yeah.
At the fish shows, people went over. At Dead Show, people went over. I can see why, because it's like it's beyond steep. Now, I
Hmm.
guess that gives better seat, better sight lines, but even at the Spear, I was up at the upper level a couple weeks ago, and when I first walked out, it like you had to like change your equilibrium because the stairs you went down were like as steep as probably as steep as you could make them. That's how they build them these days, and more people in those venues have gone over.
Oh,
Loges
hardcore.
and the upper level used to be, yeah, not as steep as they make them these days. That's for sure.
20's coming up, ladies and gerbils. We got a couple people on here. Maybe we'll leave it running. I guess I could
Yeah,
always hand off hosting duties to one of you guys. I do want to talk
yeah,
about these new lines I was talking about. Maybe there's a good time to do it because
yeah.
I'm gonna
Let's
roll this
talk
joint
about it.
here. Probably as good a time as any, to be honest. What's up, Hard? Oh, look at that. Look at all the little seedlings. By the way, we can't hear you hardcore if you're talking.
I am not talking, that's why.
Oh, right on.
Well, I'm glad I hear your voice.
Look at all the little seedlings.
Yeah, I just crushed a bag of lava rock and mixed it in with my
Well, that's a good idea.
seed and my shit. Oh yeah. Well, I was sitting here fucking in my damn mess, listening to you guys bicker about AI.
Well, what's your opinion? I know you're in the AI world or use it.
Either we're all gonna die unexpectedly, and it's not gonna make just live your life to the fullest right now, or because as soon as if the AGI isn't what do they call it, fucking aligned with us or whatever, fucking if it wants to kill us off, it will. But on the other hand, if it is aligned with us, then we're gonna see the most amazing fucking shit happen in the next 5 to 10 years. It will be otherworldly.
I'm more worried that it'll be aligned with whoever the richest asshole is around.
Well, it's either gonna be it's gonna be aligned with the corporation, and they're gonna become like the next government. They pretty much already are.
They are. Yeah.
That's why you want to hope that like an actual open AI gets to lead. That's something that's what do you call it? Open open source or whatever.
Open source, yeah.
Well, would
And I
not
mean, I can only
allow
imagine
for
the things
more
that the
bad
government are.
actors, like
I
open
mean,
source
there's
would
been some
allow
backroom
for
deals
bad.
where the governments have got to have preemptively put a stop to a lot of amazing things. You would think. I mean, it kind of sounds like there's computers that AIs that can basically formulate any drug for any disease or whatever, and like there's all sorts of crazy things that are potentially available, but it's not. You don't see it. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like the water
I
car or
don't know
whatever,
that
the
AI
hydrogen
is
car.
that advanced at the moment. No. I mean, they got the Alpha Fold and stuff where they can do the protein folding, which is really pretty
Oh yeah, I
amazing.
mean that's amazing. I mean, but I mean, just all the other things that are coming along with it though too is like the longevity research and shit. Like people aren't going to be dying pretty soon. Like
Hopefully
that'll be a
no.
thing
Yeah.
where you can just upload your memory to the cloud if like a save spot on a fucking Nintendo game. Where hey, if you do happen to get hit by a fucking
Oh, they
flying
kind of
fucking
talked
whatever the
about this
fuck.
from time to time in Star Trek. Every once in a while, they would kind of explore it in the canon. When you were transporting, were you actually transporting, or was it just a photocopy? And the original you died, and the new photocopy started a brand new life. And so, for example, transporting your consciousness into backup drive or something, well, that's great. You just photocopy yourself, but can you actually transport yourself to something else,
Well,
or
that's the
will
thing that
your current consciousness die and then continue somewhere else? You know?
well, they say that your mind will be, I mean, you're a little bit different than every day. You know, you're not the same you that was 5 years ago. Where, but well, if you upload that your mind, your actual, you know, the ones and zeros that are sparking in your head, then fucking maybe you'll feel a little bit different for the first day, but you'll be you again. I don't know. You'll be in a robot body or something.
Like a
But I can only
factory
imagine what
reset.
kind of I can only imagine what kind of like fucking chimeras and shit are have been made. You know what governments have fucking you know, or like secret armies of man bear pigs or something like that, just waiting to be unveiled, or just I mean, it's going to be like Nazism all over again, where it's going to be selective breeding, where you know if you have the choice to, your kid can be, you know, in the top 2% IQ and perfect health and all these things. You know, do you want to edit his genes to make that happen, or do you want to? Maybe your kid's going to be sick and die. No, you're going to want the fucking good genes, and then pretty soon we're going to be, I don't know.
There will be an expectation that everyone has to edit their shit. This has been kind of the plot of a different bunch of different movies.
Well, yeah,
Why
it's
is
like
my
the
website not
Neuralink. You know,
working now?
if you're not if you don't have the Neuralink, you're left behind.
Right? It could get to that.
But I mean, like this, like I even heard Musk say in an interview not too long ago, where like he doesn't see it unthinkable that in 10 years we won't have language anymore. And they say
Oh,
that
he's a
that's why
fucking idiot. Musk doesn't know shit about fuck.
that's
Jesus
why
Christ, we
the
don't have the
aliens and
language.
you know the
The
aliens
fuck.
with the big heads
How
and
are we
the
going to
small mouths.
communicate? Dumb fucker.
That's us from the future because we don't have to use our mouths as much to eat or to talk because we get all our sustenance through like little pills that we take or get IV fed or whatever, and we don't have to talk because we can just mind meld. We can just think what everyone is saying.
Yeah, we're definitely going to give up one of the fundamental joys of human experience, one of the primary drivers of human culture. Yeah, we're definitely going to give up eating. That's definitely going to happen. No, like literally, when you think of culture, food is
Well, I mean,
culture.
when
We're not
we're
going to give that up. It's
if we you know
ridiculous.
have to have a pot of people that go to Mars and they can't eat food, but they've got to have, you know, 10 years worth of pills to take.
The quality
Maybe
of
that
life
that
of
rates
not being
will.
able to eat as a human that has evolved from 1.5 billion years of fucking microbes and single cell organisms basically eating things. No,
You know how many people don't get to eat though today too? I mean, there's a lot of people that are starving right now.
and they're not happy about it.
Um,
That's not a good thing.
exactly. But I
No,
don't know. I'm just
no, we're not. Yeah, we're not going to give up eating on Mars. That's no, no.
well, I'm just saying it's a possibility. There's all sorts of possibilities.
First of all, again,
But
Musk is delusional. It would be more easy to build
well, actually,
colonies on
it's
the
not.
bottom of the ocean than on Mars.
It's not as far fetched as you might think it sounds. I mean, as far as
On
what
Mars?
Neuralink can already do, I mean,
Oh,
it
Neuralink.
yeah, where
What do
you know you
you
can
in reference to what?
to not to be able to read each other's minds. Where if you're hooked up to a Neuralink
Oh, I
and you
see
say
what you mean. Yeah,
you've
actually,
got
believe it or not, it's surprisingly easy to figure out what people are literally dreaming about. Scientists have already been able to essentially build full color character models of images that people are dreaming about, and they might be dreaming about a cat. It's scary. It's honestly scary. And this is before all the crazy AI interpolation I'm sure they're going to do in the next 10 years. Like they'll probably be able to just literally read your thoughts.
well, yeah, I mean it's already kind of a thing where they can do it with. God, I forget how they did it, but in any case, like yeah, because like say you like right now I've got a complex thought in my head that I want to try to get out, but I've got
You have a
the
complex
restrictions
thought?
of language. You know,
Congrats.
like I've got to battle with what words I can use to try to get this thought out to you. Or instead, I could just go, "Bleh," and you go, oh, wow, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know. And maybe that'll be a cool thing, but it'll also be a very, I mean, so 1984-ish, it's not even, I mean, our thoughts are all you have, kind of.
It's true.
But I don't know.
Yeah, Winston at least had privacy as fucking brain. Well, then they finally broke him down, but Yeah, his little alcove that he thought was private. Turns out they were watching him the whole time.
But yeah, no, as far as like things being changing though, like even not even AI, like just the medical research shit. I always bring up that Michael Levin or whatever, but he's got that guy. If he doesn't win a Nobel Prize in the next 2 years, 3 years, I'll eat my shoe. But I mean, he basically says, and I mean they basically have the technology already, but like we don't need to be human, anymore. As far as it doesn't need to take 100 million years to evolve to what we are today, where you can just go to the doctor and say, "Oh, I kind of want four legs right now. I got money. Let's put four legs on me," or I want eyes in the back of my head, or I want, um, you know why the God named the part between the pussy and the tits the waist? Because there was room for another set of tits. But no, I don't know.
So
It's gonna be
when you
interesting.
see a pregnant pig, you're like, that's my ideal of beauty right there, with the many
I
sets
mean,
of boobies.
yeah. I mean, it's gonna be weird. I hope I'm around to see it.
That's kind of the Philip K. Dick way of looking at the world. Everyone's going to have six pairs of tits and eyes on the back of their head and everything else. I don't
But
know.
at
I
least
think a
I'd
lot
like
of
to
people
think
kind of
so.
normalize to each other, right? Like we are shockingly kind of normalizing society. Not everyone thinks about Japan where everyone kind of conformist society. Everyone thinks about Japan, but I think honestly most societies are quite conformist. I think if people start doing all kinds of weird, and body mod people are certainly going to do all kinds of weird shit, but they'll stand out like they do these days. So for example, people with the big gauges and the spike heads and stuff, they sort of intentionally stand out. I don't think anyone's trying to fit in with that kind of body mod. And likewise, how do I put it? People kind of ostracize them, right? So maybe that's fair, maybe that's not fair. But long story short, people with all kinds of weird fucking body mods, four legs and shit, they're going to be on the outskirts. They're going to be the
It's
circus
gonna be a thing.
performers and
It's
so
gonna be
on,
a thing,
They'll have their TikToks and
and
whatever,
it's gonna
right?
be a thing sooner than it'll be a thing sooner than you can think too. I mean, the things they can already do, like as
I
far
mean,
as
I
like
don't know, maybe, maybe not, because
intelligence
there's going
goes.
to be ethical concerns, right? Like seriously, a doctor is going to have to think about, okay, what are the ethical concerns of giving someone four legs? It's going to be very unpredictable, honestly, is going to be the
Yeah, but
answer. And many doctors are going to
then
say,
you're just gonna
fuck
have to go
no.
to then you're just gonna have to go to Tahiti because they're fucking
Then you'll go to, yeah,
their
exactly. Then
their
you go to
their
Mexico or something, you
their
know.
king's gonna fucking have free for all on it, and they're gonna cash. I don't know, cash in.
Who knows?
But once the AGI happens, the singularity, and then the AGI creates AGI. That's when the interesting things. If it
Well, we
takes
say
us long,
once, we don't really know that that's going to happen soon. That could be 200 years from now. Like it could be that because
no,
people forget. No, there was a wonderful line in The Expanse, and I remember I actually looked it up, and they were wrong, but not as wrong as you would think. Uh, so if you've seen The Expanse, Miller was at first a real character, and then he becomes kind of like a ghost character who's it's actually a real character, but he's like a computer program. Anyway, as the computer program, he's talking to Holden, and he's talking about he's essentially kind of fucking with Holden, and he's saying that Holden is basically a tool, and he's telling him, "Oh, the human brain has more synapses than there are stars in the universe." Well, turns out he was wrong. There are actually a lot more stars in the universe by several orders of magnitude. I think there's like a trillion times more stars in the universe than there are synapses in the human brain. Even still, there is, as a result of that, a fuckload of synapses in the human brain. I looked it up one time, but it's a comically large number. What that means is it's more connections than any microchip, any processor, anything that humankind has ever developed by a factor of fuck all. Long story short, the human brain is quite complex. It can think about a variety of things at the same time. It can remember the context of the history of your life. It can remember your preferences. It can remember your friends' preferences. It can remember
that's
things that you imagined in your life. It can remember parasocial relationships and your parasocial amours, fucking preferences, on and on and on. It can do all this stuff at the same time while also remembering you're hungry or you're full or you want to poop or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like the brain is incredible.
Well,
So
that's the
long
thing though.
story
It's
short, it could well be that this is too much, too far for our current level of technology. Or maybe tomorrow we'll have fucking AGI and we're all fucked. You know,
your
my
brain
guess
is
is
the
it's
only
actually
part.
going to take
It's
a
the only
while, to
thing
be
that
honest.
thinks comes to agential properties, or like the cells, the individual cells, like they have intelligence. You know, they can. You know, you chop off a cell that's like a neck. I don't know what I'm trying to like a cell in your kidney or something like that, and you put it like on your ear, and fucking it'll like just become an ear cell. Like it'll fucking adapt, and like I'm saying that totally wrong, but when it comes to like your organs and
Has
everything, they think
adaptability, not
they have
necessarily intelligence, but yeah.
thought. You know, like or like
There's more
how can
neurons
a
in your
butterfly or
gut than there are in your brain. Yeah.
yeah, your gut, yeah, makes you decide more things than you would think. But like how a moth can turn into a um I mean, how a fucking caterpillar can turn into a moth and its whole body can melt away, but it still retains memory.
Yeah, it becomes into this genetic soup. It's surreal, honestly. Like they literally
It's a
melt into this genetic
chrysalis.
slurry and then like this undifferentiated soup of genes. And then it just all of a sudden becomes a moth one day. Oh my God, or a butterfly. It's absolutely something
But
else.
it retains memories from when it was a caterpillar.
Yep. It's like the Goa'uld genetic memories.
Or like they've done things where like they'll
Flashing
take
eyes.
um
Oh, we missed the 20. Dang it.
not a frog, but an addle. It's kind of like a frog.
The
So
axolotl. That's one of my favorite things to
axolotl.
say.
That's what I'm trying to think. And
Axolotl.
addle
They almost, in fact,
that's
I
a
think they
weapon.
exclusively live around the Lake Tequajula, whatever the fuck, around Mexico City.
Titicaca. I know that's not it, but I like saying Titicaca. Or like they'll take
Uh,
an ear and they'll
they
put it on the
originally
back.
inhabited a large lake in the Mexican highlands known as Lake Texcoco. Texcoco, I'm sure I'm fucking that up.
Tequaquapan.
Along with a number of smaller interconnected lakes, such as Lake. We'll just skip that. But they were mostly
No,
drained, unfortunately, by the Spanish settlers.
that's the
So right
floating
now, they
gardens
pretty
where
much
they
just live
had
right around Mexico City. Yeah.
when the Spanish came there, because that Mexico City's like fucking like 18,000 feet or something. It's like way taller up in the air than like Denver and that shit. It's up in the mountains. And the way that they fed all their people was they
En
had
las montañas,
float
señor.
they had floating gardens on this huge lake where like it was basically like a bog on top of it where they would just keep throwing shit on top of it and fucking I don't know. I'm not explaining it right. Like they still haven't figured out
So you
Terra
had to
Preta
bob
yet.
left when you were bobbing right. Got one right in the middle. Happens. No, I know
Don't
what you're
call me
trying to say.
Shirley. Well,
Surely.
yeah, they put a ear on the back of a frog basically, and it just taps into the spinal cord and it acts like an ear, or like yeah, they always say like we don't see the actual reality. Like I've never had a good DMT trip. Fucking someone, feel free to send me some free DMT. Uh, just the
Yeah.
letters. I don't want the drugs.
Send
Like
him
send me
some free
some
DMT. You heard it
Scrabble
here
letters.
first, ladies and gentlemen. Do it.
But like they
Once you
say that
do
you can
that,
see like
though,
the code behind everything or whatever. Like we only see like what like not even 1/10% of the spectrum of what's available, of what's actually out in front of us. You know, it's like if we could only see all the infrared waves and the microwaves and the fucking, you know,
oh, it's probably lucky that we can't see all the
the
fucking weird radiation and everything. Yeah.
all the fucking quarks and the shit that's flying through space at all times. You know, that's just constantly going through us.
Neutrinos.
Neutrinos, yeah, that's the word I was thinking of. But yeah, just whoa! I just saw a fucking either it was a really fast lightning bug or it was a shooting star.
If there's multiple dimensions, you know that there's just like some gross fat dinosaur just like pooping like right all around you. And the only thing that stops you from noticing is that they're in the 15th dimension and you're not, you're over here.
How many
That
people
would
do you
be
suppose
so
are pooping
fucking
right now?
gross.
It's got to be. Think it's 100,000 people?
Worldwide? Oh, a lot.
10,000?
No, a lot.
10,000
No,
people at least.
It's an interesting
Mid
thought experiment.
mid
It's
push.
very revealing that you would go for pooping, but interesting. I mean, there's what, 8 billion people. Um, it's obviously daylight for half of
One
them
billion is
ish.
pooping. 1 billion.
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna
That's
say, like, people are probably primarily pooping in the daytime, so I'm gonna say about half the people are candidates for pooping. It's probably not exactly that because, of course, the Pacific Ocean is gigantic, but we'll just separate it half and half. Who cares? And again, also a lot more probably in Asia than there are in South America, but whatever. We'll just pretend half and half. So we'll say like 4 billion people could be pooping at any one given time. Well, I would say out of a 12-hour period, how often do you really poop and how long does it really take? So I would say somewhere around, I would say it has to be like 50 million people. I would say at any given time during the day, it has to be at least about 50 million people that are pooping. Because when you think about it, there's a good 12 to 18 hour day, depending on how active people are throughout the day. And of course, there's probably some people who wake up in the middle of the night. Some people, like our president, are incontinent and poop throughout the day and night
I
at the
think
same
that's
time.
way low.
You think that's low,
I think,
more than 50
yeah,
million?
I think like 400 to 600 million out of
You
8
could be
billion.
right. You could be right. I would say on the low end, 50 million are pooping at any given time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Low.
With some quality math. I'm glad that I'm showing my website, ladies and gentlemen, because this was an important discussion to have in the meantime. But on that subject, what can be done, what has been done cannot be undone. Ladies and gentlemen, go to fumodoro.com and make sure to click, of course, make sure to click, I already did, make sure to click that you are 21 and over. I don't have pictures for these new seed lines, so I'm going to shamelessly show off my new puppy. He has a ridiculous habit of looking far too cute for his own good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 new lines. Hopefully, next week I'll be releasing a few more. But I'm going to decide in the next few days. I might make a couple of them freebies. I have just a handful of packs still of the Midnight Matrimony. And so once it's gone, it's going to be gone. I'm just not going to make it again, honestly. So I'll have to find a new freebie. I love giving out freebies because the fun thing about freebies is people actually fucking grow them. So I constantly hear about people. In fact, Jones gave me a fat sack of Tisbit of Scratch. Constantly people are growing Cialago the Bat. I remember what was her Ginger in Michigan gave me a fat sack of that to smoke during the conference. It was spectacular. So fun. People actually grow freebies, so I love to give out freebies. So I'm going to try to keep doing that. Might give out a couple of those different Coot Special Runts of Eden crosses. I haven't decided. I might sell that one at a discounted price, or I might give it out as a freebie. We'll figure it out. So anyway, I guess I'll just talk about these one at a time, and then maybe I'll hand off the show to Bud or somebody because I need to go to the grocery store and get some freaking food because I'm actually kind of hungry. First one we'll talk about is Banana Stand Massacre, ladies and gentlemen. Apples and Bananas by Jack the Ripper. Of course, Bud Kilowatt doesn't like apples and bananas anymore, but I like it. It's got this delightful old school, new school kind of thing. It's spicy. I don't really get the apples and bananas from it. I guess I can see how you do. It's got this kind of interesting fruitiness to it, but I really love the spiciness of it. It's gassy without being gassy. I kind of get tired sometimes of just, OG gassy. I know that other people don't get tired of that, but hey, I like variety. So for me, this is this kind of spiciness that I really enjoy. It reminds me a lot of Hindu Kush without being Hindu Kush. I would say it's a little bit more of a uplifting kind of daytime smoke. Bud Kilowatt was saying he likes the really stony stuff all day long. I don't think the apples and bananas is really stony. I think he'd probably agree with me. I think this is more my kind of style where I smoke and then go do stuff. You know what I mean? If that's your kind of thing, I think you're going to really enjoy this one. That Jack the Ripper adds a lot of. First of all, a delightfully short flowering finishing time, but always a clean, clear, bell ringing potency. Like I said, like I said at the beginning of the show, I guess I said, I selected far more a skunky Jack the Ripper than lemony. So he definitely has lemon, pine, earth, like you would expect basically from any kind of Space Queen Jack the Ripper cross. But definitely this one is a lot more skunky. So you should expect quite a bit more of that perspective if you ever had Jack the Ripper before. This one I'm a big fan of, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys like mimosa, Jones Antigro gave me some mimosa the other day and was just ranting and raving about a mimosa for good reason. It's wonderful weed. But if you like mimosa, I think you'll like that Fiji Sunset a lot more. If you can actually find Fiji Sunset somewhere, it is delightful. I need to get that clone again because unfortunately that was one of the clones I lost. It's fruity and tropical, but has a rancidity to it that is, I think, a lot of people's bag. Honestly, people are always talking about dirty socks and GMO this and garlic that and da 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 da. Da. I think a lot of people like fruitiness with some rancidity, with some rottenness to it. Fiji Sunset is basically it's not quite a durian, basically, because durian can be real fucking stinky. But I just realized that there's all these dog hairs on this bed. Probably should have picked a better picture. I'll probably pick a better picture another time. But remember, he's a puppy. He fucking has dog hairs all over the place. Fuck was I trying to say? It's more like jackfruit that is like fermented in the sun. So it's like a kind of rotting jackfruit, basically, that Fiji Sunset. And it has this killer high, just like you hear the fucking metal bells in the background, basically. Here comes Mr. Benjula himself. Anyway, so as you guessed, cross that to the Jack the Ripper. So all these six crosses, basically, same male, ladies and gentlemen, to that Jack the Ripper. And I will be fleshing out these descriptions quite a bit in the next few days. And again, like I said, hopefully adding a few. We'll talk about Joma Arigato in a few ones because that's my favorite name. Khan is The One by Jack the Ripper. Yes, that one, ladies and gentlemen. You know the one I'm talking about. The One, aka Blue Orca from, again, I'll flesh it out. I'll acknowledge him. He deserves to be acknowledged, even if he is a little bit of a displeasant. Did I just remember to create a new word? We'll call him
A
displeasant for the near future.
cantankerous old coot.
A cantankerous old coot, yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, but he is the creator of the Afghani 71 by Kandahar 76 tie stick. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. It's the Afghani 71 Kandahar Afghani crossed to a 76 tie stick. Unfortunately, we get mixed results. Which one was the father? Which one was the mother? When you look up on Seed Finder, when you look up on other places, it's different things. Even when you look up on what was the fucking not all bud the place where everyone wrote the shit. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The old forum, you get different results. Which one was the mother? Which one was the father? Whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter anymore. Anyway,
Not the
uh,
papa.
say it again.
Not the papa. Then you get hit with a frying pan.
There you go. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? I was trying to talk about TO, the flavor. Oh, in my opinion, it's got not really a modern flavor. Basically, it lags behind. I don't know. How can I say this politely? It lags behind today's flavor standards for weed, but it's got a good high. It's got basically a very, I think, what you would call kind of a piney, yeah, pine forward, earthy flavor. It's like, I don't know, piney, earthy flavor. I don't think anyone's going to fucking recommend TO to you from the flavor, but it's got a great high. It's got a very interesting old school perspective. It reminds you of a lot of old school stuff, and it's got a really potent high. So a lot of people like it. I think one of the most annoying, infuriating things about, I know Clackamas Coot would disagree with this because he just thinks it's really manly to grow as long as you possibly can. Of course, your mama likes it as long as you can. But I think growing for 12 weeks or something is just impractical, especially where I live. I would never be able to finish an outdoor crop ever, 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 never. I probably wouldn't want to finish an indoor crop, generally speaking, that long. So for me, crossing into something far more short finishing, I just realized that I capitalized the I in Jack the Ripper, so now it's Jack the Reaper. Anyway, in fact, maybe I'll keep that because it's kind of funny. Anyway, Jack the Ripper is a very short flowering lemon haze. A lot of people consider it. People used to call it that all the time. I guess I don't hear people saying it that anymore. Although I guess Jack the Ripper doesn't really get made anymore. Maybe that's why people don't talk about it that way. Anyway, long story short, a lot of people used to consider it as a very short flowering lemon haze. So anyway, you could consider TO as an old school Afghan tie crossed to a short flowering lemon haze. Well, that's up a lot of people's alley. I bet it's up your alley. And if so, you can scream "Cunt" with me. Murder Boof, ladies and gentlemen. This one is Super Boof, crossed to Jack the Ripper. Of course, Blockberry, aka Super Boof. I'm surprised that people get away with just full sale renaming this cut, basically, but whatever. I guess basically someone got ripped off and now everyone calls it Super Boof. Incredibly flavorful. Cherry Punch by Tropicana Cookies, crossed to Jack the Ripper.
Blockhead.
100%. In fact, isn't he from the Northwest? I want to say he might be from the Northwest. Anyway,
Yeah.
regardless, it's pretty good weed. It's very flavorful, grows pretty well outdoors. It's purple, so that should be one of the most purpley ones of all these crosses. Soul Ripper should be a fucking banger, ladies and gentlemen. This one is Goji OG, the Pine Sol cut. So when I talk about Pine Sol this, Pine Sol that, it's basically Goji OG, but I know it is Pine Sol because it's the Pine Sol cut. In my garden, it's always been really finicky because I always grew in the basement and everything else. It's kind of cold and everything else. Sure enough, as soon as I put it outdoors and when it gets a little bit warmer, oh, it's a happy fucking clam. So sure enough, it was probably selected in California. I used to think it was Green Bodie from up in Seattle. I think he's from up in Seattle, but I think it's actually Bodie. Bodie seeds down in
Santa
wherever he is
Cruz.
in, yeah, Santa Cruz, something like that. And what is it again? It's Nepali OG by Snow Lotus, and then Cross the Jack the Ripper. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it speaks for itself. Just honestly, banger. I absolutely love that Pine Sol. It's got this just absolutely clean gas. Very difficult to describe it. If you stripped out all the bullshit of OG, every single other thing except for the fuel notes, essentially that's this Pine Sol. This kind of oddly named because you'd assume it'd be really pine needles. Kind of when I got it, I thought it was going to be a super pine floor. I thought it was going to remind me of this real a cut that we used to have in the Pacific Northwest that was literally basically like pine needles on a like the forest floor. Like I don't know. I've never licked a forest floor, but if I imagined licking a forest floor, that we had this cut that basically tasted like that. Well, it's not like that at all. It's just clean. If I don't know if you poured gasoline on a forest floor, I guess that's what it would taste like, but you wouldn't taste any of the forest floor. And it's got this incredible high. One of the first times that I guess I've ever noticed a very clear difference when people with ADHD, a former friend of mine that I used to smoke all the time with, had ADHD, and when she would smoke Pine Sol, she would chill the fuck out. Like that was her manna. That was her thing. That was her fucking weed right there. If she wanted to relax and chill out and just enjoy the evening, she'd smoke Pine Sol. Absolutely fascinating. Anyway, uh, Pine Sol is good by itself, but I thought what can be good can always be better. So crossing it with the Jack the Ripper, giving all those fuel notes, some skunk basically, because again, very heavily skunky Jack the Ripper, I thought would be a really good cross. This one, unfortunately, most of these are fairly limited releases. I've got, I guess, more seeds of the Pine Sol, the Soul Ripper, and I guess the Super Boof. A couple other ones I think I have decent amounts of seeds, but most of these are going to be a fairly limited release and literally maybe a half a dozen packs. Um, pardon me. I want to pop the banana. What is it? What did I call it? Not a banana stand massacre. Yeah, banana stand massacre. I want to pop some of those myself. So that one is probably the most limited. So I can't even necessarily promise 5 packs on that one. So I'll have to fill all that. So if that goes fast, don't be surprised if it's gone. Basically, as fast as possible. But what was I going to say? This one was it was a big plan, and it was one of those plants that I thought was going to be heavily pregnant. Turns out it wasn't super heavily pregnant, so it's going to be a relatively limited release, surprisingly so. Unfortunately, I lost this clone too, so unless I can get in touch with, I'd very much like to meet the breeder, Schwale. He's up in actually not too far. I think he's a little bit north actually of me, but anyway, broadly speaking, the Portland area. Uh, I didn't get the cut from him. I got it from somebody else, and unfortunately, I lost it in all the goddamn shenanigans last year. It was one of my biggest tragedies. I was like, "Oh, fucking out the Jomo," but anyway, I really wanted to keep that because it's specifically been selected for hash. Not only specific for hashability, for hash washing, but he specifically selects for trichome shape. He basically looks under not only macro but microscope and does really intensely good macro photography and I think also some videography as well. But he selects on the basis of that for not only perfect trichome shape and size, but also unusual and mutated trichomes. So anyway, it's very hard to jump into several years of breeding like that. But of course, if you can borrow someone's work, that's one of the best ways of, getting a jump start. So I thought, oh, I could actually use this for an entirely slightly different line of my work. Anyway, what a pity. Maybe I'll pop some of those seeds and we'll see how it goes. I'd like to get in touch with that guy because he seems like a super interesting guy. So one of these, if anybody knows him, if anybody knows Schwale, because I'll just one of these days hit him up on Instagram. I'll just be some fucking guy. But if anybody actually has a connection with him, is friends with him or something, I would very much like to chat with him one of these days. Anyway, Jomo Arigato is Jomo by JTR. Jomo is, oh, I could just look it up right there. I was going to fucking guess. It's GMO Cookies by Jelly Breath. And of course, if, folks, JTR is Jack's Cleaner by Space Queen. Anyway, that's the six new ones right now. There's a few more coming probably next week, I want to say. And then, of course, there's a few of those other ones, those Coot Special, da 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 da, whatever. So I was going to release those as testers, but I think I'm just going to fucking release them. And like I say, maybe I'll release those as freebies. We'll play by ear. And again, if you guys have any suggestions, please let me know. Fumidor@chronictable.com. I would love to hear suggestions, comments, ideas for the future. Please let me know. Seriously, I would love to make things you're interested in. So anyway, I realize I was just talking for a super long time. Robert, what's up, buddy? We didn't get to say hello to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's
What's up,
everyone
dude?
doing today?
Good, man. What's up?
Just getting out of the fog of waking up. Been some tough days here.
Well, I'm glad you're up. What can we do to help, Robert? Can we change the conversation to something positive? Can we? I'm not trying to change the conversation, but I'm like, can we? What
Uh,
can we do to help?
no, there's really nothing.
Well, then we can
Give
all
my
get high
dad back
together, I guess.
25
We'll at least do
years.
that. We'll get high together and hope that helps.
Just like everybody that gets old, give them another 25 years. But we're not to
For
that
the record,
technology point yet.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Fudge
Yeah,
apples and
yeah, yeah.
bananas is bomb as fuck.
Say it again.
I wish I had more.
I didn't hear the beginning. Hardcore.
Apples and bananas is bomb
I
as
said
fuck.
Oh yeah,
Bud's,
yeah.
Bud's, Bud's apples and bananas is pretty bomb.
Uh, no, it's good stuff. How do I put it? I can see why you'd get sick of it though. It's the same kind of thing as cheetah piss. Like that's also good. I mean, I would say apples and bananas is better than cheetah piss, but I can see why Bud likes cheetah piss. Every time I smoke it, I enjoy the fuck out of it. It's kind of basic bitch weed. I want to kind of be mad at it, but I can't because it kind of ticks all the boxes. So it's like I want to be mad at it, but I can't. It's good weed. I don't know what to tell you, but I can see
Well,
why
in
someone gets
apples,
sick of it
bananas,
because it's kind of
the
the same
trimmers,
flavor every time.
the trimmers complained from day one. It was more effort to trim
More
apples.
effort to trim for sure. Definitely a little bit more
Yeah.
finicky plant. Cheetah piss is definitely a surprisingly resilient plant. I expect it to be more of a basic bitch than it is, but it's not. Um, yeah. Uh, Apples and
Yeah.
bananas has a more interesting flavor. I think probably has a lot more interesting terpene profile. Probably you could do more with it in terms of maximizing the terpene profile, I feel like, than the cheetah piss. But that's really just my judgment.
That just
Yeah.
goes to show that some of the trimmers they're different in their mindset.
Oh, the
You
trimmers are
know,
picking stuff differently than everybody else. It's funny. Everybody picks for different reasons. I was talking about at the beginning of the show how not enough plant selection is done on the basis of women's needs, right? And so, for example, if you were to pick based on trimmers' needs, oh, it would all be golf balls that, just have fan leaves that you can knock off and no fucking problems, right? Look at that. That's terrible for a trimmer. Oh, you got to go around here and there and do
little
this and that.
bitch.
It's so much work. Yeah, Jesus H. Christ. Throw that shit in the trash, right? Well, he's not going to throw that in the trash. Come on. But if the trimmers were in charge, he would throw in the trash, right? So
You trash.
that's it.
I mean, we put work into making these strings, and it's like, come on, a little bit of work, people. So
I
what?
just,
You're
I
getting
just, I
paid for
just,
a couple
I
extra
just,
hours.
I just make sure that there's a light leak somewhere and wait until they pollinate each other. That's all that anyone has to do, really. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. Or am I? No, come on, I'm kidding. I'm gonna go hit the grocery store here in a
That's a
second.
real super boof.
Oh, right on, Ned. He was about to snag some Schwale work. Snag. That's a surprisingly hard thing to say. I'm about to snag some Schwale work too. I almost got a pack of his seeds not too long ago. Uh, I've heard good things. I've heard really good things about his work. A little bit expensive, kind of like him. Archive, a couple other guys here in the Northwest. They charge two, three, $400 for seeds now. I don't know. I've kind of kept mine, the same price, pretty much $100. I've actually lowered my price in some cases. A lot of people have kept them the same price. I don't know. I, I guess the proof is in the pudding, like we've talked about this before, if
Hey,
you
what
spend
you,
$400 on a pack of seeds, but you get a fucking banger of a plant that you keep for the rest of your life, you'll forget that $400, you know what I mean? Or you'll
yep.
remember it just as a story that you tell to friends. So like the price ends up being somewhat insignificant. For example, if you paid $400 and you didn't have to hunt through four other packs of seeds or three other packs of seeds, well, you saved a bunch of time too, not only money. So there's different ways to look at it. But, a lot of the times when I've heard from people, well, they hunted through a $400 pack and they didn't really find anything they liked. And then they found another pack that was expensive and they didn't really find anything like there. And so it seems a little bit more like luxurious products as opposed to anything that actually just is justified by the price. So, so I guess that's the thing. If there were value for the dollar, I wouldn't hesitate to spend $400 at a pack. But, uh, uh, you know,
I've gone through 100 blueberry muffins so far.
100? Oh, wow.
Oh, easy.
How much did
But the
that
ones
cost
that
you?
are,
Oh, did you make it yourself?
Well,
yes
that could
and
probably
no.
be the problem right there because you've
I
I
guess
taken
fucking
so.
something that was original and you've taken it another step. So you may have pushed that you
Well, I
like or
don't
you're
know. It
looking
depends on
for
how he
out
made
of
it.
it.
I guess it depends on how he made it. If he had blueberry muffin seeds and then just used one of the blueberry muffin males and crossed to the female, then he's another filial generation, I guess. How much harm can you
that's what it
really
is.
do?
It's blueberry muffin on blueberry muffin.
Mm.
But it's the
And I
blueberry
guess they
muffins
say
that I
it's
kept.
already an F6 or something. I can't remember exactly. So, you
But
know.
it's only the blueberry muffins that I kept the 1 year, so
Mm. Mm.
I look forward to it. And I've got some chads going. See what happens there.
Mm. Mm.
Getting ready to
That's
pop a
just,
bunch of stuff.
if you don't have anything nice, don't say anything at all. That's my philosophy, right? What are we talking about in the chat? Was gonna get gland gains, but it's sold out before I could snatch it. Uh,
I'm gonna dive
that's what I
into the
like. I
Star
would
Dog.
really like to one of these days. I'm sorry for talking over you, or I'll just finish my thought. I would really like to smoke some of his weed one of these days. That's one of the reasons why I'd like to meet with him, because I'm curious how the weed tastes. I know that it's good for washing and everything else. Anyway, I'm very curious. I'm sure it's good. I'm looking at it, it's almost certainly good, right? But I'm just curious. Robert, what were you saying?
I'm gonna dive into the Star Dog F2s I have.
Oh, right
Hey,
on.
Captain, I'll sell you this elephant for $5 now because I broke it.
No.
Got a, it's broken on the end of the trunk. Oh well.
Now you
Oh,
broke the
pity.
tip.
Oh shit. Bring that back, would you? I have something that looks almost exactly like that.
There are Chinese knockoffs. This is
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bolacante.
I have almost exactly the same elephant. I don't know if I can find it right now, but
Yeah,
mine doesn't have the colored glass, but it's the same shape and everything.
there's certain shapes, there's certain forms, but
Yeah.
this has got millefiori in it. That's what that like flower looking
Huh.
thing is.
That's cool.
It's got more of it on this side, millefiori, and then I
Yeah.
forget what the gold because it's got gold specks in there too.
It's probably just gold
I
specks.
know I know what the word is. I can't think of the Italian word for it. And then the blue inside of the encased glass, that's Sommerso.
Acrylic.
But this is like a $150, $200 elephant when it was
Oh, cool.
not
Not
broken.
broken.
The dichroic is new though. They wouldn't have that in like old Italian glass. That's from like the last maybe 20 years.
They call it Sommerso glass, where it's a glass, encased glass they call it, or a color within a color, a
Uh,
glass, or whatever.
gotcha.
I've got more better examples of it, but I can't see you anything right at the top of my head.
Gotcha.
Yeah, in California, that's a millie. Making pipes. types of
Dopey.
millies.
Millefiori.
Yeah, right. The
Thousand
little
flowers.
flowers.
It looks like when they take a colored pencil. Have you ever seen that where they glue a bunch of colored pencils together and then they
Uh-huh.
they mill it?
Yeah, yeah, long and then they slice
Uh,
them, and it looks like
Basically, you get
flowers.
rods of glass essentially, and then you make a picture. So imagine on the far end, you make a, and you can use different shaped rods. It doesn't have to be fucking 1,000 feet long, but a lot of times it'll be, like a hunk of glass,
That's what
basically
she
like
said.
a foot long or something. Yeah, right on. And they basically make a picture, and it can be a fairly small set of rods. For example, if it is basically just like one of those little flowers, like what he was showing, it would only really have to be like a fairly small thing like that. But it could be something big, like what's his face? Mothership Glass basically makes a lot of stuff like this, where they make these designs and just kind of put the glass together, and they go take it into the kiln essentially and melt it all together in one way or another. So when Mothership does it, sometimes they make these gigantic medallions, and then they stick one fucking and it's literally like 20 pounds of glass, mind you. But in this case, those little millefiores with the rods, it might only be like 1 pound of glass or something. But you end up sticking one thing to one side and you stick one thing to the other, and the glass is so soft that you just pull it apart basically. Or you could, if you wanted to, chop it basically. And so sometimes people will just literally chop it if they wanted to be super even, because you can very easily integrate it. The pieces are so soft, you can very easily integrate it into molten glass. So if you were working a vase or another elephant or something, you could literally roll it in those hunks of chopped off glass. But when you pull it, like you see Mothership pull that big old fucking chunk of glass, and they pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it until the medallions, I guess the medallions that they sell are only, whatever medallion size, and then they chop it with a glass cutter. I guess that's a better way for me to say it. I kind of skipped that step. Anyway.
Yeah, the clear glass acts as like a magnifier.
Oh, when they encase it in the glass, yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Thinking I might start moving to saw blades instead of the stars. 'Cause I got a couple saw blades.
That's cool. All right, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I am out of almost everything. Except for onions. Got tons of fucking onions. Well, that's not true. I probably only have 4 onions, but that's more onions than any human needs, really.
Man,
Get
I
some of that
spent
shit we
four
got
hundred
back in the
dollars
Unless
day,
you
on
were making
yo.
food
Mongolian
this
beef. I
week.
guess if you're making Mongolian beef or something, you just need all the fucking onions. What's that, Robert?
What was that? What was that shit we used to eat back in the day? Someone in
When
chat
you're
might
up in
got it.
I
Minnesota,
don't
who
know.
the hell knows what you eat
Hmm.
up
I don't
there?
know. Yeah, 100%. It could be fucking stir-fried beavers. I don't even know.
But I was thinking kind of like that.
Um, a Swedish gruel of moss and strawberry jam. I don't know. Fuck, I don't even know. What did you eat back in the day? I don't know. Everyone's still wondering. Right. All right, I'm gonna take off. Even though I
Because
do
we're
feel
not
like smoking
vegan.
another joint, but I'm not gonna. Okay, who wants to take over? Bud is busy in the garden. Does anybody else want to be the boss?
Not I, because my reception is spotty at best at the
Gotcha.
moment.
I'm fine. I can take over. I'm just changing water,
All right, right on. Here, let me make a couple people co-host first.
and I'm
Make co-host.
not in one room.
See, am I up to at least 30% battery? Oh, yeah, 42.
That's what she said. All right, we got co-hosts all the way around, and now we have change host. Boom, there we go. All right, boys and girls, I may be back, I may not be, depending on what I fucking make for dinner. Thanks very much for hanging, my friends. Do check out the website, like I said, got those new lines hanging. Uh, Plenty of interesting stuff. Limited packs on several of them. Some are not as limited as others, so some stuff will disappear right away, some stuff won't. Some new stuff coming next week, so keep your eyes tuned or peeled or whatever the expression is. Other than that, thanks very much for hanging, my friends. Enjoy the conversation. Don't be fucking jerk offs. If you guys hop on here, nobody's allowed to be a goddamn jerk off or a Debbie Downer or anything else. If you guys have different opinion or whatever else, please be polite about it. Please be respectful. Please be civil about it. You're welcome to disagree. You're welcome to say something else, but just don't be a fucking jerk off. I don't want to hear about any jerk off shit. Anybody trying to troll in the chat, feel free to ban the fuck out of them. Anyone with a blue name, I have a zero tolerance policy, so I don't care who the fuck it is. If they're being a jerk off, ban them. If you want to be super nice, time them out for as long as they can be timed out for, and they can fucking be cool again, and then maybe we'll ban them next time. But I'm not kidding, ladies and gentlemen. I have a zero tolerance policy. Zero, I can't even speak. So apparently I have a zero talking policy either. Zero tolerance policy for nonsense horse shit. So if you're going to be an asshole in the chat, you're going to go somewhere else. You're welcome to disagree. You're absolutely welcome to disagree. You're welcome to have a contrary opinion, all that kind of stuff. Just be civil about it. Just be nice about it. Don't be a fucking troll. I'm sure 99% of you know exactly what I'm trying to say. So hopefully that makes sense. Other than that, my friends, adios. I'm gonna leave my picture here just so everyone remembers that the show is actually sponsored by my fucking channel. So, but I'm gonna mute myself. All right. If you guys drop the show again, if the last host or whatever drops again, can you let me know? Because I hate it when the show just runs nonstop all night. Although I will eventually notice it probably, but
Will
End
do.
show for
right on.
everyone.
Nice. Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Enjoy
Where'd
yourselves.
all that
Talk
paper
amongst
go?
yourselves. Although nobody gets that joke anymore. It's like 25, 30-year-old fucking SNL skit now. Talk
Quit
amongst
hitting
yourselves.
yourself.
Coffee Clatch, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to be making noise again here.
Christoph's in the chat. I wonder how he's doing today, all the way across the world in the morning time.
S'il vous plaît, lasagna, cappuccino, big force.
Big
Ah,
force.
yeah. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff I'm gonna be popping this year, I think. Go through and hunt some stuff and look for stuff that I maybe want to work with. I got to
It's
do
that time
something.
of
I got
year
a
or what?
shit ton of seeds. Probably got
And
Yeah,
like
man.
300
now?
packs of seeds to go through.
And the weather's good now in Ohio?
It's starting to warm up, yeah. I mean, we're still at like 52, but at least it got into the 60s today instead of being a high of 52. Still waiting for that 80-degree weather to come back, though. Man, I came back and had like 3 days of 80 some degree weather, and then all of a sudden it like dropped like a rock. It was like, damn, I thought I missed all this. It's what I was hoping for. Ah,
No, it's been a cold spring.
yeah, it has. Oh man.
Bunch of the vegetables are planted are froze like a cold night, like last week.
Yeah. Well, I ended up
Well,
losing a few of the plants that I put outside here. I lost half my sour diesels. The lemon G made it.
Did they run away or did they hide or what? Did you just forget
They
where you put them?
died. No, they died. It was, there was quite a few days it was down in the 30s here when I left.
How did the farmer find the sheep in the log tall grass?
Called it by its
Satisfying.
name.
Very satisfying.
You can definitely tell Brian's from Minnesota. He
You
knows all the
betcha.
farmer jokes.
Now, no one's in like tornado zone.
You know why the pony didn't make the acapella team? Because he was a tiny bit hoarse.
Well, that was a clean joke.
Yeah.
I said it wrong too.
Surprised that a Minnesota had a clean joke.
You know why? Did you know that a white-tailed deer can jump higher than a two-story house? Because houses can't jump. That's fucking hilarious right there.
Taking Fumi's advice. I'm finishing up this joint here, rolling it up.
Because
I haven't smoked in about 12 hours.
you were sleeping.
Yep. Yeah, I finally hit the wall because basically I came back and, you know, was back for 6 hours and got a call. You got to come down and help.
One that like jet lag or whatever. That's got to be pretty gnarly coming back, right?
Yeah, I think it was the time that I returned back and the fact that I had extended time that I was up.
Well, when you fly there, you're moving forward in time, but when you fly home, you're moving back in time, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Like you
I
get
guess
on the
jet lag,
plane,
jet lag.
when you're flying back from like Tokyo, you get on that plane, Tokyo, and no matter what time you get on that plane, because they give you a meal like shortly after getting on the plane to say, okay, it's time to eat. And then they put the nose of the plane up and crank the air conditioning. So, like, gives you that little bit of relaxed feeling of being set back into your seat. And then they freeze you out. And it puts most people to sleep. But when you deal with chronic pain, when it gets cold, you start to hurt. The stewardess thought I was like, an air marshal because I stood for like 3.5 hours, 4 hours of the plane ride back. But I definitely like those exit seats. Man, that extra leg room.
And boy, are my arms tired.
You're flying the wrong way. I just got to find a way to smoke in like Tokyo.
They still have tough laws in Japan, huh?
Yep,
You'd think they would
weed's
be one of the
expensive.
places moving forward at some level. I mean, they're a progressive society, aren't they?
Uh,
Overall,
I think maybe they were progressive society back in the 70s, coming out of where they were at. But, they're technologically advanced, but I think they still keep a lot of their old world values.
obvious.
I think that's why I like northern Thailand so much, is because, I go back there and I feel like I'm in the 60s, 70s again, as far as the way everybody acts. Come back here and people don't care. They just disrespect you. course, I think a lot of people back here forget what about a punch in the nose is like too. You just can't say what you want to say all the time or the way you say it. Dogs in the Pile had their first festival. And it was an indoor festival at a theater in Syracuse. Man, that was really good. That was Friday, Saturday,
Yeah,
and Sunday.
they're like the pretty new upcoming band that seems to be making strides. People like them. I've never seen
Oh
them live,
yeah,
but I've seen them on online. They're good. I like their vibe.
I definitely need to have a chair for that concert though, because I really want to be out there when they play.
Now, wasn't doesn't the Dark Star Jubilees in Ohio every year?
Yeah, that was last
That
weekend
was
too.
Yeah. Warren played one
Warren,
night.
yeah, Sunday night.
Yeah, I watched a little of one of the shows on Nugs.
Yeah, if you ever want to go to it, bud, let me know.
Yeah,
My friend does the sound and stage for him.
yeah. That's
We
that's
got it
what,
in
like,
at
almost
Buckeye
20
Lake.
years old now. Like, that's been Dark Star's thing from the beginning, right?
Well, no, they came on and started. Well, I guess it's getting close to 15 years now.
Well, I mean, not everybody, but are they based from there originally, or
No, they're
what's?
farther east. But Buckeye Lake was one of the first places that, gave them an opportunity to have a big stage and a chance to put a big crowd in there. And it's centrally located. There's quite a few people around Ohio that go to that.
Well, people just love events, especially festival type events. There's so few of them around
Well,
the whole country.
here in Ohio, we seem to have a lot. I've got Nelson's Ledges Quarry Park, NLQP, which is 35 minutes away from me right now. And
I've
Dark
been to
Star
the
used to
Warm
come
Park.
there over my birthday weekend, which is August 31st. There's even a video of me backstage complaining about there's nothing but fucking beer in the coolers. Where the goddamn is the pop and the water? Because at that time I really wasn't drinking and I hate beer. Oh my God. That was funny as hell. I even walked up on the stage. That was a fun weekend. I had a fun birthday. So did a whole bunch of other people. I used to actually save my weed for like a month before that festival. Of course, that was back during the times where, hey, a couple pounds may have only showed up at the festival, not like today where it's like 10, 15 pounds showing up. That's the reason why I think we got really big in the festivals here was because that was the only place you could really go find good weed because everybody's keeping themselves still. But yeah, I'm pretty lucky. Dogs in the Pile will actually be playing at Nelson's Ledges during my birthday. And Hookahville has moved up and they're just doing a 60 this year. They're not going to do a fall Hookahville, which falls over my birthday. So I'll probably go out and see them at the quarry. Like I said, though, I think, yeah, there's some songs I get up and dance to, but then there's a lot of like space there. So yeah, I definitely want to have a chair to sit down. I like sitting down and listening to their shows with like headset on, just cranked up. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of us heads there watching them now. It's nice to pop in their chat and see a whole bunch of other people. You're muted, bud. Bud, you're muted. Everybody's muted. I seem to be the only one not muted.
Hey, I was
Hey, there's
listening.
Jeff.
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
And
Glad
Bud
you
must be on a
stepped
phone
in.
call.
Yeah, maybe.
How you doing, Jeff?
You were like I was saying, it's cold here, so I can
Yeah.
understand what's happening. Yeah, so hardcore is about to plant like some some small seedlings. He had a bunch. I think they're hemp though. Weren't those hemp hardcore? Didn't you say that one time?
Fuck no.
Okay, cool.
No, not this year. Well,
Hey,
I've
in
got I've
today's
got
age,
my
it's all
my
hemp.
I've got my Chaz ones, but those aren't. I didn't show them. They're not here.
That should be pretty
And those
good. So yeah,
technically
what type
second
were
quarter.
those?
Huh?
Were those something
That's
you
my
made?
local feral hemp
Most of those?
by Tasmanian Skunk from Subcool, which is Sweet Island Skunk by Vortex. So it's Sweet Island Skunk by Vortex by Cheryl. 1 out of 4 will be high THC. I'm hoping that coincides with the vigor or the outdoor hardiness that this plant has achieved through 80 years of evolution.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And if I get some cool
Cool.
terpenes, that would be cool too.
Did you take the Cheryl and take a male from that or a female you use?
Male. It was a male skunk, Tasmanian skunk.
Okay. Because if you did it around the other way around, your numbers may be flipped.
Well, it'll be Mendelian genetics. It'll be a quarter of them will be high THC, a quarter will be high CBD, or a quarter will be marijuana, a quarter will be hemp, and a half will be 1-to-1. But basically, that's roughly speaking.
Yeah.
But that's just
I just,
Mendelian genetics, and that's if there's not double fucking alleles that cross each other out, or how the fuck that works. Double recessive shit or whatever.
but that's only if you're using that hemp as a female. If you use, or male, if you, a female, I'm sorry, if you use the male, it was only going to pass on the switch numbers of that. You'd end up with more THC strains than CBD or hemp strain.
I don't know if that works, if it's like that or not.
Well, I've used a couple things and I thought, okay, well, I'm going to use this and the bud structure is going to stay the same. but I'm going to get more trichomes and a little bit more gas from this stuff here. And I go to do it that way with certain strains, and it's like, holy shit, I changed the bud structure. I didn't get exactly what I was looking for in the terpene profile. And it's like, after you do a couple crosses with that female, it's like, okay, I need the male of this to get these other characteristics to cross over. And then you think about it and go, well, that's really hard to do because there's no seeds of it. So there's no male.
I do have though what because I thought it was down to I only had like 150 seeds. They kind of got fucked over, but I did just come across. I've got like a gallon worth of seeds from. I went and I cleared out a buddy's. He had a back lot like out in the country that was inundated with plants. I did a really quick walkthrough on one of the Wednesday shows, but it was really choppy video, so it really kind of sucked. But those were a whole bunch of plants that were just volunteers out there, and I think some of those were the hemp. But it's hard to say. It's just basically a big muddled pool. But whatever it was, they were all fucking 12 feet tall, without any water all year, any human intervention. So whatever ones, those might be fun to look at, but I
That's
haven't
pretty
even
cool.
attempted to pop any of them. I could give a bunch away though if anyone wants to fucking run through a fucking handful of them. See if there's something
Pretty
special
interesting.
might pop up.
That's feral American cannabis.
Yeah, well, that one and that one
Hemp.
might be mixed with like 80s
Well,
or
so
90s.
some of what's in there anyway. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And how far back does that go? What that originate from? American
So pre
land race, kind of.
1937.
It's not land race.
Well, people call. I mean, it could be called endemic or land race, kind of. Endemic
I
at
mean, it's
least.
probably
Now it
close. Yeah,
is.
it's
It's
close. It's as
almost
close as
100
anything.
years old.
And
It's been
endemic is
100
just like
years
a
old.
100 years. Yeah. Yeah. It's a long time.
an endemic is just like a
That's
population
true.
that's
It's and
been
every year
sequestered.
you get a new. That's a lot. That's 100. Yeah, it's 100 across. It's a long
100
time.
But
generations.
I mean,
Yeah, things can
prior to prior to
mix up.
1937, when they
Yeah.
made marijuana legal, a lot of people grew hemp. A lot of farmers and everything. We, we're like all of our rope and all of our canvas and fucking paper. A lot of things were made with it. But
Yeah.
but
Is
once
that where it originated from?
in 1937, so there was a lot of
Yeah,
stuff
it's
growing
all
like in the
government.
teens here. But then in 1937, marijuana became illegal, as did hemp. But when World War II happened, we had like
Hemp came
I don't know,
back.
tariffs or whatever on, or not tariffs, but we couldn't get our hemp from China anymore. Asia, wherever it's coming from. So
Yeah,
the army
victory.
handed out hundreds of thousands of seeds to farmers all across Minnesota, and they built 11 hemp mills in Minnesota alone. They call it the Hemp for Victory Drive, and that was in the early 40s. And once that was done, once the war was over, they immediately tried eradicating it again. But a lot of those plants from the 40s still stuck around, and they've got their own little pockets of it around Minnesota. And yeah, a lot they're different. They're all, I mean, even if they were maybe, they weren't all the same. Who knows the variation of the seed? I think they all came from China or something like that back in the 40s. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
still, it's cannabis. It's all cannabis. It's all got genes in there to unlock that. I don't know the way that
Yeah.
I look at it.
I
But
mean, some came over with the Europeans, with the sailing ships.
well,
But
no shit. We've had hemp grow. I mean, hemp's been. You used to be able to pay your taxes in hemp back in
yeah,
before we were even a country.
was that the start of it though? Was it the Europeans?
Not the stuff here because that was pre
Yeah.
Minnesota, before Minnesota was
I mean,
even
just in,
discovered.
in North America.
Yeah, in North America they had it.
Was that pretty
I
much,
mean,
was that the start?
famously George Washington grew hemp. It's like,
Yeah.
but way
Yeah, I
prior to
know.
that they had. I mean, that was one of the big before the cotton gin and everything. That was one of the
Because
big
the Indians
production
didn't
plants.
smoke cannabis, right?
No, they smoke what they
Well,
call Indian hemp, but it's a different thing. It's not cannabis.
yeah.
there are people that will say that there are some strains that, like what's his name, the crazy guy on FCP. I can't think of it.
Oh, on Sunday?
There. Some people say that there's some, strains on like Arizona or something like that that were
Yeah.
that came, but
It's
and
true.
it's possible. I don't see, it's yeah, but I mean, I don't like to say. I could say the stuff that's still around is stuff that's been like the plot that I know of that's been growing in the same spot on the same farm for all the 80 years and never been touched.
Mhm.
So
Well,
the
that's,
Well,
only things
it's
that are
cool
left
what
are
they're doing. Yeah, it's
when we were
interesting anyway.
British colonies, you had to live here, to live in their colony. You had to grow 1 acre of hemp
Uh-huh.
for the king.
yeah, they grew a lot more hemp before tobacco was discovered, and then once tobacco was discovered, uh, England figured that they could hook us on that. So that's where it was like the first big drug dealers is when we started slanging tobacco at everyone, and then
The
opium,
West
and then
India
fucking
Hemp Company.
After
cocaine, and
that,
then
I mean, coffee and sugar too. The Dutch and East Indies
West
yeah.
switched
Indies
over to
Trading Company.
sugar and
I mean, the
coffee.
word canvas was from cannabis.
Oh, canvas, yeah. Yeah, you didn't say Canada, did you? At first, I was
No,
thinking
canvas,
Canada. Yeah,
No,
canvas. Yeah, yeah.
canvas like
No, right.
burlap.
No, no. I was thinking that too. Like, yeah, not even for just for ropes, but just for fabric. Yeah, they had to grow a lot.
Oh yeah, and like
Yeah.
sales.
baling
Well, yeah, for
twine. I mean,
selling, but I mean, even once they landed here, um, and for clothing kind of stuff too.
We got cotton for that.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what they made of it, but whatever. It was a good material anyway, and definitely ropes.
I know there's some pretty interesting Cheryl terps and pretty fat plants. I like them. I mean, there's cool things to look at least. It'll be fun to see to play with. I'm not a breeder, so I don't know. I'm not going to claim to be a breeder,
Uh-huh.
so
Yeah, it's interesting.
I just chuck some
So
pollen to
you're
it now and
saying
then.
it branches out a lot? Because
What's that?
most hemp is just, you said it's a fat plant. On, can you expand on that a little bit more? Because, hemp is supposed to be basically singular stalk
Yeah,
Well,
bulbs and
that's where people get confused. Is that hemp and marijuana? It's the same plant. It grows the same. I mean, it's just that stuff that was primarily grown for fabrics and
is single
whatever
stalk.
the shit. Well, it was no, it was just that's how they grew it. So that's where I mean that's kind of what. And maybe I'm sure maybe they did pick the phenotype a little bit, but I don't think they were too much into the plant sciences back then, where they had like Monsanto fields of corn that were all one, you know, uniform or whatever. Um, it's still kind of like wild popular. If you take
Because
a bunch
the
of
only
fucking
reason why I ask is because all the hemp that I see in Asia is single stalked. All the hemp that I see in coming out of like Russia is single stalked. So maybe
um
a little bit farther up in Russia where it gets a little bit colder, like Minnesota would, is more of a branchier, Christmas tree type plant.
I don't know. Like they say it like because I've watched this video on genetics like a million times that the University of Minnesota put out a long time ago because they've been going around Minnesota and taking all the feral hemp strains and locking them up and taking them back to the college and they breed with it. So they got all these patents waiting, I'm sure. That's what got me to get my ass in gear to try to find some of my own to try to play with. But um, yeah, pretty soon let's be able to scan your field from a fucking satellite and say, "Oh, you're growing our hemp. You're you're bankrupt now. Go away."
Well, yeah, that's
Um,
exactly the way it's going to go here in the States. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
you're already seeing Ohio, cutting our grow numbers back and then making every other aspect of cannabis illegal, even where you can fucking smoke it, and what are they doing with the extra money that they're stealing from cannabis or want to? Put it back into redoing jails and adding more officers.
Pretty crazy.
Unless it's in a big business industrial bag, commercial bag, and it's not sealed, and you got a pack of papers with you, you're going to get a possession charge and you're going to get a paraphernalia charge again. And they throw the drug abuse charge in there too, then they can take your license for 6 months. They just want to
Well, it's
dumb us
faster.
all down and make us, all slaves to big business. And that's going to cause a problem here.
It shouldn't be anything with driving cannabis. I
I,
mean,
for one,
maybe for
welcome our alien
maybe for
overlords.
newbies, but otherwise, it really doesn't. It's not like alcohol. Like we were talking about that before. People, they'll go down the wrong way on a
Tell you what, though, I've seen
highway,
some pretty, I've
Well,
seen some people
yeah,
get
or
pretty fucked up on weed.
go over a handrail. Like it wasn't even a handrail. It was like it was at the end of the staircase. And I think he was just standing there. It wasn't like he was moving. And I mean, maybe he was moving a little bit. Yeah,
I
the
mean,
kid
technically, you could
went
probably,
over the
be,
rail.
be get a Dewey on caffeine or something. I mean, anything is in excess can be.
Yeah, you could.
yeah, the cop pulled me over after drinking
It's not
some of
like
that
alcohol.
coffee in Asia. Holy shit, man. He thought I was on coke. I mean, it's bad when you have a couple cups of coffee and you got to go take a Valium to calm down.
I lost a fucking
But
carburetor adjustment screw and it's pissing me off.
But
yeah, I
being
got to go
high and
take a look at
driving
a
is like
car now.
it's totally seems totally different, at least, for a stoner.
I don't know. It came pretty natural for me.
It's not dangerous. It might even help.
There was 42 times in 1 year that we got in the car and we're going to school and got high and said, you know what, we got a couple more joints. Why don't we go out to this lake
Makes you
on the
a safer
PA
driver because
border?
you're paranoid of breaking the law.
Hmm. Where alcohol just screws you all up, period.
Get pulled over waiting for the stop sign to turn green.
Well, that's the only reason why you're doing is because you got high and your mind caught something else and is fixated on that and not the stop sign anymore.
It seems perfect for a long road trip, like cross country.
Yeah. We would drive out to the PA line, which is like an hour away from here. Go have breakfast and then come back to school at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. Miss your first 3, 4 classes, and then you have lunch. Killer.
You ever kill B? What'd you do
I
to
was
kill her?
lucky I had first lunch. So we'd come back for first lunch. But yeah, definitely putting in the miles driving. Yeah, a couple good joints make that trip go by so much faster. Like going to Michigan is a 2 joint trip.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You
four
don't
and a
measure
half
any joints.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4.5 hours. And it's like, well, you don't smoke because you're driving through downtown Cleveland. So you smoke on the other side of the city, and it takes you a joint, and then you get to the Michigan line, and then you fire up your second joint when you just
And you
get
have
into
to use your
Michigan. And as you're driving into Michigan, the first fucking 4 billboards on 23 North and 75 are Dispo, 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 Dispo. That's the first billboard you see driving into Michigan. Dispos. By the time you hit the second exit, third exit in Michigan, you've already passed by 10 to 15 dispos. I think there's literally like 6 or 7 of them at the one exit. It's like,
But
holy fuck.
going cross country would be a whole different thing if, like that, and if it was legal too to drive and smoke and, pull over.
Well, as long as you keep it cool and don't fuck up anyway and set the
Yeah.
cruise control, you shouldn't have a problem.
No. Yeah, soon they'll be self-driving anyway.
I mean, I haven't had a speeding ticket in, holy shit, 15, 16, maybe 17, 18 years. I found that cruise control button really handy.
But coming back from those shows, cross country was always a lot better, as I remember. I guess it varied though, actually, too. But
Yeah, you're all
a lot of
paranoid as
times
fucking
you'd find
Illinois.
something new on tour.
Fucking Illinois, 3.5 grams is a felony.
Yeah.
You got a couple ounces, you're looking at like a second-degree felony. I had a lot of friends in
Yeah.
Illinois that, we grew up together going to the same conventions. And one of my friends at, 15 had a felony already. And it's like, man, that's going to fuck me later on. I ain't going to be able to do this. I ain't going to be able to do that. I can't never vote because I got a felony as a kid for less than, a quarter ounce of weed.
Yeah. It was some of those, I guess, got expunged or taken off.
Well, that's what they did in Illinois is they expunged everybody's cannabis felonies. Like mine is expunged.
Uh-huh.
So when
Yeah.
they pull me
Well,
up,
those were
unless it's a
crazy.
government
They really
computer,
were. Like you're
you
saying.
don't know I have a felony or had a felony. But if you pull it up on a government computer, oh, it's still there.
Yeah.
When I go across, when I went into Canada that one time and they were like, oh, the reason why you got pulled over is because you got a cannabis felony. Fucking profilers.
Used to smoke on the plane once in a while. At least once I remember definitely from People's Airplane, People's Airline. And the pilot even made an announcement.
No more smoking pot on the plane. We're high
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. Whoever's smoking, there'll be law enforcement waiting when we land. He's just bullshitting, but trying to get people to stop. But it was like a large percentage of deadheads.
Yeah.
So, you know, there were multiple people smoking. Like a
Yeah, the
like a
80s.
like a 747 with like 5 seats or something in the center aisle, 5 or 7.
Yeah.
It was, some of those, I guess. Like a 747 with like 5 seats or something in the center aisle, 5 or 7.
Yeah. The 80s.
Like a 747 with like 5 seats or something in the center aisle, 5 or 7. you could like be in the center there, and yeah, it wasn't obvious at all.
No, you're just the one with the smoke coming up that, is completely different than everybody else's on the plane. No, it smells a lot different, dude. I've had people, when I was sitting out back at a bar and I spark up, one of those Afghani mango joints, there were literally people that would drive by and they said, "We seen your bike there." And then we realized by the smell coming out of the front of it that we should go back and see you. The different smell of cannabis, believe me, I thought, okay, you know, smoke. And then all of a sudden, some of my Thai friends said, "Man, what the hell you smoking?" Because it smelled completely different than what they were used to. It had that more pungent, like, yeah, this is good shit over here. This is different. When I went back, I took some really good weed with me and I smoked with a friend of mine. And he must not be speaking to a lot of Americans or people that speak English. And he had to tell me after we got done with the joint, like, "Hey, can we just sit here and talk and, kind of not talk because I'm having a hard time translating and then retranslating back to you?" And I said, "Oh, you getting lost in English again?" And he said, "Yep." Had a big old smile on his face. And it lasted for like 2.5 hours for him. That's another thing we really have to look at too. The duration of the high, because it could be really tasty, but it's not worth me smoking if the high doesn't last for a minimum of an hour. I do take it for a medical reason, but, you know, I just don't want to have to smoke a joint every 30, 40 minutes. And kind of like what Fumi said, it was like, well, we got to look at the female smoker. And it's like, yeah, that's why you have all these fruit flavors that really don't get you high. Because I find very few females that like to get stoned. Oh, we lost Ryan.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Is Bud still here?
Yeah. He's
Mm,
having a
okay, cool.
conversation with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's almost 3 o'clock.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
some like there's some stony weeds with like fruity, some like fruity notes, you could say.
Yeah, there was a cherry.
Fruity.
There was a cherry that showed up in the AK-47. It was like one out of what, every 1,000 female seeds that showed up. We had those, and that's what I started breeding for because I did notice that there was a lack of them. And I actually enjoyed that taste because once I hit a sesquiterpene plant, that's time I can really taste, cherries or blueberries or something. But because a lot of the strains I like are monoterpene. You hit it like one or two, three times, and by the fourth hit, the resin has changed the taste of the joint, the hit.
Hmm.
So I was trying to get sesquiterpenes into more and broadleaf indica type plants.
And do you take edibles regularly or
Not really,
lately?
because I'm more THC sensitive. So larger amounts of THC that I need to take for some reason in a concentrated form kind of speeds everything up for me. And I don't like that feeling.
Hmm.
So it affects me a lot different. I can't eat it at like 8 o'clock at night and expect to go to bed by 10, 11 o'clock. No, maybe 6 a.m.
Hmm. Weird.
But if I use, buds into a brownie mix, I get a completely different feeling. I get that lethargic feeling.
What's when is it rushy? When is it a rush?
When
I'm gonna feel this.
I take it out of a concentrate.
Concentrate. Oh,
Yeah.
versus from a flower.
That's why I think the combustion of flower is,
Hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, it's the best way for me to smoke cannabis. Through a vape, no, I don't get that same high. I just get a THC high. I don't get the full plant effect
Yeah.
because, people would
I
say,
hear
oh,
you.
I taste this, out of a volcano. And I'm hitting the volcano and you're getting that effect. I'm just getting this like really high effect. I ain't getting the body tingles that you're experiencing or anything like that.
No, sometimes the vape can be too like heady. I mean, like like a strange kind of headiness,
Yeah.
like a powerful vape, like like yeah, volcano or the mighty. Yeah, that can be a kind of a rush.
My friend bought one of the volcanoes like the next trip to Amsterdam right after those came out. And he always wanted to do it that way. And I'm like, man, can't we just roll a joint?
Mm.
But he had the good weed at the time, so to be able to smoke some of that good weed, I didn't give a shit really.
Yeah, I like eating it though. From flour. I make it from flour
Yeah,
or dry sift, it's all coming from flour and not, it's just dry sift. That's as concentrated as it gets.
yeah, especially if it's
Right
not
now, right
green.
now I leave it as an oil. That I like that way a lot, and it tastes really good. So, like on bread or toast, it tastes good. Tastes like a spicy olive oil.
Well, that's one of the things too. Once you suspend the THC in the plant into the oils, they could sit there for a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah, I
They
keep it in the
really don't
fridge.
go bad. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was talking about that before. How like cookies, at room temperature really doesn't last that long. About gummies, like guess that would last a while. But I was thinking of making crackers. Just yeah, they'll last because they're dry.
Yeah.
But yeah, the oil, I like it. It's really good. So I've used alcohol also. That works. Tinctures. Use that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I had all that FICO in Thailand. It was like, hey, this gives me a lot more ways to use it.
Uh-huh. Harder on
So,
the liver,
eh,
but not a lot.
but
Yeah, and
shit,
like
dude.
for certain things, like a certain enzyme that's used for different things,
I had it from a
especially in the liver.
friend, and I would literally squirt a nice, eh, good line out of it and let it sit out. And it's sitting out, it would dry out. And you could put that into a joint and smoke it. You could put it in a dab rig and burn it.
Yeah.
It jazzed up the banger a little bit, but if you got really high quality, then it was more of like a honey oil, but you were only leaving the cannabis in there maybe for 30, 40 minutes at a time. It seems like the longer you leave your cannabis in the alcohol, the darker it gets. I prefer that darker myself because there's so much more that needs to be done and studies and research done. I mean, we haven't even scratched the top of what cannabis could be in this
Yeah, I was thinking we're gonna need it too. We were talking about AI before. Like, the breeders better keep busy. People are gonna need that.
Well, you look at how many names
It's
of
gonna be a
cannabis are
stressful
right
world.
now,
Crazy.
and you know, you think about the way that everybody's a breeder now. I think like a lot of times it's breeders like Bud who just, kind of fucked up and
Breeding
made all these
grandma.
seeds. Exactly, and made all these seeds and called themselves a breeder all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's the last thing. I'm just a grower. That's it. I've made mistakes and had seeds. Some of those came out pretty good, but that was like not my thing. I didn't try to make it my thing. But I
So,
do
Bud,
notice like there's like 1,000 breeders or genetics or everybody threw their hat in that basket
yeah.
compared to 10 years ago.
So have you
I mean,
switched all over to LEDs?
no, no.
Okay.
And the more I listen, in my head, I listen like that's not what people are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it plays a role for tads and certain applications, but nah, at a certain thing, HPS is still where it's at. At least, I mean, I added a second LED. I have a bunch more, but it's not like I want to take out any of my HPS to put in. I have one section that is a 640 lux, then 1,000 watt double ended, and then a 720 ion. So 14 feet, 4 by 14 feet is covered by that. Or no, 16 feet of one whole like row. Oh no, it's only 14 feet because the back tray is only a 4 by 6 foot. So it's a 4 by 8, a 4 by 6, and those three lights are under it. I took out the 630. I had a 630, two 315s, and I put a Lux LED in that spot, which, yeah, the 315s, it, they were, it wasn't performing as good. I was either going to put another 1,000 or I put the 640. And yeah, so and I have no intention of going any further at the moment.
Well, yeah, you add 400 watts of light basically to a section, you're going to get a lot different of a
No,
result.
I only added 30 watts one. Where there was a 630, two 315s, right? It's
Okay.
like it's a ballast that holds two bulbs, 630. I mean, a hood that holds two 315s. Um, it did pretty good because it was different spectrum, but but I think that it's only a couple weeks in the first run where I replaced that light with the Lux LED that I have. I have a couple. I have like five more of them sitting here, but no, I could put them up and switch them out, but no, that's not my plan. I like the results I get under the double ended
Yeah.
and the single ended. To be honest, like if anything, I'd change around in the double ended room, but I wouldn't touch my single ended. It's like perfect the way it is. Like that room
I
only
think,
has four trays, 4 by 8 trays, two single endeds under each tray, and in the middle of the four lights on, two trays is a 315. And the best weed that I grow consistently, cycle after cycle, is the buds that come under the blend of the single ended 315. That area that's under the 315, that's mainly getting 1,000 watt light, but blended with that 315. Yeah, those are the most resinous, crustiest buds. And the yield, the weed in the single ended room is, I think, the better is the good rooms. I wouldn't fuck with it. Like now, maybe one day something changes my mind, but
yeah,
I mean,
I think you're going to see that connoisseurs are going to enjoy flower grown under HBS and metal halide more than
well, I
LEDs.
mean, there seems to be like, the branding momentum of LED now that it's leveled off. You look at certain commercial applications or bigger sized rooms, they're being run with HPS. Oh, there's plenty of people are running with LEDs, but most of those like are sponsored or have a tie to it. And people that have open choice, like even my nephew who runs 1,000 light legal grow in LA, they went all LED and got the rebate, and then the boss got it was out all the money. He said his people didn't like the product under the LEDs, and they took out all the LEDs and went back to double ended. That's 1,000 lighter. Multiple, huge building, multiple floors. Um, Jungle Boy seems to have all their flowering rooms under double-ended, um, brand new ones that he builds out. There's plenty of places you can look to think, well, if the LEDs were all that. Now, granted, some people went with the rebate, and that's the direction they're in, and okay, but I don't think it's better for that application. Now, in a different application, you know, tents, smaller grows, well, then LED makes a lot of sense. Even at my nephew's, they installed heat. Like they have two different air systems, the cooling, which is important, and then they have heat. They put the heat in when they were running LEDs, but in their crop steering, they use the heat at certain days or certain period of time in the cycle because that's how they can, they're chasing 3, 4, 5 pounds of light. And by like knowing what days to crank it up to like 85 to 90 some degrees, that's part of the data set at that level. Now, is that growing the best bud? I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely growing the most bud. Because at that level, you got to hit three a light or more. Um, that's that's their SOPs of commercial operating. I barely get like two. I get two average, sometimes more, but not three.
Well, yeah, that's why I say, in my opinion, I'm seeing the leaf structure, the way the leaf is made up is being changed underneath the intense light and the intense nutrients that some of these companies are putting in. And I think, yeah, you're getting more of a triclone production off of it, let's say, but I think you're pushing the plant. And when you push the plant that hard, I think you lose some of the characteristics of the cannabis plant that we like.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I,
get a
I,
different high off of HBS and metal halide than LED lights.
I could change a few things and get closer to 3 pounds of light, but it wouldn't be the same quality weed.
Mm-mm, it wouldn't. You're just pushing the
Yeah.
plant too much.
Oh, you're going for yield, not for effect.
Exactly, our taste.
Even like part of, I used to run things in the low 70s, but now I run in the low 80s. Yeah, that does help me get more yield, but I also think that I could have terpier weed back in the under 75-degree temperature, 71, 72 degrees, sleeping in the low 60s.
Yeah,
Uh, but I need to at least get 2 pounds of light. And so I meet in the middle and then warm up the room to 80s. But I also think that sometimes I turn the room down the last couple of weeks to try to preserve the turfs. But like when the room's like that, yeah, it's stinkier. The room is when it's growing, but that's because the terps are like burning off. Like while it's
exactly.
finishing, you know,
Because,
like
I've seen plants grown in Thailand, and because I went and I paid for the shade cloth. Okay. I went out and I bought a nice sized roll of shade cloth and I passed it out to my friends and said, hey, you know, take this shade cloth and put it over a section of your garden. Let's see the difference. And in Thailand, there was a huge difference between the flower that was out in the naked sun compared to that flower that was under that 40% shade cloth, 30 to
Well, like
40%.
20 years ago, some of the best outdoor weed was semi shade grown because back then people used that it hid plants in trees or they didn't
Yep.
grow in the open as much as today, right? Due to
All the
legalities,
helicopters.
right? And then that was like some of the best weed. Those were some of the best weed ever. So I think full sun, even if I didn't lose my spot a couple years ago, that was like my next goal was to put after like 4 years of the outdoor I was doing there, I wanted to put shade cloth over it. I thought that was going to produce a better quality weed
Smoke.
than the
Yeah.
full sun. Even though, oh, that full sun, I grew the giantest plants and they were so healthy and thriving and love that sun. I don't think that's where the best
The
weed comes
plant
from.
loved it. We didn't love it that much.
What
I
we're
think
trying to
is
get
the
out of
way
the
it
plant.
is. Exactly. What we're
Yeah.
looking for is expressed more with a little bit more shade, which, like you mentioned earlier, being out in that bright sun. And that's what I noticed in Thailand was, hey, this plant over here's got a little bit of shade and it pops with trichomes. This one over here, not until you get really close to it can you see all those trichomes because I think a lot of them got melted into the bud.
Yeah, because it wasn't like fully shade grown, but like so many years ago, some of the best outdoor weed was grown in like compromised, so, like they hid it, like hid it under the tree a little bit, hid it up in the tree, had to do
Yeah.
things like that. Where in the last so many years, people just full sun. And then I noticed like outdoor weed isn't really that good anymore. At least what's on the market, full sun. Sometimes the light depths are even better.
I was smoking it was Snoop Dogg OG is what they called it. And, to me, it was straight sour D. And that was sticky ass weed. I mean, I would break it up, put it in the grinder, then put it in the roller. And then when I went to go grab the paper, I could touch the paper with the side of my finger. It was sticky as shit. That was really good weed, and I smoked that for 6 weeks.
Well,
It
isn't
was
in Thailand you
reasonable
guys
too. It
put
was a
the
dollar a gram.
you what do they call it, the UV rating, or like the sun is brighter there or different?
Well,
So
it's a different light
shade cloth,
spectrum.
shade cloths
Be-
could probably be really beneficial there.
it is beneficial, and not only that, and when you get off the plane, well, maybe you don't see it as much, but coming from Ohio and Michigan to like Thailand, the the light is more of a yellowish color, but it's a bright yellow. So you have to add like blue to the light spectrum. And that's another thing people don't realize or they don't take in effect. But you do have to, get certain greenhouse plastic that you can add the blue light back into. The far red is definitely there. I've seen more red sunsets and orange and reddish moons that wasn't even funny. But I think that's mainly because of pollution. But yeah, I'm seeing a whole movement. I guess I'm getting out around a little bit more and talking to some people that, have been smoking cannabis for 15, 20 years plus. Yeah, they really don't care for a lot of this new way growing cannabis. They say that it doesn't affect them the same. And I'm all about cause and effect.
Well, I think there's a lot of reasons.
Maybe they're just more connoisseurs.
No, weed used to be better. It didn't look as good. It wasn't as terpy. It didn't have as many flavors, but damn, weed used to be so, I think the effects were prominent.
Because that's what we were breeding for back then were effects.
And some of the techniques we used and the end goal.
My end goal was always to breed for effect. Cause and effect, how long? What
Well,
was the
grow
highlight?
was the same way, you
Was it a
know.
soaring sativa or thin leaf plant, or was it more of a broader, more narcotic high? And we
I
both
mean,
gravitate towards the more broader leaf plants, that more narcotic high, because that lasts for like
I
2 hours.
I could change my recipe just a little in like week 3, 4, 5, and then get like the buds to have like puff out more, have more. A lot of times it would be like close to double budding, where you end up like where when you were trying to finish it, it still like had a lot of white hairs because it was just puffed up that way, the pistil, and yield more. But that's not, that weed isn't going to be as good.
Yeah,
It's
because you're raising the PK and your nutrients,
yeah, you're just
and you're using
blowing
it
it
for a
up.
longer duration.
It doesn't have as much resin. It's not as crusty. It's not as stony. A couple times I've done
Exactly.
that, and like the one room I got night, I usually get like 12 to 15 pounds. But 15's like pretty high. I got 19, but like yeah, it never looked finished. It was like double budded. The pistils came out a second time. You know,
Yeah.
and if I was just trying to
And
put
it
yield
wasn't that
together, I'd do
good.
that. Yeah, if it was about yield, I'd do that every time.
But we've learned, hey, that was a fuck up, actually. Don't do
Yeah,
that
well, the truth
again.
was the way the market works today, they bought those pounds the same price they bought those pounds, and no one complained about it. So like, oh, maybe it made sense, but that's not why I grow weed. So
No.
like, never any of the best weeds I ever had were big yield. Like that's just natural selection. It's like the best OGs, the pushes over the years, they weren't like huge yields. That that wasn't important because the price, like the value, was different, and so it was fine. And- But like some of the best weeds ever, those were always lower on the lower side of yield. I've always had a few strains that were on the higher side of yields, but they were fine and dandy, but they weren't like the best weed.
The heady weed.
Like yeah, the really dank shit. Usually, if you're chasing yield, you're not going to grow those types.
And I think that's
I think that's
probably
just
we're
nature.
going to see a
That's just nature.
separation.
Like,
We're-
like I know people bred and tried to bring some of those qualities to better yielders. Like, yeah, I mean, but that's like the purest, dankest shit was never the big yielders. I don't think it is today. That's why most of the best shit isn't even grown anymore. It's not on the market because it doesn't
Depending,
fit the
I
doesn't
think,
fit the
depending on
yield.
where you're at,
When I used to grow bubba,
you're in,
it used to be like the big, looks like the biggest yield ever. But when you were done, you were lucky to get like close to a pound of light or three-quarters of a pound of light. They were golf balls of the fucking killer's kush. I don't see that weed around anymore because it doesn't meet the criteria. Oh, it
exactly
finishes, that shit
the
finished in less than
criteria,
60 days.
the
But like no
criteria
one's
of the
growing
people that
something
have been
that's less than a
smoking,
pound of light.
the criteria of the people that have been smoking for probably the past 15 years. If you've been smoking for 20 or 30, you probably have a totally different look on cannabis.
So, I mean, I don't know. And sometimes I think it's just my memory or was like weed
It's
better back then,
progression.
stony or like, it definitely wasn't as terpy and it didn't look as fucking pretty. But man, I remember weed that was just so dang, right?
But
Like
I
just
started off
intense.
growing hydro, and that was some of the most triked out plants that I've ever seen. Now, was it our genetics were stronger back then, or what?
Something was different. A lot of things. I think it's not just one thing. It's a whole bunch of little things.
Because when I seen
And
bud grown under LED, I was like, oh, wow, you can finally produce trichlomes like me.
well, I grew the same strain right next to each other, double-ended in LED. LED was like a prettier, puffier, rounder bud, where the HID's like
Correct?
spikier, more resiny, more sticky. Uh,
Spiky, are you talking about the pistols?
yeah, the structure, like
Okay,
where the LED ones are nice little round tops, fill in, it yields good and all that. But then under the same strain, under double ended, is like definitely not as pretty. Finish, in the bag, but like way stronger. Like like hits harder. Now I'm not that scientific in my methods, and I don't have spectrum adjustable LEDs, and the environment's really a double-ended environment. It's not like um,
true.
my air and temp and humidity isn't fully dialed for LEDs, which who knows? It might I could be totally wrong because I just don't use LEDs right because they're in a room with you know one row is LED, the other 5 rows are HPS. So it's not like, oh, I have a room that's LED. No, I have a section in a HPS room that's LED. So like if the whole room is LED, I probably adjust the environment different, more toward what they say works best for LEDs.
The only reason why I kind of bring this up is because where I am at, in the country. I'm seeing a lot more people resist, and I think I think a lot of it has to do with age too, because a lot of these people are older smokers. But yeah, I agree that, and they agreed that they missed the weed from 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah, there was something to it. Yeah, a lot of
It,
those
the
like
smoke was
what
different.
the supply and demand was different, and so I didn't always have to look like the perfect turkey bag.
No, just had the
It had the
seedless.
effect, right? Seedless, but it had the effect. Where today, yeah, like most guys I know, they 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 take pictures and then expand or magnify the picture, and they look at the weed, smell it. That's it. That's what they gauge whether they want it or not. They don't go, oh, can I smoke some? Oh, all right, let me see. Man, yeah, this does. You're right. This is really potent. No, that's never part of the discussion. Where years ago, yeah, they would look at it. That all had some play in it. But yeah, the guy that before he bought a pound or a couple pounds, he would pull out
Smoke
his little
one.
dog bone pipe that was clean as a whistle and say, "Oh, you don't mind?" And he'd smoke some and sit back with you and it, let it affect roll onto him or not or whatever. And then that was like
And then
what he
decide
was.
to buy the weed.
That was part of like, oh, I'll take these ones. I don't like that
Yeah.
one, whatever. That was like part of the thing. Where today, now I do all these deals. They smoking the weed ain't part of it.
No, put
They
those numbers
there's a
next to it.
they love and they have this whole little shenanigans where they want to smell how loud it is and how it looks. That's the buying right. That's the criteria that makes the deal, not makes the deal, not the effects. Been a while since but I remember effects was like it didn't matter how good it looked. Some of the best looking shit didn't have that good effect.
There's the
And
smell of the
you're
weed.
if you were gonna get like some top price, over 4 grand a pound or whatever it was at the time, 3,200 a pound or whatever it was. Yeah, it had to deliver effects. That was like, you know, just because it smelt so some fucking crazy candy and all that didn't mean it would pass the effect thing. There's a lot of the weed of today in the old time way people used to buy pounds, they wouldn't sell because like they would smoke it and go, I barely felt that. There's no legs to it. Oh, it tasted great, looks purple, all that, but if it didn't like smoke equally as good, then it wasn't as good. I don't remember the last time that I've done any, I sell pounds that the smoking of the weed, the effect of the weed had anything to do with the deal. None. Even
Today
sometimes
it
I know a
doesn't.
certain batch is, I, I say it's potent, right? Some batches are more same strain from last month to this month, next month. Sometimes I'll know I like did everything right and it's more potent. And that's not part of any, doesn't mean anything. Even like the next time I see him, I'm like, yeah, that was more potent? They're like, I don't know, was it? Like, yeah, I know. I pay attention to these things, right?
Yeah.
The current way to market and people that buy weed, they're not rookies, but yeah, the effects isn't even. It's not like they don't smoke weed. It's not like, oh, they're just people in the business. No, they smoke weed, but they they're not even, and they can critique everything about how it looks and how it smells, but They have nothing to say about effect.
You know, I was going to I'll bring this up because I've been out to your place and I've been out there during different times of the year. So I've actually gotten to taste your flower grown at different times of the year. And I like your weed that's grown when you have the cooler temperatures in
Yeah.
San
Well, when I
Diego.
used to move air instead of have sealed rooms, my yield would go down slightly in the winter, spring, but the stoniness of the weed would go up. Like I knew that because I was when I moved there, I was just whatever the weather was outside dictated the how the weed was. I didn't have control of everything to the degree. Um, and that's when I used to grow my best weed. And sometimes it wasn't every winter and spring. There were certain winters and springs that had, if I look back, I've been like pay attention or know as much as I know now. I think it was like when there was like variance. Oh, there was a few warm days, there was a few cool days,
More rain.
and yeah, there was the more difference that those 2 months had, because I ran my lights at night, so the cold air at night would be pulled through, and then sleep in the daytime, and I would always be. Sometimes I would have like smaller air conditioners in the room to keep it cooler when they were sleeping. Not that I was trying to keep it cooler when the lights were on, because it was nighttime air. Because it was way before I even read forums. It was just like, I don't know, Scott or get some of the other guys I used to hang around with that were growers. They called it the diff. Like they would, like I remember when it was first explained to me, it had to have been in the earliest 2000s, maybe even the late 90s. Diff, like the difference
Yeah.
between,
Daytime,
because
nighttime.
around here, we've always,
Pressure.
even here, why my lights run at night here, not because I don't have plenty of control of my environment 24 hours a day. It's that the power rate is considerably lower from 9 o'clock at night to, I guess, nine. Or I know at
Eight to
nine
eight.
o'clock at night, it is when the rate goes down. So okay, that's why I run them at night. But back then, you ran at night because you were pulling air, pushing and pulling air, and that was what you had to do, the cool air at night, not the 80-degree daytime air. Um, but I still remember, like, yeah, the you give up in the colder months, um, you give up some on the yield, but the quality was always the best in the cooler rain. Or sometimes that was like, yeah, the room barely got up to 70 with the lights on because it was like pulling 40-degree cold air from outside. But then sometimes when you'd be in that dip, it was hard to go lower. Like the whole idea of the diff is 10 to 15 degrees difference between when the lights are on and when the lights are off. And when you run your lights at night and then sleep in the daytime, with yeah, and now today with put minis, now I can get these kind of thermostats that are like 12 hours this way, 12 hours that way. I just never followed through. But like I set the temperature one place for the split minis. Now, when the lights go out, it does get cooler, but not 10 or 15 degrees, only a few degrees. Like sometimes I think, yeah, 'cause 20 years ago, that was like a thing. That was a thing that growers talked about amongst each other. Oh, what's your diff? No one even talks about that anymore.
Yeah.
Mainly because in environmental, most people are split sealed rooms, and unless you had a thermostat that so if I had that thermostat, if I'm running like 80 degrees, I'd set it for 65 degrees when they were sleeping. But but way my air conditioners work, they're set like at 72 to 74, and that usually brings the room from with the lights on to 79 to 82. But then in the daytime when they're sleeping, it's 72. You know what I'm saying? Because now I should invest in those thermostats and explore my thought or my concept and go back to having like a 15, 20-degree diff. Because that's the thing. The thing in agriculture, it's not just in cannabis. Um, because like if you weren't running at night or, you know, lights on, lights off, you'd be more in the natural diff. Like outdoor plants are more in the natural dip. Okay, it's 85 during the day, but it's like 60 at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they're sleeping. And with sealed rooms, it's not impossible, but most of the way it's set. Mine are like my data on that's like flat line. There's not this big dip like it used to be when I pulled air. Now the other times of the year when it would stay warmer at night, summer and fall, um, yeah, that was the thing that you would lose is your diff. All right, the lights would be on and go to this they go even warmer. But then when the lights are off and they're sleeping, it wouldn't be like 15 degrees different. So
No,
when
but the plants seem to like grow faster.
well, I think like we're trying to mimic indoor growing. You're trying to mimic nature as much as you can with the light, with the this, with the that. Well, if something in most regions, the daytime temperature is here, and the nighttime temperature when they're sleeping is here. There's a difference. There's a dip in indoor growing, and the technology we've employed. One of the things that now don't think that the plants are happy. They're like with the split mini environment, but I would add like 10 more degrees cooler if I had the thermostat where I could set 12 hours at this temperature and then 12 hours at this temperature. I'd set my lights on around 80 degrees, low 80s, high 70s, and then I'd have my sleep nighttime 12 hours, 15 to 20 degrees cooler than that. Now, if you only have one thermostat, like the one that comes in it, that you set one temperature, you find a happy medium in the middle to have it be 80 degrees. Um, and then it's not, you're going to set it like it's 74. So then in the daytime when they're sleeping there, like it doesn't get cold to 74 in there. Maybe a little, but it's not like, I think sometimes that extra little stressor that like used to make weed really super dank was diff was part the difference. Like, I don't know. I never hear anyone even talk about it, but that 20 years ago, that was the thing.
Yeah.
People that were more experienced than me, And when I'd be trying to glean whatever info I could out of their system or their methods, they would say, "What's your diff?"
Temperature.
Like it was like a known verbiage or some things we'd talk about. Today, I never hear anyone talk about
And
it.
I don't think it's just temperature. I think it has to do with like the pressure that's created by that.
Yeah, yeah, the VTP probably, and the humidity with the temperature,
Yeah,
and some of that was all growers back then. Pretty much, we ran at night in Southern California. The lights at night, they sleep in the
we
day.
did too.
That's just the way we did it. Which then you have to like account for kind of mimic nature, even though you're in the opposite cycle of it, right? Like you're using the cool air to be able to run these hot ass fucking lights, and then but see, in like I say, the best we would come out in the fall, winter, spring in that range because it was also cold in the daytime too, barely above 60 in the daytime. So when they were sleeping, they were getting cool air, right? Where in the other part of the year, sometimes it would be the same temperature because it'd warm up to 80 outside during the day. Now that's the air that you're pulling through your rooms. Because like I moved air 24/7. It wasn't like, just have the air move when the lights come on. No, that air moved. Plants needed air, fresh air. So it wasn't like, okay, in the daytime, turn off the ventilation. So if it was 100 degrees outside, it'd be pulling that air. Sometimes it would even go that way, where they were sleeping. Not that they didn't grow, not that the shit didn't come out pretty fucking good. But if I look back and go, what were some of the things that were like different? Why I think better. I grew better weed then. I I we come back to that diff thing a few times. That only cost me a few $100 for each of the split minis. There's like you can buy another type of thermostat that is able to be
Room rack.
sectioned off. Like you go 12 hours in this temperature, 12 hours in this temperature. That would be something I'd install and then start to play with that again, like 15 to 20 degrees difference.
I think this may be the way we have to go to get that higher price again, bud.
Well, I,
I really
here's the
do
reality.
think it's that
Most of
way.
the price disappeared with like when I was facing like serious time for just growing weed, that was part of the price.
Yeah,
Today it's like a code violation, so that's part of the price. Like and because of the penalties
everybody's growing.
that that created a supply and demand situation that favored the price. Well, now that you've eliminated the risk,
What they're
legal
trying to
risk and
bring
all
back
that,
in Ohio, by the way, they're trying to
there's like,
increase the penalties.
well, I mean, I thought you guys went legal and had stores that were
Wait,
selling plants
yeah,
and
but
they
the
went
thing of
backwards.
it is now that they passed this, the state is trying to take the equity fund and the tier three license away. So it's only for big business. And they're pushing to reinstitute our cannabis laws. That's why I've been bringing up if you've got a jar and you've got a pack of papers sitting on your, you know, passenger seat, they can write you for possession of paraphernalia charge again. That's what they are trying to do here in Ohio.
Well,
So they're
the
trying to
years,
recriminalize it.
the first years here, if you had weed and it wasn't in like an official like package, like it looks like you
I had
bought
my
it,
medical card.
right? That wasn't like they would still give you a hard time over that. Like like the first year or so after things changed. Like, but then over time, like that's not even a thing anymore. Like it used to be like, where'd you buy it? Did you buy from a store? Okay, that's legal. But what's this weed? Just in a Ziploc.
I grew it.
Where'd that come from? That was like, and now I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just isolated from
No, you were the
what's going
first
on with
medical
the
state.
laws.
So you had medical, and that was the whole thing. Well, if you were medical and you told them you grew it, then it was okay. But
Yeah,
if you were
people
just
would get
driving
one of
around
those
and you
those
weren't
jars
medical,
from like a purchase they made, and then they would just keep their stash in it all the time because that was like
yeah,
that gave you better safety. That it said, oh, it came from wherever, like the label
medical,
said it from some store, medical, than just like having weed that wasn't fully okay, but having weed that was purchased from a even though those
dispensary,
215 things weren't really legal, like it was all gray area. Like,
exactly.
for today, they got rid of all the gray area in the way the cannabis game works, and have like met and all these rules and testing and this, that. I mean, between poultry plants and the cat guy from Catalyst, now they have like meme accounts where, yeah, they point out just how corrupt, how broken metric is, how the numbers don't add up. Um, Even that greenhouse place who has like millions of feet of licenses only claim they exercising part of it, or like somehow claimed all these profits from this last quarter or year. You can't believe anything. Like it's all, yeah, the math
Well,
doesn't add up.
uh,
Like
that
their
that's
math
what they
doesn't add
did.
up.
That's what they did here in Ohio, and that's what expanded the license for what was at that time medical. Was the two big companies that owned like 40% of the canopy space here in Ohio just didn't produce. And then once the laws changed, because they said, well, they're not producing enough, they used that. And all of a sudden, the people that had license, when they expanded, got a bigger canopy space. And now they're like huge in Ohio.
Yeah. Well, when I listened to this guy from
It's all
Catalyst
about
rail
money.
against, he's like a one man wrecking show when it comes to Glass House. This huge Glass House has like licensed millions of square feet of, of space and have the capabilities to grow that much, but at the moment claim they only grow this amount, whatever percentage of it, right? That number is more than the whole state's consumption. And there's like hundreds of other
Places
people
like that.
selling weed in the business. So like that, like he points out, he has all these. He's interesting to listen to, but like he's going off of like reported data, documented data that's put out that the math doesn't add up. Meaning, if they're licensed to grow more than the state, where does it go? Now, most likely it goes out of state or some other way,
Yeah.
but in the black market or whatever. But okay, it doesn't add up, right? Meaning they're not 100% of the market, but they grow over 100% of what is sold annually in California. It's like math like that. It's like something's fishy here because the math doesn't add up.
And what
Which
business
okay,
is not going to run at 100%? Come on.
well,
Oh,
their
we
whole
lost
thing
Jeff.
is they have they have that much licensing because they're waiting for interstate commerce. Like already,
Yeah.
like they have. That's why they claim they only produce on this so much of their license, but they pay for this other amount of licensing, like million square feet, or I don't know. It's like I've listened to him. I know like I'm on his side, the guy from Catalyst, who has a legal cannabis license himself and all this, and is just saying how unfair it is, how corrupt it is, and how bullshit it is. And since he's it's not like he just got a license. He's been in the thing trying to build up his thing for years. And he's like I don't know, I'm sure somebody in the chat have listened to the guy because he has this content out there. He seems pretty compelling to me. Like, then think I think the things he's pointing out are true. And if that's true, oh well, things so corrupt. It's been corrupted so bad. It's not fair. It's not level playing field.
Well, that's what we're seeing
And
here in Ohio right now.
and it just
Is
turns
it's
out
not
the
a
guy.
level playing field.
The problem with this thing is the guy that's the CEO of this major thing called Glass House. He was a narcotics cop for like 20 years of his career,
In
and then
LA.
now all of a sudden he owns like the biggest cannabis operation ever, and like okay, so the cop is now runs the biggest place ever and has the most feet square feet license. It's yeah, like instead of an equity thing or going that direction, went the opposite way. Oh, we'll give it to
Yeah.
the cops because oh, he's been around a long time. Don't think he's just showed up. But like I know his thing is built on investors, and who do you think invests in the cop business but more cops?
Yeah.
So like when you probably look at Glass House and the investor group and the early, yeah, they were all fucking cops.
Yeah.
Like, cops support cops. And so he's a
Well,
cop. Like he not necessarily busted people all the time for weed or all that. No, but he was a narcotics
he's been
officer in
around
South
it.
Bay and was part of the drug war 100% for like 20 some years of his career. So I mean he's in my book, he's a cop. Just because you retire now, you think you're like king of the weed business. That doesn't
You
work.
have that
I can't believe.
mentality.
Yeah, no, he's a cop.
Yeah, it's that mentality.
Granted, he was probably busting speed labs and all this other shit in his career, and commend him for that. But
I
yeah,
find it
it's
because I smoke with cops in Thailand, okay? And they don't hide it. Some of them don't hide it. But it's that mentality when you talk to them because I was trying to meet up with one, and the words that he was using were the same words that my cop friend in the north was using with me. He really didn't want to give me a time to meet up. We'll meet up in the evening at nighttime. Well, you want to give me a time? You want to meet up at 6 o'clock, or you want to meet up at like 10? No. I also think a lot has to do with the culture too. They didn't want to be wrong.
there's so certain old school rules where you try to
Not
be
lose
reasonable.
face. I
Yeah,
think there's a lot of it's not to lose face. I'll give you
and
an estimate at a time, but
I
that's
have
about
one
it.
customer now that takes everything for the most part. I keep a little for my friends. He always says, "Yeah, what about 9:30?" That means 7 in the morning, and it's like there's no bullshit. Like it's 7 in the morning. And it's like here, boom, bam. Like he's
Done.
old school. He's in his 70s, right? Even though my partners gave the place to me, my partner's most impressed that when he gave us like the money banded together, it was always facing the same way. Which
Yep.
I never trip on that. I fucking have watch in my pocket. I don't care which way it's facing.
Oh
But
no, they always got to go one
partner,
way.
he's super anal. Like he wants it all facing the same way. And this guy, every deal we've done with him, which is usually pretty many bands, it's always facing the same way. And
Yeah.
they ain't new bands from the bank. They're his band. Uh, but yeah, every bill's facing the right way. And I've been dealing my whole life. I never tripped on that. I never said to somebody, "Yeah, can you put all the money the same way? Like, why is it all mixed up? It's money. I counted
Man, when you're
shit.
counting it though, and you're counting stacks, it's so much easier to count money. It's all one way.
Well, my one friend, like we have it hanging here, it's like 20 years old. It's a fake 20. I have all these years. We have one fake 20 now. Maybe more went through our head, but that's what he says. Like that if it's all facing the same way, he has a better shot of like
Pulling the fakes,
fine, yeah, seeing a fake than when it's
touching
all
the
mixed up.
paper. Yeah, and the touch. Because I turned in one fake 20 and the whole time. And they were like, yeah, they brought that up to me. They were like, you only passed one fake 20. I said, yeah, because I felt the money.
Considering that, it is a big problem. That's why stores check every bill and all that. There's plenty of counterfeit money out there. And I deal with
But
money. Yeah, I
there's
never, I
certain
have one of
years,
those pens, but I never, no, I don't
there's
think
certain
I've ever
there's certain
had
years of
anything.
American hundreds, fifties, and twenties that the banks in Thailand and Asia don't even touch. Because I brought some of the bills over and they were like, no, we don't accept this year. Well, why don't you accept that year? Well, that was the year, if you look back on it, Korea dumped a whole bunch of super notes onto the market.
Well, I guess the new hundreds have made some progress with less counterfeit hundreds. Like, I mean, there's a lot. I, I've looked at a
The safety
website that even
features.
there's the safety features that are known, and then you look at a website. There's even a couple other ones that that are on there too. Um, plus those
Can't let
pens.
everything be known.
But I imagine counterfeiting has only gone up. And now I heard that they don't focus as much the real counterfeiters on hundreds or even 20s. They go with like tens and fives and shit like that 'cause it's easier to pass.
Yeah. When I was over in Cambodia, Cambodia runs also on the American dollar. So you could, a lot of times at the end, it seemed the ones and fives were starting to disappear because you were starting to get change back in the real. But yeah, if your dollar had a rip in it, they didn't want it or it got discounted. Your 20 went to like $16. You lost 20% because you had a little rip in your bill. I thought that was fucked up. You got a little pencil mark or pen mark from the bank. And no, we don't want to accept that bill. Why? It's been altered.
Now, before I like was solely just cannabis as a business, I used to sell coke. And yeah, there was a lot of fake money. You had to really watch your shit with that.
Yeah. because coke
There's
is a
more
shady
talent.
fucking drug.
Yeah.
That's exactly the way it is, brother.
No, I guess that's part of it.
You didn't give the acid guy a bad 20. Why? Because he made dose your ass.
Yeah.
A cocaine deal is like, hey, it's a quick deal. That's in the middle of the night and rainy.
Well, like you say, there's certain
Quick
years
pass
that
off.
are known. Seems like the last few years, as much as there's all those protections, stores check, and there's the pen that checks and stuff. Seems like I never stress on counterfeit money. But here's a 20 that, I mean, it looks pretty good. It feels a little different. I could probably go spend it and not have a problem. It's been
Yeah.
taped up to the wall here for like 10 years. And I guess if I had a bunch of 20s, I'd put it in there, then it would be more obvious. Right, here's some 20. Oh yeah, it's thinner. That's it.
Yeah. The paper ain't thick.
Yeah.
It's not as
I
linen.
probably if I wait, look at my glasses. I've never looked at it. I know it's fake. Oh,
You probably
what's
just
the fun?
feel the
Here's like a
difference.
real no. Here's a real obvious thing. Jackson is the guy that's the president, right? That on the 20. It says on
Yeah.
the real 20, it says Jackson. Now in this fake 20, it says Rozetta. That's the name. So that's a telltale sign is not real because, and this says series
That's a big
2018.
way. That's a big one.
It says Rosetta instead of Jackson. Okay, but the picture looks like the same, and this watermark thing kind of looks good. Like most everything else looks kind of good. Wait, yeah, everything. No, but then like where it says 20, there's not the ripples in the ink. But this one's like older and used. God, there's a chunk of hash stuck to the back. Um, but yeah, it says President Rosetta. Now, if you went as far as printing this thing, oh wait, oh, here's what it also says. Okay, so I should be able to spot that. I saw an Instagram post where this company sells it or supplies it,
It's movie
where it's
money.
yeah, where it says Federal Reserve note on the fake one. It says for motion picture use only.
Yeah.
Oh, and then it says instead of saying the United States of America, it says for motion picture use purposes. Now, first I didn't see that because it just I have to look
It looked like
close.
a
So
20.
obviously, yeah, it's a movie 20, so it should be pretty obvious that it's not real. It looks other than a couple things, it looks pretty real. Now, if I took it to the bank, they would spot it in a second.
Oh,
Even if the
yeah.
teller didn't
But if
spot
it's
it,
in,
they like,
but you stack them in, a bunch of other 20s and you just hand them off to somebody, you know, oh, we did a rough count, or we just fanned them. If you fan them, you're not going to notice that, for movie only because you basically
I,
you just look at the
I like.
20 part.
I wish I looked at this earlier because then in the back it doesn't say "In God We Trust." It says "With money be happy." It's kind of comical, but like everything else is pretty much there.
Yeah,
So like it's not like, I mean, obviously they put some things on here that are obvious if I looked at it, but then I guess they're able to make this stuff that looks almost real, even though it's President Rosetta.
and you could pass that off in bands.
Yeah,
But today
yeah,
it's all, a lot of the shit's going through money machines and they spit those out.
yeah. Well,
But you get some
most
of
of
those
the
North
things,
Korean notes and you can't even tell them because they're on the right paper with the right ink, the reflective ink, the raised ink. It's the feel of it. Everything is
yeah,
spot
see,
on with those notes.
a real 20, you can rip it, but it doesn't rip easy. You have to like, where this one tears easy because it's not the
Yeah,
right
because
paper.
real
Real
money's like
money,
linen. It's
yeah,
got fibers in it.
it, yeah. All right, let's stick this on the wall. I guess it's a reminder. Like most people
Yep.
have a business and they put the first dollar, the first money they put up,
Put the
they
first
save
fake 20.
to save 20, been there I know for like 10 years, been taped to the same spot. The first time I ever looked at it. I knew it was fake, but I never looked at it.
Yeah, things were still a little bit shady in 2015.
Like I say, like, yeah, I don't trip on looking for fake money. Like it used to be more of a prevalent than it is today, which is odd because I imagine the counterfeiters are out there bigger than ever. Even if it isn't a hundred, they don't go after hundreds as much. I saw a thing on Vice about that because yeah, I remember I used to keep a couple of the old hundreds, and I don't, but those those were a lot easier to fake than the new one for sure.
Small hedge.
Well, the new one has that band in it. The It has a bunch of things. Like if you go to this website, it'll show you all the different when you named it the safety measures. Even that there's things you can see you can't see. Like if you look at it under light, then certain things pop up on the real ones.
And that's what I see a lot of
Transaction
people using is that light.
and like I'd have to have a magnifier, but man, he has some gnarly ass fucking eyebrows. One side of his eyebrows all fucking unkept and hanging off to the side. And one's like that's like somebody that knows money. They would magnify that and then look at each line. It is amazing how much art they put into money. I mean, they were able to copy all that, but like they use a lot of techniques to make it real, even on a $5. Like Lincoln's collar, like has like a 3D, the way it's printed, it pops.
Well, that's why our money during World War II, like in South Africa, there's a South African money, US money, and then there's Hawaii. Hawaii did it because the Japanese were going to flood Hawaii with a bunch of fake notes, and the Germans were doing that also with the South African to try to destabilize.
It had to be like 40 years, no, 30 some years ago. One summer I worked for my mom's firm and I would do bank runs. Like every afternoon I'd go to the different banks that the clients of the firm had in Beverly Hills, like City National, this one, that one. 99% was checks. But my mom's client was David Allen Greer. He was on that. He's like a comedian. He was on that In Living Color show, and he would go out and do comedy, you know, gigs, and come back to town and come into the office and bring all this cash that he got paid. And so one time I did the bank run, and the bank took the money, and then the next day they informed the office, or the bank called my mom, the partner, and said, yeah, there was I think it was like three $100 bills out of like $40,000 in cash that were fake. And then the bank said, oh well, the deposits, like, they just seized that. And then like a week or two later, the I was in the office, and the Secret Service came and asked to speak to me, the person that did the bank run. And they
Yeah.
just questioned me. And then they wanted to talk to the client, but my mom's like, no, he's not available, because they wanted like uh
They
follow up
want to know
on
where
every
it came
little,
from.
like anything you can remember. What nightclubs? Who pays you what? Because they investigated, Secret Service investigated every lead all the way, even if it was just one bill somewhere. That was like their method, because they never knew where it would lead. That was
Yeah.
like 35 years ago or longer. Oh no, like 40 years ago. I was like in my early 20s.
I was
Um,
about to say.
but I remember being asked, like, yeah, I was like, oh, I work here. I took the pouch and brought it to the bank. Like they were just following up on, like, they weren't like trying to accuse me of anything, but they just wanted like, I don't know, that was part of their
They
investigation.
wanted a history. Where'd it
Yeah,
come
or if
from?
it's 300, it was just $300 bills. But like, even I think they were the ones that said to me, yeah, we investigate every
Fraud.
bill.
That's
I don't
what
know
they
if they
used to
still do
do
that.
back then.
Yeah, it was the Secret Service. That's who handles the counterfeit money. The same people that protect the president. Wasn't like the feds, or no, it was the Secret Service agents. That's who investigates counterfeit money.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I've
it's
seen the thing
federal.
on Vice where they went undercover, whatever, and I think it was some other country, yeah, where it's like printing, an area where all these print shops are, and yeah, they showed how they make pallets of counterfeit money. And that was the show that was like, yeah, we don't try to make hundreds, we make, I think this was all $10 bills because it's easier to pass.
Wow. There's a
Sometimes
lot
I've
of
gone to
keep in
stores
here.
like AM/PM. Yeah, they put the pen on 10, 20s, 50s, hundreds, even tens. They put the pen on, not fives and ones. So
Well, that's also the same place where you go and you hand out weed to people out front too. So yeah, that's kind of a shady area.
yeah, it's next to the court. The next driveway is the court and the jail, and it's not that shady.
Well, they
But
can be in
it
shady
is.
areas
I realize why there's so much activity there is because, like,
because of the courts.
yeah, it's like if you don't want to get fussed with by all that, be right underneath their nose. Because like most of the officers that work out of there, they are to this area or this area or this other area. not the area
Local.
right there. The most
Yeah.
where all the homeless like set up on this grassy area is 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 part of the courthouse property. Or if they set up anywhere else in town, oh, they wouldn't allow that. But right there at the courthouse, they don't set up permanently, but like in the evening, they they
They
sleep
post
there.
up.
Like yeah, and there's drug sales. There's all this shit going on. I see it, and it's like right there across at the like right there. Like the market I go to is across the street from the court, and there's a lot going on in that. Like it took me a while to like spot it, but the essays and Mexicans ride around on bicycles. And then I started noticing like, yeah, they act like they're just hanging around, but then oh, they drive up to somebody drives up in parks, and then they ride up to that car and do whatever and ride away. I don't know what they're selling. Well, I kind of know what they're selling. One time
We get
I gave weed to the homeless guy, and then I watched him go trade it to the dope dealer, and then the dope dealer was holding it up like it was the evening or it's night, and he was holding it up to the parking light to see like look in the bag or whatever, and then he put that in his pocket, gave the guy something, and the guy and I didn't feel bad that the guy took what I gave him and got something he wanted for it. I thought, cool, whatever, that's what it's
it,
for.
weed wasn't his bag.
Uh, yeah, I'm always giving every time I go there.
He
I
went and
give,
got his drug of choice.
and if I don't see like one of the homeless people, I just leave it in this planter, like where somebody would find it for sure. Like usually it's older stuff or some bag that I've carried around. It's just like some little pieces and nothing. Because like I always think, well, if
Better
I
to
was in
have
that
something than run out.
situation, I know like because I've given like God so much over the last couple of years in this right here at this one market, and yeah, I know it's had to have brought some good. I remember I was at the AMPM getting cigarettes, and a guy in front of me was trying to buy papers. And the guy at the counter's like, "Yeah, I don't know, man, but we're out of papers. We're reordering. We sold a lot of papers." And I thought, yeah, because everybody I give weed to, especially the homeless people, they don't even have papers. So then they somehow get enough money to buy papers, and so that they were out of papers. And I thought, yeah, that's because I give away so much weed here that you guys sold out of all your papers. Most of it's
I
older
think that's
weed or
funny as
growers,
fuck. It
and I don't
doesn't
give
matter.
like I have this bin right here underneath my desk that's older weed that I didn't sell from like whatever period of time. It's all perfect buds. It's just like browner. It's um and oxidized, right? And this was like 3 pounds. It's now probably only a pound. And when I go to the store, I just take a handful and stick it in a Ziploc. And even though, like, if I tried to sell this to any of my people, they're like, dude, what happened? It's fucking brown. It's
Yep.
killer. This is like whatever it is, killer weed. It still smells good. Probably get you stoned as fuck. It just isn't oxidized. Um, yeah, I just give it away because they never complain. They're always like, "Holy shit, you really just giving this to me?" Like some of the reactions I've gotten has like made my day. I never forget it. People aren't used to somebody just giving them something with
Nope.
no
Not
like.
anymore.
There a lot of times people are like hesitant to take it because they think there's some kind of hustle in it. Well, I'm like, no, here. And I don't want to talk to them. I'm not trying to know them, right?
Do you want some weed? Yes or no?
No, I say the same thing. You smoke weed? If they say yes, I poo. I just hand it to him and keep walking. And a
Yeah.
lot of times, like I'll hear him. I won't even turn around, but I'll hear him go, "Holy shit! I can't believe this!" Or like, And then what's weird is I always worried that like I'd be going there and then these because I see some of the same people repeatedly, but they never bum rush me. Like sometimes I've already given it to this other guy when I was at the store, but they never expect anything. But if I have it, they know I'm gonna walk up to them and go, "You smoke weed?" Boom. And there's like there's there's 50% of the people I've given it to more than once. Like there's just certain people I see up there. They're like the homeless. They got they're searching the trash cans for bottles or whatever they're doing. And they kind of just know like, yeah, I don't want to know you. I'm not trying to like talk to you or nothing. Even a couple of the guys that work at the store bringing in the baskets, they seen me and like gave me a heads up, like nodded at me. And then I've another day I've brought in like really top weed and kicked them down because like
Yeah.
why not? Well, I live by like you can't keep what you don't give away. So charity's like got to be part of your thing. Even if you're barely making ends meet, you can't let no. I've always been that way. When I used to shop at the Walmart a lot, there'd always be people out, not in front of the Walmart, but like over by the corner of the street where you pulled out. It's I don't know sides. Oh hell, they were trying to get money,
That's a
and I was
joint.
just I'd give them either. Sometimes I'd just have a bunch of like half joints in my ashtray, or other times I'd have some weed in my pocket, and I'd just, oh, you smoke weed? Here. Because I think if you're homeless, most likely you might have other drug problems or alcohol problems. Obviously, not all of them, but most.
And we can help.
And what better thing to have been given and, and then a lot of times you see them up, they head off into the bush or wherever, and they're going to smoke some weed. That's going to make their day better,
Yeah.
relieve their situation. And if they
Get
can
them
make
off
a
the drug
buck
sickness.
and buy whatever, I don't I don't judge that. A couple of my partners like, do what? Like they would never think of that. Like, but I've always been that way. I've always thought like, dude, I'm not a God believer, but this is the only way I could say it. Like, there by the grace of God go I, right? Like, so I don't like
That
some
could
of
be
my
me in a
friends.
heartbeat.
They have like a different judgment of them. Like, oh, those people just they're drug addicts. They deserve whatever. Like I don't think that way about it. Like
They're sick.
never. Yeah, I
You're
mean,
chemically
some of it is.
dependent.
Yeah, I don't judge those people. They're just they're good people too. Most of them. I mean, there's some knuckleheads mixed in there, but there's knuckleheads on every side.
Exactly. Hey, bud, it's after four. It's 4:20.
Yeah, it's 1:20 here, and I still gotta finish the work I was started.
Yeah,
So it's a good
I'm
time to
getting kind
sign
of
off.
tired again.
It was good chatting with you, and
Yeah, we'll see you on the next show.
yeah, well, there's the safety meeting tomorrow, as Umi had said earlier, and we'll see you all there or somewhere around here. Have a good night, and